he told them we're going in?
There's really been work at two levels. There's been work at the military level between General Schwarzkopf and the other commanders in the field in terms of planning the details of the operation and preparing the forces to carry them out. There's also been extensive consultation by the President and Secretary Baker with the political leadership of those nations involved.
Secretary, Mr. Secretary, the goal of this operation was to free Kuwait, and the Soviets up to this last moment had an agreement by the Iraqis to pull out of Kuwait. What was the sense of urgency to move down to extract Saddam Hussein from Kuwait in light of that agreement?
Well, it's been stated repeatedly, but I'll state it again, that the only acceptable solution to this conflict is for complete compliance by the Iraqis with the UN Security Council resolutions. That includes the immediate, unconditional withdrawal of their forces from Kuwait. As made clear by the President yesterday, we wanted an indication from them that they would begin that withdrawal by noon today, and we gave them 7 days in which to complete it. They refused to do that. It included as well consideration for the fact that the offer you talk about, the proposition that the Soviets and the Iraqis developed, involved a ceasefire prior to any Iraqi withdrawal. We made it clear repeatedly we were not interested in any ceasefires, that a ceasefire would simply have allowed Saddam Hussein to regroup his forces, resupply them, and could conceivably have cost even more casualties. It's also true that that proposition embodied within it the repeal of all the other UN sanctions and resolutions that had been voted by the Security Council. We felt that was totally unacceptable. We've seen just in the last 72 hours what would appear to be a deliberate effort on the part of the Iraqis to further destroy what's left of Kuwait, to put the torch to the oil fields, reports of executions of Kuwaiti citizens inside Kuwait City, and under the circumstances, the notion that Saddam Hussein should be permitted to get away scot-free without being held accountable for his actions or without having to pay reparations, for example, was unacceptable from the standpoint of the coalition. The President's statement yesterday was very clear, it was very concise in terms of what we wanted from Saddam Hussein by way of compliance with these resolutions. It was agreed upon by the coalition. It was consistent with the UN Security Council resolutions. He would have been wise to accept it. He refused to do so.
Mr. Secretary, again, can you put yourself in the position of disavowing any effort to change the government, the leadership, the political structure of Iraq by means of fully enforcing the UN resolutions? Suppose you knock him out of Kuwait and he says, I'm still not going to pay reparations. Do you then go on to Baghdad to set up a government that will pay the reparations?
We've made it clear repeatedly that if Saddam Hussein were to be replaced by another government, we would not shed a tear over his demise. But we've also made it clear that it is not an objective of U.S. policy to change the government of Iraq. If that happens, so be it. With respect to the future application of the sanctions that have already been voted by the UN Security Council, how they would be applied or altered with respect to this government of Iraq or some future government of Iraq is really a matter that the UN Security Council will have to address in due course once they're driven out of Kuwait. I'll do one more question.
Any sort of communication whatsoever today from Saddam Hussein in any form?
None that I'm aware of.
Mr. Secretary.
Again, let me, by way of closing, emphasize what I mentioned at the outset, that we recognize we have an obligation to provide as much information as we possibly can to the press and to the American people. But we are currently engaged in an extremely complex military undertaking. The lives of literally thousands of Americans and Allied personnel are at stake, and we simply have to operate on the basis that we are going to, for the time being, put a lid on further briefings about the operation. As soon as it's possible to do so, General Schwarzkopf in Riyadh, General Powell here at the Pentagon, we'll be happy to provide as much detail as possible about the campaign itself. But that's going to have to await developments. Thank you very much.
What time did it start?
Defense Secretary Cheney talking to reporters at the Pentagon. We go back to our team of military analysts now. General John Wickham was Army Chief of Staff from 1983 to 87. Ed Green is a retired lieutenant colonel in the Marine Corps who served in Vietnam, now Vice President of Ogden Government Services in Washington. Richard Jupa, a Navy officer in Vietnam, is a writer on Third World and Middle East military affairs. Stephen Canby is a retired lieutenant colonel in the Army Reserves and teaches military history at Georgetown University. General Wickham, a lot of people in the last couple of weeks have been comparing this huge land offensive when it began to the D-Day invasion in Normandy. There's one very significant difference, this total news blackout that the Secretary has just announced.
Well, I think it's understandable for a couple of reasons, although perhaps not tolerable to the media. One of the reasons is that we're now talking, instead of several hundred aircraft going out and coming back to air bases where you can control the event to a degree, we're talking of hundreds of thousands of military people involved in, as the Secretary indicated, an extraordinarily complex undertaking, far more complex than recent history allows.
More complex than the D-Day invasion?
Yes, I think it is more complex than that. Coordinating, we're talking about multi-allied, multi-nations. We're talking about up against a tougher enemy than we ran into in Normandy. And we're talking about a broader front, hundreds of miles, well, no, I guess about 120 miles, versus the Normandy, the beaches there, relatively shallow. But there are two reasons, I think, that may not have emerged in what Secretary Cheney indicated. One of them is these commanders now that have been given their marching orders, rather clear what has to be done. Their minds need to be focused on fulfilling their immediate tasks and minimizing the amount of information that has to be passed up. They'll have to report, but they must fulfill their immediate missions first. So there is, to a degree, trying to ease the burden on them of reporting up. The second one is, and I think he made that quite clear, we don't want to give the enemy any knowledge that might be used to their advantage against us. And so by constraining the amount of information that is reported about what units are doing, where they might be, casualties they're taking, what the enemy is doing in the way of casualties, contributes to the uncertainty and fog that the Iraqi commanders are going to have to cope with.
We're joined now from the Pentagon by Bruce Van Voorst, who is the senior correspondent for national security affairs at Time magazine. Bruce, what do you make of this news blackout on the events?
Although it contradicts my basic professional interest, I think that it was a perfectly predictable thing because, as the Secretary explained, we are launched on a very complex operation in which lives are really at stake. And this operation does not start at one particular time. There are still a lot of other aspects of the operation which will continue throughout the evening and into tomorrow. And so therefore he made it very clear at the beginning that A, he wasn't going to tell us very much tonight, and secondly, that we can't expect much to be the Pentagon to be very forthcoming in the days to come. He said when he's available, Schwarzkopf will give us a proper briefing, but until that time, all we've got to go on is what the Secretary said tonight, and that, of course, was not very much.
Yeah, can you add anything to that? There are reports from Saudi Arabia, some of the networks are reporting there that the Allied forces have penetrated, some of the reports say up to 18 miles or further into Kuwait. Can you add anything to that?
Yes, there were some reports of that this afternoon already. In fact, we knew that rather considerable ground operations had been taking place along the border. What we didn't know was whether this was merely reconnaissance in force and some feints and some other maneuvers to determine where the Iraqis were, or whether it was the precursor of the ground offensive. Now we know.
Mm-hmm. Do you know anything more about whether there is an attack on more than one front or more than one side of Kuwait?
I don't know that for sure, but I can bet my left arm that this involves not just a straight thrust up from Saudi Arabia into Kuwait, but also most likely these peripheral operations, including a major feint and a flanking operation way out in the western deserts of Iraq, beyond the Kuwait border, and there are quite likely airborne operations going into Kuwait proper itself. There's also, of course, always been the expectation that the Marines would either land with an amphibious operation or at least there would be a major feint. But let me be very clear. We do not know in detail any of these operational aspects of the undertaking. And as the Secretary says, we really shouldn't press too hard because there are lives at stake.
You heard the answer Secretary Cheney gave to our reporter Keenan Block there on whether the air campaign had gone on as far as they had intended, you know, to reduce the risk.
Yes.
Secretary Cheney, who is one of the smoothest public officials in Washington, seemed to hesitate a little bit there. What is your, am I reading too much into that, or have they had as much time to do the air campaign as they really would have liked?
I think if you ask any general if he'd like another day of air campaign, they probably would have said yes. We were doing a great deal of damage. As we learned earlier today again, they'd upped the percentages on the damage projections. 39% of the Iraqi tanks, 48%, as I recall, of the artillery. Each day, there were more and more pieces of Iraqi equipment being destroyed. Logically, if you could keep doing this longer, you would have more destruction. But parallel to this was the political diplomatic operation as well. And I don't think that it's unfair to say that President Bush had to make a decision on when to launch this campaign based not only on the ideal circumstances that he might like to have achieved with the military deployments, but also the developments in the diplomatic side of the operation. And that was a judgment he had to make. He was clearly prepared, as the one thing that Cheney did tell us, of course, is that today was the day. So clearly they had been prepared operationally for launching today, and so therefore there's no surprise in that regard. The President was prepared, and the decision just went ahead, unencumbered by any changes in the diplomatic situation.
Stephen Canby, how do you feel about the timing of all this vis-a-vis the effectiveness of the air campaign, reducing the risk? And is this the optimum timing for the ground defensive?
Well, I think everybody thought that the air war last week, the air war would go on because it's been allegedly so successful. If it's so successful, why not continue with the good thing? Obviously, I think political events have intervened, and we had to get this war to an end. And I think that's probably why Mr. Cheney gulped a little bit on that.
So your belief is that they would have liked, the military would have liked to carry the air war on further, and that political events have speeded up the ground.
That's right. Ever since the bunker in Baghdad was hit, one could see a whole change in how political events were speeding up, and suddenly the whole pace of when the ground war would begin was also accelerated. But I would like to return to the Normandy analogy, if I may. If we recall at that battle, deception was extraordinarily important because where the Germans had placed their operational reserves, and we made a big deal about the feint. So there couldn't have been a campaign where a news blackout would have been more important in that sense. Also, General Wickham had said earlier that this enemy is about to collapse, and suddenly he's saying it's much more formidable than the Germans, and the Wehrmacht, I think most people will concede, was probably the best army of this century.
Yeah. Did you want to come back, Bruce Van Voorst?
Just want to point out that, yes, just comment with what Steve said, and that is that there was a consideration as well of how finely honed you were getting the ground forces. After all, some of these troops have been out in the desert there for 3, 4, and 5 months. They have been up, ready to go shortly well, ever since I was there, surely in early February. But these troops are ready to go, and it would be very difficult to wait too long for this. So all of the questions, the success of the air campaign, the complications of the diplomatic situation, combined with the fact you had troops ready to go, certainly helped to dictate the timing on the decision today.
Ed Green, do you have an opinion on this, whether they've been pushed politically to go a little sooner with the ground war and would have liked to go on with the air war a little longer?
Robin, I think we'd be naive not to think there were some political considerations in this timing. But I think if we look at the reports that were coming out of Kuwait today concerning some of the brutal treatment of the Kuwaiti population that was still exposed to Saddam Hussein's troops, not only the figurative but the literal raping of the country, I don't think any country like ours or those made up of the coalition forces could sit back for long and say that we'll still do what we can from the air, because eventually you have to go in with troops on the ground in order to take that objective. I think the timing was such where we just had to move, and I'm also sure, based upon what General Schwarzkopf has said, and also Secretary Cheney and General Powell from the beginning, I don't think the leadership is going to commit ground forces without consideration for minimizing the likelihood of heavy casualties.
Richard Jupa, considering that we have so little information to go on, except the fact that we know it started, how do you feel about the timing? Is it the optimum time?
I think that the obvious stresses that the Iraqi leadership has shown over the last week have been largely in response to the threat of the ground operation. It was wide rumors that last weekend was when it was going to go. That's all of a sudden when a flurry of diplomatic activity erupted from the Iraqis. A contradictory flurry or whatever, it's clear that stress is showing at that level. And additionally, just charting the, if nothing else, the tank attrition numbers that have been given regularly by Central Command, there'd been a slight falling off.
Which you trust?
I largely trust. I think it would be unwise to question them too closely at this point. I'm sure that they have approached the 30% attrition rate, which is something that many military men recognize as the point on the broad average where a unit is damaged considerably. If they've gone beyond that, in some cases, even better.
Yeah. But would you say, let me go back to Steve Canby, would you say that political considerations have pushed the launching of the ground offensive into a timing that is more dangerous than they would have liked?
No, I don't think that's true.
You don't think that?
It's just that I think, given that the air war was producing such results, obviously it would have been better to continue, except you can't continue it too long because you are taking a public relations beating, and also the March winds and rains, and the Ramadan begins too.
General Wickham, how do you feel briefly about the timing?
I think the timing is just right. And I think it is unfair to assume that President Bush, and I've seen him function in capacity when he was a vice president, to assume that he is moving in a political direction and that he's not listening to his military people. This plan has been long developed, and there have been certain times, Secretary Cheney indicated some of those times even tonight. There were reaching a crescendo of capabilities, the readiness of the ground forces, the amount of damage that the air forces continued to do, and we were within a window that is about this time, and so I don't believe one iota that there was any political consideration that would drive us to do something earlier and risk American and coalition lives. I think that is a myth.
Well, General Wickham, Stephen Canby, Ed Green, Richard Jupa, and Bruce Van Borst at the Pentagon, thank you all. Jim?
Yes, we want to close tonight with some final diplomatic analysis of all of this, but before we do, here again is President Bush making the announcement of the opening of the ground war at 10 p.m. Eastern Time from the White House.
Yesterday, after conferring with my senior national security advisors and following extensive consultations with our coalition partners, Saddam Hussein was given one last chance, set forth in very explicit terms to do what he should have done more than 6 months ago: withdraw from Kuwait without condition or further delay, and comply fully with the resolutions passed by the United Nations Security Council. Regrettably, the noon deadline passed without the agreement of the government of Iraq to meet demands of United Nations Security Council Resolution 660, as set forth in the specific terms spelled out by the coalition to withdraw unconditionally from Kuwait. To the contrary, what we have seen is a redoubling of Saddam Hussein's efforts to destroy completely Kuwait and its people. I have therefore directed General Norman Schwarzkopf, in conjunction with coalition forces, to use all forces available, including ground forces, to eject the Iraqi army from Kuwait. Once again, this was a decision made only after extensive consultations within our coalition partnership. The liberation of Kuwait has now entered a final phase. I have complete confidence in the ability of the coalition forces swiftly and decisively to accomplish their mission. Tonight, as this coalition of countries seeks to do that which is right and just, I ask only that all of you stop what you are doing and say a prayer for all the coalition forces, and especially for our men and women in uniform, who this very moment are risking their lives for their country and for all of us. May God bless and protect each and every one of them, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much.
That was President Bush in the briefing room at the White House at 10 p.m. Eastern Time tonight. We go now to Jeffrey Kemp, who handled Middle East affairs on the National Security Council staff in the first Reagan term, and Regita Durgam, the chief diplomatic correspondent for the London-based Arabic newspaper Al Hayat. Jeffrey Kemp, the president said, this is right and just. Do you think it will be seen as right and just throughout the world?
No, but I think it'll be seen as right and just where it counts. That is to say, amongst our allied partners, I think in a large number of Arab countries, and certainly I think the Soviet Union, if we win decisively, is going to be on our side. There's bound to be opposition. That's inevitable. There'll be opposition in this country. But the key question here is, Saddam Hussein had dozens of opportunities to get out of this bind he's in. He's the one who's destroying Iraq. He's the one who's destroying Kuwait. The United States is doing an enormous service to the rest of the world. I think that's how it'll be seen if this victory is quick and decisive.
Regita Durgam, you agree that this will be seen by most of the world as right and just, even though by not all?
Yes, maybe, definitely not by not all of the world, but I think it should matter not only for those in the alliance, that they should see it and as just and like Jeffrey mentioned earlier, I believe that it's important to pay attention to the emotions and the feelings of the people of the region, because they are the people now who are going through the war, and I think we should try to be a little sensitive to the emotions they're having. As I would like to also say to Jeffrey, since he mentioned a little earlier that I think he misunderstood me to have said that it is President Bush's intransigence that brought about this war, and if I did leave such an indication, I'd like to correct it. It is Saddam Hussein who asked for this war, and he fooled himself into thinking that he could fight a superpower. But I believe that the president and the alliance did not permit diplomacy to interfere with the military decisions. So maybe in trying to explain why we have arrived at where we have arrived, maybe it is better that we take into account all the peoples, including those who are standing right now against this war and who think that it is not just or right.
What you mean, you think a military decision was made very early on that was irreversible by the United States and the coalition?
Well, Secretary Cheney just said that the date for the ground battle today was already set, and the ultimatum, of course, was given yesterday to be noon today. So I'm pretty sure that these things were taken into consideration, that diplomacy was not allowed to interfere. It was not permitted to reflect on the military decisions and what it might take to have a decisive victory in this war. And it seems to me that the ground battle was decided to be taking place now, despite the diplomatic flurry.
Jeffrey Kemp, what do you think the diplomatic history of this whole epic, if that's what it is, I don't even know what word to use, if this whole thing is going to look like when it's written?
Well, lots of studies and PhDs will be written about it, but I do think that Regita does have one point that I would agree with, that I do think the military calendar was as important a factor in determining the diplomatic schedule as anything else. We've known right from August, when this was first discussed, that February was an optimum time for military operations. We run into deep trouble if you want a major land offensive in late March and April for weather reasons, political reasons, this, that, and the other. We've been told all the way through the fall and right through Christmas that the military build-up would be completed in February. But it wasn't just us that knew this. Saddam Hussein knew this. So all the briefings that are seen every day are seen presumably by those in Baghdad who can still get CNN, so that there should be no surprise about this. And that if Saddam Hussein was not prepared to see which way the wind was blowing on August the 3rd or 4th, he should have seen the way it was blowing in December, and then January, and then February. It's his fault.
Let me ask you about that, Regita. Has this been a case since August 2nd of people talking past one another, that the United States and the coalition and the United Nations Security Council resolutions all said nothing is negotiable, you have to get out of Kuwait, and that Saddam Hussein and his people said, oh, come on, everything is negotiable, and nobody ever really believed the other until these last few days, and it all finally ended today?
Yes, I think that everybody was trying to call each other's bluff, and obviously we know who lost, but I think that Iraqis were thinking that they could bank on the public opinion, maybe on bringing down some Arab regimes, maybe on expanding the war. It seems that they even banked at one point on the ground battle, and they thought this is going to be the decisive battle for their victory, but it seems that no one believed the other until his bluff was called, and we saw it happen since January 15 up till now, and it is a process of not believing each other's threat, and we're facing the consequences of it. And I think the implications of all this are yet to come. We are going to see a different map in the Middle East, obviously, a new imbalance in the region, not a new balance. And I think the biggest losers in this whole war are the Arabs altogether, in the coalition and outside. And the biggest winners are going to be Israel, Iran, and Turkey.
You agree with that?
No, I think that clearly a lot of Arabs who put their money on Saddam Hussein are going to be big losers, but I wouldn't at this point say that the Saudis, Kuwait, if they get their country back, the small Emirates in Egypt, I wouldn't say they're going to be losers. I would say they come out rather strong, particularly since they've shown mettle and they've stood by us, and they're going to be seen as our great allies. And the Soviet Union is not going to try to break them apart. They're on our side.
All right, we have to go. Regita Durgam, Jeffrey Kemp, thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Again, President Bush announced tonight that the Allied ground war against Iraq began earlier this evening. The president called it the final phase in the liberation of Kuwait. Later, Secretary of Defense Cheney said the combined air, land, and sea campaign was carefully planned to force Iraq out of Kuwait with a minimum number of casualties. He said it was an extremely complex military operation with thousands of lives at risk. As a result, he said a news blackout would be imposed for the time being. Also this evening, the British and French governments issued statements saying that their forces would join the ground campaign. Tonight's action came about 8 hours after the deadline set by President Bush for Iraqi forces to leave Kuwait. Earlier today, the vice chairman of Iraq's Revolutionary Command Council rejected that ultimatum. Good night, Jim.
Good night, Robin. We'll see you on Monday night. Have a nice what's left of this difficult weekend. I'm Jim Lara. Thank you and good night.
It's been a day of massive force applied from the air and the sea and on the ground. A day of great successes for Allied forces, who suffered relatively few casualties, met very little enemy resistance, and took thousands of enemy soldiers prisoner. Tonight, we'll look at this first day of the ground war and assess the reaction in Washington, Baghdad, Riyadh, Moscow, and elsewhere around the world.
This is an ABC News special, a Gulf War special edition of World News Sunday. Now reporting from Washington, Ted Koppel.
Good evening. The first day of the ground war is now all but over, and from the point of view of coalition forces, it seems to have been a resounding success. In fact, there appears to be a deliberate effort underway from top theater commanders in Saudi Arabia and from the civilian command authorities here in Washington to keep premature enthusiasm in check. For the moment, though, news from the front is almost uniformly good. This video, shot before dawn out in the Persian Gulf, shows some of the huge 16-inch guns aboard the USS Missouri firing at Iraqi positions in Kuwait. Shortly after dawn, these pictures of U.S. howitzers already inside Iraq firing at enemy troop emplacements inland. If there has been any surprise all day long, It has been the incredible speed with which coalition forces have been able to drive into both Kuwait and Iraq itself. And all day long we have been hearing about the near collapse of at least the initial Iraqi defense lines. Enemy prisoners of war being taken by the dozen, by the hundred, by the thousand, until at last word, nearly 7,000 have surrendered during this first day alone. And almost miraculously, casualties among coalition forces, a relative handful. We begin our report tonight with this wrap-up from Saudi Arabia and ABC's Bill Redeker.
The Blitzkrieg assault began at dawn. Thousands of Allied tanks and armored personnel carriers cut through sand berms in southern Kuwait and Iraq, meeting little resistance along the way. Army howitzers fired ahead of the advancing troops to try to knock out Iraqi tanks and artillery.
We have to go kill people, but that's the only way we're getting home. I see it's either them or me.
Allied casualties were light. 11 Marines were reportedly killed in one counterattack. There were no reports of chemical weapons being used. Britain's independent television news reporter Sandy Gall was at the front.
An empty Iraqi position and Saudi armor in the Kuwaiti desert. Now they're moving forward in the direction of Kuwait City.
Lightly defended Iraqi positions were easily overrun. Central Command said 5,500 frontline Iraqi soldiers were captured during the first 10 hours of the battle. Some of the Iraqis clutched pamphlets airdropped by the Allies, instructing them on how to surrender. The Saudi military posed with their prisoners, who appeared dazed and in some cases relieved it was over. This one kissed one of his captors.
We are entering now to Kuwait. We would like to liberate Kuwait from Saddam Hussein.
Correspondent Forrest Sawyer filed the first live television report from near the front.
This is the earth berm that you have heard a great deal about. Really, in this great flat desert, it is simply sand that has been pushed up as a protection against the Iraqi troops. Past here, we have about 5 kilometers, and then Iraqi fortifications into Kuwait. Holes have been cut into this earth berm. That is the way that tanks, that armored personnel carriers, that all the equipment that the forces here will begin to launch will be moving toward the Iraqis. I am with Egyptian forces right now, Peter. I have spent some of the day with Saudi forces. There are Kuwaitis here. These are where the Arab allies are placed, and it is from here that they will launch their aspect of the battle. I'm not sure what you're seeing, Peter. I expected some of the artillery fire, and there is tremendous enthusiasm that you see among the Egyptians.
If you pause for a second for us, we can actually hear them.
Light rain and overcast skies, further darkened by the smoke of 200 oil well fires, made visibility today difficult, complicating close air support provided by Marines and the Air Force. Pilots said all of Kuwait looked like it was on fire.
Looks like what I envisioned hell would look like. I hope I never have the opportunity to see firsthand, but the country of Kuwait is burning.
A lot of black smoke up there. It looked like a lot of devastation going on in the ground.
In the Gulf, off the coast of Kuwait, naval preparations for an amphibious assault. British correspondent Michael Nicholson.
The sudden arrival here of this battle group with such enormous firepower and so close to the coast is something the Iraqis could never have expected. But at dawn, with smoke from the fires along the Kuwaiti coast heavy on the sea, Missouri turned her guns on Kuwait City itself.
The opening day of the land battle.
But the ground campaign, of course, has just begun, and the Allied forces have not yet fought Iraq's second echelon, the well-trained, well-armed Republican Guards. As one field commander today said, the farther we go, the more difficult it will become. Ed?
Bill, I'm intrigued by those oil fires still going on. To what degree are they visible in Saudi Arabia now?
We've noticed the overcast conditions here all day. It started out this morning with a little bit of sun, but then it quickly disappeared. it forms a sort of gray pall over the area, and of course it's been raining today as well.
And what about the sense of enthusiasm? I mean, one of the impressions that we get back here in Washington is that the civilian command, at least, is trying very hard to sort of tamp down a sense of premature victory.
I think that's correct. We certainly noticed that through several pool reports that we have read here, and part of it, of course, is because they have not yet, as I mentioned, confronted the Republican Guard, which will come further on in this campaign. And so I think they're trying to steel people against the possibility of more casualties in the future.
All right, Bill Rediker, thanks very much. In point of fact, we have just received some of the first video of U.S. casualties brought to a Navy hospital somewhere in eastern Saudi Arabia. For obvious reasons, we cannot tell you precisely where in Saudi Arabia. The key point here, as we look at some of these casualties, and you will notice, I hope, that none of the faces of these people are visible, so indeed members of families will not be getting their first indication of wounded relatives from television, but all of this has been cleared by U.S. censors, so I would assume that the word has already gone back to the family members. But the indications that we've been receiving all day long are that there have been remarkably few U.S. casualties in this first day of the ground war. Standing by live now at the White House, my colleague Britt Hume. Britt, I gather that the president has just received a late briefing from some of his top people at the Pentagon, and I wonder if you can bring us up to speed on that and on the issue of casualties. What more do we know?
Well, Ted, just about 2 hours ago, the entire Bush Foreign Policy and Defense High Command joined him here in the residence of the White House, and Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman Powell gave him a briefing in which he described the progress of the war. He said the initial thrust is steady, going according to plan, and successful. The president, you won't be surprised to learn, said he was gratified at that news and proud of his commanders. It was a fairly sketchy report that we got of what was in that briefing. White House Press Secretary Marlin Fitzwater advised everyone to be careful and cautious about the early reports from the battlefield, and I suspect that that extends to these astonishing casualty reports as well.
Well, I should point out that during the course of the day, we have, of course, been reporting that the number of U.S. casualties during this first day of combat, and when we talk about casualties, we're talking about killed in action and wounded in action, was said to be fewer than 20. Was he saying in any specific form that the number is actually higher, or just warning us that these first reports may be just preliminary?
I think what he was really doing, Ted, was warning us that the first reports across the board, except for they know the broad nature of the military thrust, and they know basically what territory has been covered and what territory has been taken. Battlefield details of the kind that would include full casualty reports are obviously to come later, and I don't think that anybody is really confident in these casualty numbers yet, that any sense that they're complete based on the first day's action, and I think that's really what he was trying to get us to understand.
Britt, we have only a couple of seconds left in this segment, but again, the impression that the really difficult times in terms of making decisions for the president are now over. I mean, now it's in the hands of his commanders, right?
I think that's true, Ted. Obviously, the risk exists that casualty rates, for example, could go very much higher and change public attitudes on this. But it would seem, if this goes anything like it's going so far, that all of the major risks have already been surmounted, and it's a question of waiting for the president.
All right, Britt, thanks very much. I'd like to go now to Dhahran in eastern Saudi Arabia, where Sam Donaldson is standing by. Sam, your assessment of what kind of a day it has been, and as you give us your assessment, also give us a sense of how much people are talking. We got the impression from Secretary Cheney last night that there wouldn't be a whole lot of it.
Exactly right, Ted. Secretary Cheney said last night there would be a 48-hour news blackout and that there would be no briefings. And this morning in Riyadh, General Norman Schwarzkopf, the commander-in-chief, showed up to brief the press. But it's not hard to figure out why the change of signals. The news was so good it couldn't wait. General Schwarzkopf spoke about a dramatic initial success. Here is some of what he had to say.
With the exception of one early afternoon engagement between the Marine Task Force and an Iraqi armor unit, contact with the enemy can best be characterized as light. 10 hours into this ground offensive, more than 5,500 prisoners have been captured. And we received reports of many hundreds more north of our positions with white surrender flags. Friendly casualties have been extremely light. As a matter of fact, remarkably light. So far, the offensive is progressing with dramatic success.
General Schwarzkopf, can you give us an idea of how long, based on what you know now, and things go according to plan, how long would you anticipate this thing is going to last, and how do you account for the fact that the opposition has been so light so far?
I would first of all say that the opposition has probably been so light so far because of the excellent job that all of the forces to date have done in preparing the battlefield. With regard to your second question, it's impossible to say how long it's going to take.
You say the opposition is light. Is this because you have avoided a frontal confrontation with them? Are you going around or over, and is that why there's little opposition?
We're going to go around, over, through, on top, underneath, and any other way.
Have you gone? Have you? I believe so.
That last answer was typical Norman Schwarzkopf, the Storm of Norman of fabled times, and the bear that people here talk about. I must tell you, Ted, that since General Schwarzkopf spoke in public, there have been more sharp engagements, we understand, not just the one that he spoke about. But even so, we're told that he has accelerated the ground campaign timetable. In 10 hours, ground units reached objectives that it was supposed to take them a day to reach, and so he's told his commanders in Patton-like sense, just keep going. Ted?
Sam, I guess the obvious question is why? Why does it seem to be going so much more quickly than they had anticipated? Do you think they deliberately exaggerated the degree of opposition that they would face?
No, I don't think they exaggerated it. I think they were surprised to some extent of how quickly the early Iraqi defenders seemed to have folded up. But I think there are 4 reasons. Schwarzkopf talked about 2 of them. The air bombardment has been merciless. They've been pounded from the air now for, 38 days, and it's taken its toll. Second, the tactics. Schwarzkopf told me a couple of weeks ago, he said, we're not going to go straight at them, where all of those ditches are, filled with oil, all those defenses. We're going to go around. And as he said in that news conference, we're going to go over them. We're going to hit them where they don't expect us. Then there's the equipment. Ted, our equipment is simply better than theirs. Our tanks can stand off at 2,000 meters and hit their tanks. Theoretically, their tank guns, at least for the T-72s, are a little longer range, but they don't actually work that way. So we can hit them and they can't hit us. And if I may say finally, it's clear that the morale and the training of U.S. forces simply are superior. These are war-weary Iranian troops. They fought, Iraq troops rather, they fought Iran for 8 years. And our forces are fresh, well-trained, and their morale is good.
All right, so good news from the front today. Sam Donaldson, thanks very much. I'd like to go now to our resident military analyst, Tony Cordesman, to give us a bit of an overview now, Tony, if you would, with one of those maps that you have there, of precisely where, insofar as we can now describe it, precisely where and how the ground assault has taken place, and how you interpret the immediate on-the-ground military goals.
Ted, obviously, we do not know the precise locations of our forces, but it is, I think, useful to look at the map. There are strong indications that we have forces in this area, Marine Corps forces, Syrian and Egyptian forces, Saudi forces, driving to isolate the Iraqi forces in this area, move to cut off the major road junctions here, and perhaps move toward the liberation of Kuwait City. That is one major thrust. Now, we have a very, very heavy corps, and by that I mean it has a great deal of armor. We don't know where that is, but one problem with the Iraqi strategy and deployments is that so many of their units, particularly their best units, are now in Kuwait or right on the border. If this force can drive forward, cut them off, move toward Basra, virtually all of Saddam Hussein's forces become isolated. Off the coast, another force we can't precisely locate, but the amphibious forces. They could come in, join in the battle for Kuwait City, join in the battle for the key road junctions, and they have a great deal of helicopter lift. We're not just talking ships. Then, if we look at a map with more scale, we see somewhere over here, and we have no idea where, is the 18th Corps, possibly with all of our light airborne units, heliborne units, plus a stiffening of mechanized forces. And the problem for Iraq is this. That unit can drive toward the main lines along the Euphrates, block any Iraqi supply from coming down, block them from retreating upwards. Now, the principles of the air-land battle are initiative, agility, depth, and synchronization. All of those are obvious except the last word, which means we use all of our combat elements together. And we seem to be well on the way to achieving all of those four principles in practice.
So when the commanders now speak very cautiously, as they do, of this operation being over in 7 to 10 days, looks like everything's on schedule.
It does indeed, but there was this very careful set of caveats made by Sam, and I think we have to reiterate it. They still have substantial armor in place, substantial mechanized divisions, and some of their better infantry divisions are not in the forward area. We should not, on the basis of a single day, go from what seems to be great success to euphoria.
Tony Cornersman, thank you. When we come back, the mood in Iraq's capital on the first day of this ground war.
This Gulf War special edition of World News Sunday is brought to you by New Bayer Plus.
What would it take to get you to change from Advil or Tylenol? How about something new from Bayer? New Bayer Plus with Stomach Guard. It's got it all. Bayer Plus has Bayer aspirin for powerful pain relief. To bang back headaches, muscle aches, and minor arthritis pain. And New Bayer Plus has more. Stomach Guard to help prevent stomach upset. So bang pain back with New Bayer Plus. The wonder drug worth trying. It's tough on pain, gentle on your stomach.
It begins at dawn. They've come for you, and they want what you have. It's your bed, your Serta Perfect Sleeper, but it's the most comfortable spot in the house. It's why people are saying, I want my Serta.
Ounce for ounce, can you mix a bowl of cereal with more vitamin and mineral nutrition than Total?
Sure. Well, that's in a dish. And we'll sprinkle some of these.
Sorry, all those put together don't add up to an equal amount of Total. For all this nutrition, nothing can top Total. Nothing.
Wow.
We return now to the ABC News special edition of World News Sunday. Here again from Washington, Ted Koppel.
While members of the coalition are near euphoric about today's successes, members of the Arab world who are sympathetic to Saddam Hussein are denouncing the ground offensive as a premeditated effort to destroy Iraq. ABC's Bill Blakemore spent this day talking to residents of the Iraqi capital of Baghdad. As always, his report was cleared by Iraqi censors.
This morning, people listened as Saddam Hussein told them Iraq was strong and would fight to victory. Then they continued the morning time shopping for basic necessities, which has become the routine here since this war began. So far, the ground war has made no difference to the general life here in Baghdad. This capital has already had 40 days of bombardment. Its citizens have grown accustomed to sounds of war. Now they're listening even more for news from the front. But with the telephone and other communication systems destroyed, such news is very rare, and Baghdad radio gives only general descriptions of battle. There were moments in this city today when you might not have thought there was a war on. The backyards of Baghdad were quiet with birds and cats, and the visits of neighbors. Being a Sunday, many members of Iraq's ancient Christian community, which is roughly 10% of Iraq's population, went to church, getting out from under the immediate reminders of war for a short time to remember and hope more privately. Like these Iraqis who attend the Virgin Mary Chaldean Catholic Church and are proud that they worship using the same Aramaic language spoken by Jesus. As with all families in Iraq, there are few among these who don't have men in the military at the front. While this service got underway, barely noticed down in the courtyard, a Muslim woman came in from the street to pray. Unfamiliar with Catholic custom, she performed the ceremonial cleansing more in the Muslim style, and then said to the Virgin Mary, I beg you, from woman to woman, make this war end. Then she bathed her daughter's face as well with the holy water of the Christians, and still anguished for the fate of her husband, left. A little later, as the service progressed inside, 3 more Muslims came in from the street to pray to the God of the Christians, a grandmother, her daughter, and her daughter, whose father is somewhere with the military. They brought a handful of candles to light. The grandmother said, one for my son, the rest for his friends. The mother told the daughter, give Mary a kiss and ask her to send back your father, Hassan. The only hint they have here of what it might be like for him, wherever he is, was more bombing on Baghdad tonight. Bill Blakemore, ABC News, in Baghdad.
Anti-American feeling was particularly strong today in Jordan, where sympathy for Saddam Hussein and the credibility given to Iraq's propaganda are both strong and widespread. ABC's John Donovan is in Amman.
At first, they were angry in Amman, Palestinians and Jordanians cursing America and George Bush at the gates of the U.S. Embassy. But then the word spread of Iraq's victories in a war that here sounds nothing like what the rest of the world is told about. Reports of Egyptian troops surrendering by the thousands, Syrian soldiers in mutiny, American troops in defeat. And suddenly, they were cheering. Some of this is street rumor, some Iraqi claims repeated on Jordan radio. The broadcasts also give the American version. But most people here want to believe the U.S. will lose.
You know, Iraq will win the ground battle. Of course, 100% he will win this match. And we are very proud of him.
Because we will fight and fight and fight, then in the end we will be victorious.
Today, Jordan sent Baghdad another shipment of food donated by ordinary people. While at government level, a statement read on television declared Jordan's, quote, anger, pain, and condemnation at the start of the ground war. Jordanian officials say the U.S. attacked just when a peaceful solution was at hand.
We still hope that a ceasefire could be arranged to stop the bloodshed.
Criticism of the U.S. was heard elsewhere in the Arab world. Tunisia's government announced itself deeply disappointed at the ground attack. In Algeria, an opposition politician called it proof that the U.S. had no other goal but to destroy Iraq. Yemen's ambassador to the United Nations said the ground war was unjustifiable. And in Syria, a partner in the U.S.-led coalition, a radical Palestinian group called on Arab states to cut ties with nations fighting Iraq.
Ted, tonight Jordan Radio is reporting another statement from Iraqi radio that American claims from the Gulf War, from the ground battle so far, are greatly over-exaggerated and not backed up with visual proof, by which they mean pictures. But we must say that pictures out of Saudi Arabia that do exist so far, for example, of Iraqi troops surrendering, so far have not appeared on Jordan television. Ted?
John, to a certain degree, I can understand both the anger and the anguish in Jordan. What I cannot understand is the degree of acceptance of some of that propaganda that you've been citing, because the Jordanians are very sophisticated. They have access not only access to, but watch Israeli television from next door. They listen to Voice of America. They listen to the BBC. Do people really believe what they're saying?
I think some of them believe it. Part of this is just pure blind faith. It's also the need to believe, and also some of them are pointing back to January 17th, the first day of the war, when they recall they went through 24 hours of believing, like the rest of the world, that Saddam had been finished that first day. It turned out not to be true, and that has given them, again, hope in this situation that, in fact, there are exaggerations out of the Gulf.
Have you had a chance to talk to any of the Jordanian leadership? I mean, I gather you were reflecting the mood on the street there in your piece, but what about the leadership?
For the time being, the palace, the king, the crown prince have been quite difficult to reach. We've made attempts to talk to them today, and so far they have not been available. Officials at somewhat lower level in the government, ministerial level, have been talking, and they still seem to be pushing for basically the possibility of a diplomatic solution. They are trying to work on a ceasefire, but you can see in their faces that they more or less know that it's a lost cause at this point.
John Donovan in Amman, thank you very much. Iraq's ambassador to the United Nations is now back in New York, back from Moscow, as diplomatic maneuvering continues despite the ground war. We'll take a look at all of that when we return.
This special edition of the Gulf War will continue in a moment.
What can a Pitney Bowes mailing system do for your business? Watch this. Seen enough?
Do you have a cold?
Yeah.
Here are 2 cold medicines. One relieves these 3 symptoms, this 9. Choose one.
None.
Why?
That's me all the way down the list. Muscle ache, congestion, general body ache, headache.
You chose Dristan over Sudafed.
I am shocked.
Would you try Dristan?
Yes, I would.
How do you feel now?
Night and day difference, 100% better.
Dristan relieves 9 tough cold symptoms.
I love Dristan, yeah. It's great.
LensCrafters made me these wonderful top-quality glasses and got me back on track in about an hour.
LensCrafters puts the whole lab right in the store to custom craft your top-quality glasses in about an hour. Call LensCrafters at 1-800-522-LENS.
We're about to prove a point. On the right, a pie wrapped in saran wrap. On the left, Reynolds and Glad. Knowing a bear won't eat what he can't smell, which one holds an odor and freshness better? Saran wrap. Nothing protects food better.
Calumet Farm in Kentucky has produced more legendary racehorses than any other stable. Whirlaway, Citation, Alidar. When excellence becomes a tradition, there's no end to the greatness. And it doesn't happen only in horse racing. Ford has set the pace in the auto industry from the outset. And with billions of dollars invested in models like our new Crown Victoria and Grand Marquis, we're going to stay out in front. Ford Motor Company.
Even though all the emphasis today has been on military action, particularly that on the ground in Kuwait and Iraq, nevertheless, there has still been some diplomatic activity. Here's a report now from ABC's David Ensor at the United Nations.
Iraq's UN ambassador returned to New York from Moscow under heavy police guard, avoiding all comment. At the United Nations earlier, an Iraqi diplomat said only that he hoped Iraq's troops would fight well for the sake of national honor. But on This Week with David Brinkley, Secretary of State James Baker inched towards supporting the removal of Saddam Hussein from power, saying he believes the 12 resolutions passed by the UN Security Council imply that goal.
They imply that the restoration of peace and stability in the Gulf would be a heck of a lot easier if he and that leadership were not in power in Iraq.
If Saddam Hussein does stay in power, Baker said, at a minimum, an arms embargo may be kept against Iraq. House Armed Services Committee Chairman Les Aspin suggested how the U.S. and its allies might force Iraq to accept peace on American terms.
We will keep some part of, we will control, we the allies, will have some control over some part of Iraq, that part of Iraq which is south of Basra. We will also still be controlling the economic sanctions, and in particularly preventing the export of oil.
The large number of Iraqi troops apparently giving up without a fight suggests to a delighted Kuwaiti UN ambassador that Saddam Hussein will have trouble holding on after the war.
Or the sign which I'm drawing that not only the region wants to get rid of Saddam Hussein, also his own army and his own people.
Iraq's ambassador to the United Nations is expected to meet here tomorrow with the president of the Security Council, and a diplomat who knows him well and has spoken with him today says he may ask for a special session of the Council. But having authorized the use of force, the UN really has no role, no control over how it is used. And that suits the U.S. and its allies just fine. What they want to see next here, of course, is a letter of capitulation to the UN promising to obey all 12 of the resolutions. Ted?
David, you corrected yourself there when you said no role and then no control, but in a sense, I think when you misspoke, you almost got it right. For the moment, does the UN have any role at all?
It's a talking shop, and if the Iraqis ask for a meeting, they may get it. But you can be sure that the U.S. and the allies will make sure there are no resolutions or no steps taken here against what stands now, the enforcement of those 12 resolutions.
All right, David Ensor at the United Nations, thanks very much. For the past several days, of course, the focus of world attention has been in Moscow, where the Soviets have been trying to craft, or were trying to craft, a plan that might have been able to forestall the ground war that is now underway. For the time being, then, the Soviets seem to be somewhat on the sidelines. Here's a late report from ABC's Jim Laurie.
The initial reaction here to the land war was one of disappointment that after so much Soviet diplomatic effort, it had come to this. Although one official told me tonight the Allied offensive looked like a blitzkrieg, and that's good, he said. At least it'll be over soon. The Soviet Foreign Ministry has repeatedly said its diplomacy has sought to prevent a land war and save lives.
The Soviet Union regrets
but a most realistic chance for a peaceful outcome of the conflict without further casualties and destruction has been missed.
The Soviets still believe that their round of frantic diplomacy was bearing fruit. A few more days, they said, and Iraq would have agreed to President Bush's demands without further bloodshed. Soviet television tonight, after noting that President Gorbachev's peacemaking had failed, went on to report the Allied offensive without comment. It noted that American public support for the war could change dramatically if, as in Vietnam, many American lives are lost. As to Russian public opinion about President Bush's action, no polls here, but it appeared to be evenly divided.
I support President, I support American troops. I very want and hope to win, quickly win.
I condemn Bush. He's pushed the limits of the UN mandate. After all the efforts of Gorbachev, I think Bush had an obligation not to start this military action.
What concerns some here is that President Gorbachev's efforts at last-minute peacemaking and President Bush's rejection may have damaged U.S.-Soviet relations, an outcome no one intended. When we talked to two Soviet officials tonight about U.S.-Soviet relations, they simply responded, "We hope that relations have not been damaged." Another said, "We must put our priority on ties with Washington." But for now, the Soviets are simply going to sit out this war, waiting perhaps for another opportunity to use the diplomatic route. Ted?
It seems, Jim, that at the moment President Gorbachev has got his hands full anyway. I gather there was a fairly huge demonstration outside the Kremlin today, and it was an anti-Gorbachev demonstration.
The one today was in fact in support of Boris Yeltsin, the Russian leader, but indeed he does have so many domestic problems here, but he was hoping at least to be seen as the peacemaker. He also, in pursuing his diplomacy, was pacifying perhaps the hardliners and the military who have been urging him to not get too close to Washington and to build new bridges in the Middle East where the Soviets hope they'll have a substantial role after this war is over.
In a sense, Jim, do you think it's possible that what they were doing was just laying a paper trail so that after the war is over they can say, well, we did everything we could and we were as good a friend to Baghdad as we could have been under the circumstances?
Yes, and beyond that, Ted, I think that the Soviets are particularly concerned about Arab public opinion, Muslim public opinion, if you will. They, after all, have 50 million Muslims living inside the Soviet Union, and so there is a constituency. Some of those people actually support Saddam Hussein, so Mr. Gorbachev has had to be careful.
Jim Laurie, thank you very much. When we return, we'll go back to the front lines of the ground assault against Saddam Hussein.
ABC News coverage of the Gulf War will continue after this from our ABC stations.
Your high-fiber cereal.
Tastes like a high-fiber cereal.
But my high-fiber cereal is different.
Why? Because it comes in a big red box?
No, because it's delicious.
Really?
It's the only one with this delicious combination of raisins, dates, nuts, and crunchy clusters.
Keeps sounding better and better.
And crispy high-fiber bran flakes.
That makes it perfect.
That makes it fruit and fiber.
That makes fruit and fiber my high-fiber cereal.
Post fruit and fiber cereal.
Delicious.
Why would you want your fiber any other way?
Red Devil Clear Polyurethane. You can always count on its durable finish. Harder than ordinary clear finishes, its beauty lasts and lasts. Red Devil Clear Polyurethane for the finish of a lifetime.
When you're all stuffed up and use an ordinary nasal spray, it drips into your tissue where it can't help you breathe. But not Sinex Ultrafine Mist. Its medicine stays where you need it, so you can breathe the way you want to. We don't drip down, we clear up.
Did you know if you're not using the AT&T network, your company waits over 40% longer for long-distance calls to connect?
I'm gonna wait till the midnight hour when there's no one else around. I'm gonna wait till the midnight hour.
Without AT&T, in 1 year you may end up paying people thousands of dollars to wait.
I'm gonna wait till the
Faster connections, another AT&T advantage.
When I say home by 11, I don't mean an hour later.
But, Daddy...
Another Maalox moment. It's a medical fact. There's no faster therapy known for your stomach acid than Malox. It's so strong, if you take it now, it starts working now.
Honey, I just can't help worrying about my little girl.
Daddy, I am 16.
Yeah.
Extra Strength Malox Plus. It's a medical fact. There's no faster therapy known. Look for the coupon in Sunday's paper.
Costner. Sarandon. Bull Durham. Sunday.
Never is information more crucial to democracy than at times like these.
There's something wacky at McDonald's.
Big Mac.
The Tiny Toon Adventures Gang.
It's Babs and Buster Bunny. And person.
Fries. A Diet Coke and
100 Happy Meals.
100 Happy Meals.
French lunch.
I mean, one Happy Meal.
Now buy your kid a hamburger Happy Meal at McDonald's for just $1.99 and get a Tiny Toon flip car. Collect all 4, get all 8.
100 Happy Meals, sir.
Now what?
Better pop the trunk.
McDonald's Happy Meal, just $1.99.
At Hosland, you really do get the best of everything. 9 out of 10 customers recommend us to their friends. Our goal in 1991, 10 out of 10. Hosleton.
How often do you watch Jeopardy?
Oh, I watch it all the time. I second that emotion.
Weeknights at 7:30, only on WOKR 13.
Those of you who may just be joining us, the ground war in the Persian Gulf is nearing the end of its first day, and so far at least it's been extremely successful. The news from the Kuwaiti theater of operations is almost all good. The land assault began in the pre-dawn darkness as thousands of Allied tanks and other armor cut through sand berms in southern Kuwait and Iraq, meeting little resistance along the way. To knock out Iraqi tanks and artillery, Army howitzers fired ahead of the advancing troops. It turned out that Iraqi frontline positions were only lightly defended and easily overrun. At last count, some 7,000 enemy soldiers have been captured, some of them clutching pamphlets dropped by Allied aircraft telling them how to surrender. Perhaps the biggest surprise has been how quickly Allied forces have been able to drive north into Kuwait and west into Iraq. ABC's Linda Patillo has been with the 2nd Marine Division for the past 40 days and filed this report on how it fared during this first day of the ground war.
At first light, the 2nd Division Marine frontline forces cross into the no man's land between Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. This is the largest force the Marine Corps has deployed side by side on the battlefield since World War II. They are still outnumbered by the Iraqi forces just ahead.
We've just passed out of the no man's land and into Kuwait. The regiment divides into 3 lanes to breach the first Iraqi entrenchment. Speed is essential. Ahead, combat engineers have already cleared a safe passageway through the minefield, but there is still the danger of being trapped and hit by Iraqi artillery. That is why the Marines call this the killing zone.
5 hours after the assault began, Iraqi soldiers are surrendering by the hundreds. So far, the resistance has been less than the Marines expected.
Everybody okay? Yeah. All right. Good.
During a break in the fighting, one of the Marines in the Humvee rests at a battalion aid station.
Left wheel axle hit a mine and it blew up the back of the vehicle. It was a scary feeling, and I just finished stopped shaking a few minutes ago.
Ahead, there are reports of Iraqi tanks, and the Marines must still move forward.
So far, it seems to have gone pretty well our way. Of course, initial indications are sometimes difficult to rely on.
I thought it'd be a lot tougher, but then again, it's not over yet either. So I don't know. It's just not as tough as I thought.
12 miles into Kuwait, the 2nd Division Marines set up artillery positions and prepare to hold the ground they have taken so far. Linda Patillo, ABC News, in Kuwait.
When we come back, we'll get second-hand word of what is happening these days inside Kuwait City now that the land war has begun. as I talk live with the Kuwaiti ambassador to the United States.
Think you can mix a bowl of cereal with more vitamin and mineral nutrition than Total?
With all this stuff, I know I can do that.
Not enough calcium.
Some of that, a little bit of this here, one here.
Still not enough calcium. For vitamin and mineral nutrition, nothing can top Total. Nothing.
Oh, come on now. Then we'll put...
Good morning, Lupe.
Good morning.
Think you can mix a bowl of cereal with more vitamin and mineral nutrition than Total?
No, sorry.
When it comes to vitamin and mineral nutrition, nothing can top Total. Nothing.
The stress headache. Relentless. Tightening. Stretching. When the pain has you at the lid, take Anacin. Anacin. Or aspirin-free Anacin 3. Strong pain relief for today's stress headache.
Like a blowtorch in my gut. That's how bad my heartburn felt. I went straight to Riopan.
Lab tests show Riopan Plus 2 starts neutralizing acid on stomach contact in 2.2 seconds.
The blowtorch is out.
Remember, 2.2 seconds. Riopan.
I'm Charles Gibson.
And I'm Joan London.
Watch Good Morning America for continuing coverage of Operation Desert Storm.
With full reports from ABC News, join us here on Good Morning America.
And joining me now live in our Washington studios is the Kuwaiti ambassador to the United States, a man with whom I've had many conversations over the past few months. Ambassador Al-Sabah, what have you heard today in particular from, and I realize there are those in your embassy who are in constant touch with people inside Kuwait City. What's happening in Kuwait City?
We have not had any reports coming out of Kuwait City specifically today, as you referred, Ted, but we've had many reports coming out during the last 2 weeks where there has been escalation and increase of brutality against Kuwaiti civilians, men, women, and children. They have been rounding up a large number of young people, taking them, we don't know where to, thousands of them. They have attempted to execute many of them and have, in fact, executed many who have been through the brutalities. They've been tortured by the Iraqis. I think we believe the whole purpose behind this is to hide any evidence of brutality against the Kuwaitis. You must understand the people in Kuwait have been going through this process of terror for the last 7 months, and we have been trying hard to bring this fact to the world public opinion and to the media. And we have seen how the world reacted when we saw the civilian casualties in Baghdad. We all have the same feeling with regard to civilian casualties. But what was missing really, because of Saddam Hussein's resistance to having anyone go inside Kuwait to show the world what was going on, soon enough we're going to see the extent of terror, the extent of torture the Kuwaiti people have been subjected to for the last 7 months, and the extent of damage to the country and the infrastructure.
Let's talk for a moment about the damage to the country, Mr. Ambassador. We have been hearing today, and indeed we have seen video of some of these oil fires. We're hearing about a couple of hundred of these oil wells out of what, a total of about 1,200?
Around that figure, I believe, yes. I'm not an oil expert, but I believe around 1,200 oil wells.
What is going to happen to these oil wells? Is it possible to restore them at some point in the future, or when they are set on fire like this, does that destroy them in some fashion for all time?
No, by all means they will be restored. These oil wells, what is burning now is the oil in excess in the well itself, but not really the reservoir inside. There are two types of oil wells which I was told by the experts. I'm not an expert in this. There are the low pressure and high pressure. The low pressure, they burn and they just go out by themselves. You know, it takes 2 or 3 days and they just die down. The high pressure ones are going to need more attention, I think, by firefighters. They could go on for weeks until they are tackled by those people and put out. There's no danger, I believe, to the reservoir of oil underneath, because this is the well which is getting oil in quantities, but there is no danger to the bulk of the oil underneath.
Just talk to me very quickly, if you would, Mr. Ambassador, about some of the reports that we have been hearing of public buildings that are either in the process of being blown up or have been blown up already in Kuwait City.
I have reports of this, Ted, but unconfirmed, and we have to be very careful here in getting, confirmation on these reports. We've had reports here that they have blown up the parliament, the Prime Minister's office. They've blown up some government departments and a couple of hotels there, 4 or 5 hotels they've blown up. But there is no independent confirmation of this until we can go in and see for ourselves the extent of this. The destruction of the infrastructure of the country is going on. So I'm not really surprised that they have resorted as a last resort in blowing up those significant government departments to show the world what they are doing inside the country.
Do you have any sense, and this will be the last question to you, do you have any sense of how long it'll be before Allied forces are actually in Kuwait City?
I have no idea, Ted, because this whole operation now is in the hands of the commanders in the field, and if anyone claims to have any knowledge other than the commander-in-chief or the people in the field themselves, I think we're just speculations. So we have to wait and see exactly how far this operation is going. It's going well. We know it's going well, unexpectedly well. And let's keep our fingers crossed that we will not have too many casualties and they'll be able to achieve their objective with the minimum number of casualties on the sides of all the coalition forces. But speculation is dangerous, and we have to be very careful in not being over-optimistic. There's still a long way to go, and it will be done.
All right. Ambassador Al-Sabah, thank you very much. Joining us now live from Boston is General Bernard Traynor, who has been serving as a military advisor to ABC News over the course of these past general weeks. General Traynor was a Marine Corps general, also a military writer for the New York Times. General Traynor, give me your assessment of where you think the greatest dangers lie over the next few days.
I think the dangers have diminished significantly from what we had anticipated, Ted. There's clearly been a failure of the strategy of the Iraqis, which was basically to delay our forces with a string of defenses and minefields and various obstacles, and while they were trying to fight their way through that, to hit them with lots of artillery and then to counterattack them with armor. And this has clearly failed. We saw today that the Marines were able to breach the defenses, and when the Iraqis came out with their armor, they were defeated. And I think what the Iraqis failed to understand was the enormous effect of air power upon them. They've been pounded for 40 days, and at this point, they really don't have many options left. And in terms of a danger, there is, of course, the danger of chemical weapons, but I think that's more psychological than militarily significant.
How do you analyze, General, the destruction of some of the public buildings in Kuwait City, the destruction of the oil wells and the oil fields? Just sheer meanness, or does it actually have any military significance or worth?
It has very little military significance. There is some significance in burning the oil fields, not in terms of ground operations because the smoke rises above the ground, but it does obscure the aviators when they come in for close air support for the troops. So there's some benefit to them in that sense, but it's relatively insignificant in a military sense. So one must say that out of pure meanness that they're doing this.
General Traynor, thanks very much. When we come back, we'll hear from Israel.
When you rinse first with Plax, normal everyday brushing takes on a whole new meaning. Plax, clinically shown to remove more plaque than brushing alone.
When your eyes feel extra dry and irritated, they need extra relief. Visine Extra gets the red out, plus an extra medication soothes, cools, and moisturizes dry, irritated eyes. Visine gets the red out and a whole lot more.
Why do I enjoy healthier Alpine Lace, low cholesterol and low sodium Swiss low cheese? Because it tastes so good. And now it's even lower in fat.
The healthy and tasty Swiss low cheese tastes so good from Alpine Lace.
Red Devil enamel. You can always count on its durable finish. Harder than ordinary paints, its beauty lasts and lasts. Red Devil enamel for the finish of a lifetime.
That was me, Tommy Lasorda, before I lost 30 pounds in 3 months on the Ultra Slim Fast plan. Now it's even easier to have my shake because Ultra Slim Fast comes ready to drink in new cans. Losing weight has never been so convenient. Wherever I am, I can have my shake. Ah, icy cold and delicious. Who says you can't take it with you?
Ultra Slim Fast. Give us a week. We'll take off the weight.
To introduce Isuzu's new Rodeo, we've placed it and Toyota's 4Runner in this campground to see which is better for family fun.
Sure, the Rodeo has more horsepower and rear anti-locking brakes, but another key difference is that only the Rodeo seats 6.
So, combined with its price, thousands less than 4Runner, we see that only in a Rodeo, no one gets stung.
The new Isuzu Rodeo, at just $12,499, there's no comparison.
For much of the past week, the Israeli government has been sitting on the sidelines watching nervously as one Soviet peace initiative after another made its way from the Soviet capital to Baghdad and then on to Washington. Now the reaction is to the ground offensive, which they had been hoping for. Here, reporting from Tel Aviv, is ABC's Dean Reynolds.
Prime Minister Shamir may have tried to conceal his feelings about events in the Gulf, but there was no hiding the government's glee over the Allied attack on Israel's enemy, Iraq. The joviality in Jerusalem contrasted sharply with the sullen silence in the occupied territories, where 1.7 million Palestinians were again placed under a 24-hour curfew. The better to keep things quiet, said the Israeli army. But in East Jerusalem, where Saddam Hussein is still revered, Palestinians were outspoken in hoping their Iraqi champion will make the Allies pay in bodies before the war is over.
He would lose, okay? But I hope that he would send him 20 or 30,000 coffins back home.
Israelis agree that Saddam Hussein still poses a threat and that he and his arsenal must disappear if there is to be peace in the region.
Dismantling Saddam's capacity for aggression, I think, or Iraq's capacity for aggression, I think, is another prerequisite for a post-war stability.
Last night, Iraq fired its 37th Scud missile at Israel, and the feeling here is that an increasingly desperate Iraq may yet arm one of those missiles with chemical warheads.
It may be the stage where he will use the last weapon, which he still hides somewhere.
If that happens, the Israelis say their policy of restraint will come to a screeching halt. Finally, the toughness of President Bush has come as a pleasant surprise to Israelis. They frankly did not think he had the stomach for a major war, and they are glad to see that they are wrong. Ted?
Dean, obviously Israel is also one of the most active and sophisticated listening points in the Middle East. What are they hearing from Radio Baghdad today, and how do they analyze what they're hearing?
Well, Radio Baghdad went off the air a couple of hours ago, as usual, and in addition to circulating the usual bombast about Americans telling lies, they suggested that they will invite a group of correspondents to come and see for themselves that the American claims of victories are in fact false, and that the claims of many Iraqi POWs are false. In fact, the Iraqi radio said that it is the Iraqi army which has captured Allied POWs, and they hinted that they may display them on state-run Iraqi television.
Now, let me see if I understand you correctly. You're saying that the Iraqis are offering to take, or saying that they will take, some Western correspondents into occupied Kuwait?
They're saying that they will take correspondents to see for themselves that the American claims are incorrect or false. That presumably would mean Kuwait.
All right. Any other word from Israel that you think we need to hear at this point?
Well, there is concern here, or there was concern here, that perhaps the ground war might take some attention away from the Scud missile campaign that the Allies have been pursuing in western Iraq. Of course, there have been 37 Scuds fired against Israel, but a few hours after the ground war began, Ted, Secretary of State Baker called Israeli Foreign Minister David Levy to assure him that, in fact, that campaign will continue to be prosecuted in western Iraq, and we believe that that may have led to Prime Minister Shamir saying tonight that he has confidence in the American ability to do away with that threat, and he believes that that will make it unnecessary for the Israelis to become involved.
Dean Reynolds, thanks very much, reporting from Tel Aviv. Joining us now live from London is ABC's chief foreign correspondent, Pierre Salinger. Pierre, we have been hearing, and I just want you to sort of round it out for us, if you would, obviously, a number of different reports, either coming directly from the Iraqis or from some of their Arab friends, suggesting that the picture is a far different one than that which we have been hearing. It's not a question of putting them on the balance scale of who's right or who's wrong, but it's always interesting to hear what your adversaries are saying. What do you hear?
You're right, Ted, and I will tell you all this with caution, but before I do, I'd like to just say something in connection with what was just said to you by Dean Reynolds, because it was a very specific thing they said. Last night, one of the first things that was announced by foreign forces is they captured the island of Failaka, which is near Kuwait City. And what the Iraqis said today publicly is that they have not captured the island of Failaka, and that foreign press should be sent to Failaka to verify the fact that it is still in the Iraqi hands. But then there's an additional sentence in their statement saying, but that's very difficult because we're still controlling that place and foreign press probably can't come here now. However, they are having contact with people outside Iraq and telling them other things that they are not announcing publicly. And one of the most important things that they're saying, and I say this with a lot of caution because there's no way to verify this, and particularly at a time when Western information is being held down and there's no way for them to say yes or no, they say that there was a bloody battle today, 60 kilometers southwest of Kuwait City.
Now, who is they here?
Excuse me?
Who is they?
The Iraqis are saying to friends outside Iraq that there was a bloody battle today in the town of Jada'iyah, which is 60 kilometers southwest of Kuwait City, where they caught Allied forces, and where, as I say, a bloody battle with a lot of losses of life on both sides, on the Iraqi side and the American side. They did not tell their people exactly the number killed, but they said it was a large number. The second thing they told their friends, and again, this is something they have not announced publicly, is that they have taken a number of Egyptian soldiers as prisoners of war in the fighting that has been going on inside Kuwait. And the third thing they said was all these stories about the fact that there is Western forces near or inside Kuwait City are totally false. They are still a long ways from Kuwait City, and it's going to be very difficult for them to take Kuwait City.
I should point out, Pierre, we have deliberately not reported it on this broadcast tonight precisely because it has not been confirmed, but since you raise it, I should point out that there have been reports during the day, unconfirmed again, of paratroopers who have actually dropped into the very outskirts of Kuwait City. But again, there's been no confirmation of that. What do you hear about what is still going on inside Kuwait City?
Well, again, I cannot talk from the standpoint of Western sources because what we have heard is President Mitterrand saying that there is we have no Western powers inside Kuwait City. At the same time, we heard this morning from the Kuwait News Agency that we were inside Kuwait City. I think that probably at the moment, Kuwait City is not occupied by Western forces, but it obviously is a major target for us. What the Iraqis are telling their friends outside of Iraq and Kuwait is that Western forces are not there and are quite a ways from there and will have a great deal of difficulty getting in there.
One more quick question, Pierre, and then I want to go to our Pentagon correspondent, Bob Zelnick. When you talk about Iraqis telling their friends, a few months ago it would have been so simple to say, well, of course they can tell their friends. How? I mean, you know, can they do it by phone? Can they do it by homing pigeon at this point?
It is my understanding that there is a radio system set up between Iraq and Kuwait and Northern Africa where they're getting this information through. And as I said from the beginning, I am telling you this information with caution, not the fact that this information has not been communicated, because I believe that it has been communicated. My caution as to whether or not what they are saying to their friends is true or not.
I think that's clearly understood. Pierre, thank you. If you'd be good enough to stand by, let's go now to the Pentagon, where ABC's Pentagon correspondent Bob Zelnick is standing by. Bob, again, we got that warning from Secretary Cheney yesterday that you weren't going to be publicly briefed. What about privately? Are they passing on any information at all? And if so, what can you tell us?
Yeah, there's quite a bit of private information that's been passed along. Let me start out by trying to clear up some of the issues that Pierre raised. First of all, he's quite correct. His sources are quite correct. There are no Allied forces inside Kuwait City. Second of all, the only airborne action so far, and it's a very large airborne action involving the 82nd and 101st and some French airborne forces, has been a drop north of Kuwait City. The purpose was twofold. One, to set up a zone that blocked any Iraqi ingress or egress from Kuwait City, and the second was to set up a big logistical base. Now, finally, I don't have, and we never got the precise location of the big battle that Pierre was referring to, but it may very well be that his sources are talking about the same action that General Schwarzkopf referred to early this morning that did involve Marine, it did involve tanks, it did involve an armored counterattack by the Iraqis, and it was the only substantial area where casualties were inflicted on Allied forces today, as far as anything that we've heard.
And indeed, at one point, we have heard of 11 Marine dead in one operation. That may have been the operation, right?
It may very well have been, Ted. But apart from that, all the resistance has been light.
Just a very quick question, Bob, and if you would, a fairly quick answer. On the number of casualties, they were talking before about fewer than 20 during the course of this first day. Are they still sticking with that?
Yes, I've heard no different. I've heard there were 3 different reports that reached the Pentagon, and all of them were under 20. The one revision that I have heard now is that reports reaching the Pentagon indicate that there may be as many as 7,500 to 10,000 Iraqi forces captured.
Well, that's already a considerable increase over what I mentioned at the top of this broadcast. I spoke of 7,000, now 7,500 to 10,000. Bob Zelnick, thank you. I'll be back with more in a moment.
New Alpine Lace American Slices.
Tastes so good.
Low cholesterol and 50% less sodium.
Hey, so good.
2/3 less saturated fat.
Healthy and tasty American. Tastes so good. Alpine Lace.
I swim, I jog. I love junk food. Sometimes even I get constipation.
When it happens to you, X-Lax pills give you a choice. Extra gentle for a little help, regular for a little more. X-Lax, for regular people who sometimes aren't.
Today, there's a diet pill that can help you lose weight without caffeine to make you nervous.
All my life I've been struggling with my weight. With Dexatrim, I finally lost weight and without being hungry.
No matter what else you've tried, Dexatrim can help you lose weight. Just one works all day, morning through bedtime, to control your appetite and help you lose weight.
Dexatrim did it for me. I lost weight and feel great.
Today's caffeine-free Dexatrim. Nothing works harder to help you lose weight. Nothing.
For the families of the men and women serving in Operation Desert Storm, the anxiety over whether there would be a ground war is now over. But their anxiety over when and whether their loved ones will be coming home has grown, obviously, that much stronger. ABC's Mark Potter talked to families who are waiting and hoping at Fort Stewart, Georgia.
At dawn, Hinesville, Georgia was quiet and on the surface seemed peaceful. But Hinesville is home to Fort Stewart and the Army's 24th Mechanized Infantry Division, which is fighting in the Gulf. And so the quiet here masks a town that is waiting and worrying. At a local restaurant, the breakfast talk and morning papers focused on the obvious topic. Private Edward Napolitano is a member of the 24th who was not sent to the Middle East. He waits now for news of his friends.
Just kind of wondering what they're thinking about, you know, what they're looking at, they're probably scared.
Many people in this town have loved ones fighting today. Jane Goodwine's husband is a tank commander, and last night she told her children their father was at war.
They just said, Mom and Daddy in war right now. I says, well, the ground war has started. And he says, well, is Daddy in there? I says, honey, I don't know. I says, probably. But, they says, well, Daddy coming home? And I says, of course he's coming home.
Barbara Yandow's husband is in the infantry. Working in a restaurant helps take her mind off some of her fears, but only temporarily.
You can't get away from it. Eventually, when you go home and it's nighttime, it hits you. You think about it constantly, of what could happen and what your life will be if something does happen.
Many in Hinesville felt war was inevitable, but that hasn't made the separations or the waiting any easier. Churches were filled today.
And Lord, we pray for the unsung heroes today who feel unable to do much that's heroic, but who stand firm and true. Brave men and women and little children who keep the home fires burning.
Officials at Fort Stewart say they have nearly 1,000 people standing by now to assist the relatives of any area soldiers killed in battle. which only underscores the fear on everyone's mind here. Mark Potter, ABC News, Hinesville, Georgia.
ABC News will continue to monitor the Gulf War 24 hours a day, bringing you news updates every hour and special coverage as warranted. That's our report for tonight. I'm Ted Koppel. Good night.
This has been an ABC News special. A Gulf War special edition.
You really feel the pace of battle where you are. You're sort of out of it in some respects, aren't you?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we're very close, much closer than you, but it's, what, about 260 kilometers up the road or even farther. We're getting pool reports back, and we're getting some video. Would you like to see some of that video?
Absolutely. Go ahead, and we'll cut.
All right, let's show you what we have here. This was taken by the British Independent Television Network. This shows U.S. Marines, we are told, about 30 miles from Kuwait City. This is a forward observation post. Let's listen.
Water towers are clean, too. Yeah. White ones, 1520.
They're spotting for artillery. Here are some other Marines who have taken ground positions, presumably are firing at Iraqis. And in a moment, you're going to see a couple of Saudi tanks. Now, that's incoming, that white smoke. Now, that's not gas, that's just the high explosive smoke. And these tanks are pulling back in order to get out of the ranging artillery fire that apparently has found their range. Here's just a multiple rocket launching system that's mobile. So that's some of the video that we've been getting back. And Peter, you get a little sense that things are going very well. As you know, casualties are said to be extremely, extremely light. And yet, as I say, we have been warned not to raise the flag of victory immediately.
Okay, Sam, thanks very much. We'll come back to you when the briefing is over. The briefing will give us the specifics on casualties. Bear in mind that in some respects, the operative word is maybe when you're listening to us. Maybe the information is running many hours behind the battle. Sam mentions, for example, that the Republican Guard has been seen moving south in the direction of U.S. armored columns. That may have occurred as much as 12 hours ago, and the battle may have been joined and may even be over at this point. We simply do not know, which is why we will continue to rely on the military briefers in Saudi Arabia. We do know that the number of prisoners of war has increased. We had some video in a short while ago of that, and the Saudi Arabians did say to us a short while ago in their briefing that now 20,000 of the frontline troops have given up. These were captured, or should I say gave up, to Egyptian forces who were accompanied by ABC's Forrest Sawyer and his cameraman Kurt Worden. They have been up about 10 or 15 miles inside Kuwait now. Forrest Sawyer had a chance to talk to some of these men. He talked to their commander at one point, who said they had food, they had water. What they did not have was the morale. Over at the Pentagon this morning, standing by, is ABC's Bob Zelnick. Bob, the mood over there this morning?
The mood is one of expectation, Peter. Military planners have always assumed that the decisive battle of this war would be between the Allied 7th Corps and Iraq's elite Republican Guards. Sources here expect that battle will be joined within the next 24 hours. If it goes very well for the Allies, the war could end inside of a week. If not, it could take considerably longer than that.
Bearing in mind again, Bob, that we're coming before the briefing, at the beginning of the campaign, beginning of the land campaign, we were pretty much led to believe there might be an amphibious landing. The understanding is now it has not occurred yet.
That's correct, Peter. The use to which these amphibious forces have been put so far is first to land a little bit of equipment in support of the Marines, and second as a bluff to tie down 3 to 5 Iraqi divisions. My understanding is there will be amphibious landings, but at least in the early stages of the battle for Kuwait City, they will not be the major factor.
Okay, Bob, thanks very much. Let's get a map up, if we may, please, including Failaka Island, where we talked for a second to retired Marine General Bernard Traynor, who was in Boston this morning. General Traynor, you told us a little while ago that there weren't many great targets along the Kuwaiti coast for an amphibious landing. What did you mean?
Well, Peter, if you look at that map and you go south of Kuwait City, they have Iraqi forces dug in there, and there's not much point in making an amphibious operation there when you can cut off those forces by attacking from the salient which is to the west, up towards the Bay of Kuwait. The ground forces, and this is where the 1st and the 2nd Marine Divisions are currently fighting.
The reason I brought up Failaka Island, and perhaps you'll talk a little bit about this, is because when the campaign began, we were told, I think by Kuwaiti sources, that the island had actually been captured. This morning, we hear about it being shelled by the Marines and by the Navy.
Yeah, I think Falaka Island is still a potential target. It's not essential to the campaign, but it would allow you to put the jump jet Harrier aircraft there as a forward air base, and it is only 12 miles from the mainland. But if you go above the Bay of Kuwait, you see you have Bubiyan and Waba Island, and there's not much point of an amphibious operation there. But I think Bob Zelnick pointed out the great importance of the amphibious threat was that it tied down about 5 of the Iraqi divisions that could have been used elsewhere.
Okay, thanks, General Traynor. As Bob also, I think, may have mentioned, there have been a number of helicopter flights that have been flown over to the coast this morning to create, all this according to the pool reports that are coming in from Saudi Arabia, to create the impression among the Iraqis who are on the coast that perhaps an amphibious landing was imminent. But of course, those shores are reported to be very mined, so if you do not at this point have to mount an amphibious operation against the coast, it makes sense not to do it. Again, military briefers will be along in just a couple of minutes to give us their view of what is happening so far. John McWethy over at the State Department in a minute or so. Everybody's talking about this being a fast war. We're absolutely not certain that is the case, but are they beginning to talk about how to end it over there?
Well, it's one of the puzzles, Peter. If Saddam Hussein, once his forces are pushed back across the Iraqi border, decides that the war is not over and he is going to continue to have a hot border with artillery and various other things going on across it, then the United States is going to be confronted with a very difficult set of choices. One of them is to continue the air war, even though the land war phase would be over. That is something the U.S. certainly does not want to happen. But if Saddam Hussein decides he's going to fight on for whatever bizarre reasons, then this war is going to continue.
Okay, thanks, Jack. We'll come back to you after the briefing. It was interesting to hear General Ben Sultan, the Saudi commanding general, when asked this morning about Saddam Hussein and war crimes, said, well, let the Iraqi people take care of Saddam Hussein, but if there are people in Kuwait City or found in occupied Kuwait who are guilty of war crimes, then he wants, or suspected of war crimes, then the Saudis want an international tribunal. In just about 15 seconds, Britt, if you wouldn't mind, before the briefing, what's the President's Day look like?
He will be making some remarks at 11 o'clock in which he will insert a paragraph or two, not a battlefield update by any means, just some remarks about the progress of the conflict. There's some very real concern here, Peter, that these casualty figures may be so low as to generate higher than appropriate expectations, even though that's not based on any higher figures they have, just the concern that it must be higher than it's been reported so far.
While we're looking at you, Britt, while we're looking at him, could you just pause for a second? The drums continue to go behind you. I don't think we've explained in some while what they're about, but we'll come back. I apologize. Those are the drums of protest. We'll come back to that. Here's General Neal.
Last night, operational security considerations in the early stages of the battle necessarily limit the level of detail in which I will describe what is occurring on the battlefield. Let me first qualify my comments by reminding you that the battlefield is a dynamic and ever-changing place, and that these initial reports are just that, initial reports, and they may change as further details become known to us. In ground operations, we are now into the second day of ground campaign and the 39th day of Operation Desert Storm. We are continuing to attack and continue to achieve tremendous success against the Iraqi forces in the KTO. Our ground forces continue to encounter light to moderate resistance and are currently ahead of schedule in securing their planned objectives. Across the front, coalition forces continue to capture large numbers of enemy prisoners of war, in some cases entire battalions at a time. Marine, Army, French, and Saudi forces have captured more than 18,000 enemy prisoners of war to date. Coalition forces are engaging armor and mech forces with great success. During the late morning and early afternoon today, Marines engaged an armor and mech force destroying 50 to 60 tanks. An Army armor brigade operating with Marine forces engaged another armor mech unit consisting of over 150 vehicles. And initial reports indicate, again, tremendous success. The fight goes on. Just as I left the war room and came over here, I received another updated report from separate situations that Marine and Army forces have reported the capture of 20 T-62 tanks, 40 APCs, and over 400 EPWs. In another incident, 50 Tu-62 tanks are parked within 4 kilometers of their position, with the Iraqi crews indicating their desire to surrender. An additional 2,100 EPWs have been captured since I gave you those last numbers, and 20 to 30 tanks have been destroyed. Late this afternoon, United States Air Force A-10s, working in conjunction and close coordination with U.S. Army armored units, destroyed an additional 35 tanks. Since the beginning of the ground offensive, coalition forces have destroyed more than 270 tanks and continue to attack all types of vehicles and other types of emplacements. And again, I would emphasize these are extremely conservative results. Since the beginning of the ground campaign, casualties remain extremely light. One casualty obviously is too many. As of this afternoon, initial reports indicate that 4 U.S. servicemen have been killed and 21 have been wounded in action. However, I must again say that these are initial reports, and all of the numbers cannot be confirmed at this date. Air operations, United States Air Force, Marine Corps, United States Navy, and coalition air forces continue the air campaign. Yesterday, we flew over 3,000 missions, including 1,300 in the KTO. Of that 1,300, over 700 were dedicated to close air support. Today, the same tempo of operation continues. Since the last time I briefed you, we have lost 4 U.S. aircraft, 2 AV-8Bs, 1 Apache AH-64, and 1 A-10 in combat operations. Of the 5 pilots involved, 3 have been rescued. Naval operations and naval and marine amphibious operations continue all along the coast of Kuwait. Terrorism continues as the only Iraqi success to report to date. We have seen an increase in Iraqi terrorism throughout the KTO. As of 1300 this afternoon, we can confirm over 600 fires burning in the KTO. Of these, at least 517 are wellheads. Additionally, numerous facilities throughout Kuwait City are being systematically destroyed. Reports of atrocities of the worst sort are continuing to come in through reports. In closing, let me underscore the fact that to date, we have employed only a small portion of our total combat power. There is much more to come. This completes my prepared remarks. I can answer a few questions before leaving. General. Susan?
Can you tell us anything at the moment about the Republican Guard in terms of whether or not the Republican Guard is coming out? Are they moving at all?
We have engaged some forces of the Republican Guards and enjoy the same success that we're having against other forces.
General?
Yes.
Would you say right now that this is a one-sided battle? You seem to be reporting a great deal of success and very little failure.
I wouldn't say it's one-sided. I would just say that we're enjoying success where we're meeting the enemy, we're defeating the enemy. Yes, ma'am.
Can you give us some more details on the Republican Guards? Are they resisting, are they fighting, or are they surrendering?
They're being beaten. Yes.
General, there's a report of a column of 80 Republican Guard tanks heading south, and reports that a major tank battle is going to be occurring momentarily. Do you have any information about that?
I can't confirm or deny that particular report, but let me say that as my report would indicate, or my prepared remarks is, we've run into substantial numbers of tanks, and we've defeated them. Yes, sir.
Have you run into and engaged with your own armored forces T-72 tanks?
We have destroyed 35 T-72s as I speak. Yes, sir.
General, can you tell me the KIA, was that one incident? How did that happen?
The KIA for U.S. casualties?
Yeah, 4.
No, that's a combination of situations, a total of 5 with 21 WIA.
General?
Yes, sir.
Has there been any sign of the Iraqi Air Force?
None whatsoever. Yes,
General,
sir.
How much is the progress made so far in capturing the Kuwait City as a capital?
I'm sorry?
Kuwait City. How much progress have you made in capturing it?
Kuwait City, we're moving towards Kuwait City, and we continue to experience success as we move in that direction.
General?
We've got time for one more.
In Kuwait City, since these atrocities are going on, are you not taking steps to deal with this situation on an urgent basis?
I think the best way to answer that, Richard, is that we're continuing our campaign plan as we have structured it. We're ahead of schedule, as I told you, and I think that We're going to deal with that situation as we come upon it, but to try and do something specific and change the plan that might either put at risk U.S. or coalition forces, that would not be prudent planning by military commanders. Rick?
General, what can you tell us in terms of when you expect to wrap this thing up and the liberation of Kuwait be completed?
I can't give you a time frame on that, Rick. All I can say is that the U.S. and coalition forces are attacking with an aggressive spirit, and we're meeting the enemy, and we're not having any problem to date in destroying him. Thanks very much. That's all I have time for.
Chemical weapons at all?
First American briefing we've had since General Schwarzkopf after the first several hours of battle. Just to review it quickly and to try to mesh it a little bit with the briefing given earlier by the Saudi Arabian commander will give you a little better sense. General Neal says light to moderate resistance. The Saudis said they were doing much better than expected. General Neal says the battlefield is ever-changing. They're having tremendous success. That matches up. He said that 18,000 prisoners of war. The Saudi Arabians actually said there were 20,000 prisoners of war already either in hand to them or en route. And there's a lot of discussion here about conflict between Armored Mechanized Division and the Marines and 80 tanks destroyed. Now, in listening to the language, we rely on our military analyst, General Bernard Trainer in Boston and Tony Cordesman in Washington. Tony Cordesman, to begin with you. A question here about 35 T-72 tanks destroyed. Who has the T-72 tanks and where did the U.S. believe they were?
Well, virtually all of the T-72s are with the Republican Guards, Peter, and if we look briefly at the map, where we believe they were is in this area with the red circle, although some Republican Guards elements were reported to be scattered in this area here. One great problem for them is if they're moving T-72s out of this area, coming down here with the Republican Guards, they first face all of our air power, and second, they've got to take forces out of the area which was designed to defend Basra and the approaches to the north. So they will be seriously unhinged by this operation.
Okay, hang on, Tony. Let me say, I want to just try to go through this slowly, if we may. He also says that A-10s had described 35 tanks. That suggests to a layman that tanks have come out of their dug-in position and are on the move, making them vulnerable to U.S. air, correct?
I think that's almost certainly true. It will not only, of course, be the A-10s, but the Apaches and the F-15Es.
And 270 tanks destroyed in the first 88 hours of the ground battle, high figure?
It is a high figure. It is roughly the equivalent of a division. They were specified as being T-62 tanks. And again, I think it's interesting to take a brief look at the map because if we look at where they probably have to be coming from, that's out of the Armored Reserve in those divisions. And I think it's also important, Peter, that we have units surrendering. If units are surrendering in this area here out of those Armored Reserves, that in many ways is the backbone of the Iraqi forces in Kuwait.
At the second echelon particularly, and as you heard General Neal say there after he pointed out that the Marine and Army had engaged and destroyed 40 T-62 tanks, he said there were some other T-62s waiting about 4 kilometers away, showing an indication that they wanted to surrender. Clearly they must have had a white flag up of one sort. Let me, if I may, now turn to General Bernard Trainer in Boston, retired Marine General Bernard Trainer. At one point, General Neal says that they're meeting the Republican Guard and having the same success as with other forces. Now, there was virtually no resistance, General Trainer, at the very front lines of Saudi Arabia and Iraq. What does this tell you?
I think when the Marines went through the barrier line down along the border, they were able to do it successfully without too much resistance. But the Iraqi technique was to use those defenses to slow down an attack so that then they could counterattack with their armored forces. Obviously, the first part of this strategy didn't work, but the armored forces are coming forward. These are local reserves, to include some T-72s and probably some Republican Guards. But they're being engaged and being destroyed. I suspect some of them are fighting and some of them are just giving up.
Let me just ask you one more question, General Trainer, if I may. When you hear phrases like the armored mech, that's the armored mechanized forces of the Iraqis, and the Marines mixing it up, can you tell where the battle is or what's actually being fought over?
Well, when they talk about armor, that means the tanks, and the mech, means the infantry in infantry fighting vehicles, which are these armored car type affairs. And the Marines apparently are not on the coastal section, but just in from the coastal section of Kuwait, heading up in the direction of the Bay of Kuwait, and there are 2 Marine divisions there, and apparently that's where the bulk of the fighting with the armored forces is taking place.
Okay, General Trainer, thanks very much. And just moving towards Kuwait City, General Neal said, which will tell you that the reports you'd heard earlier about the U.S. already having landed in Kuwait City are either being contradicted by the military briefers today or were not the truth in the first case. They came from the Kuwaiti resistance. Let's go to Saudi Arabia, where ABC's Barry Serafin is in Riyadh, the capital. Barry, you've heard the briefing. What can you tell us more about the prisoners of war?
Well, Peter, one thing that I'm hearing here is there are, of course, a lot of logistical problems in an offensive like this, but one of them is they're getting so many prisoners, and there's the problem of moving them south through those pathways they've cleared through the minefields, the same pathways they're trying to use to go north, and that's slowing things down a little bit.
Anything else out of the briefing that catches your ear?
Well, just the numbers, Peter, the very light casualty numbers and the very high numbers when it comes to tanks. 270 tanks destroyed, he said, and he talked about 35 of the T-72 tanks. That's the top-of-the-line tank for the Iraqis, so these are very impressive numbers.
Okay, Barry Serafin in Riyadh, thank you very much. By the way, it's about 6:30 in the evening in Saudi Arabia and in Iraq at the moment. A very bad night overnight for the residents of the Iraqi capital, Baghdad. A number of air raids there overnight as attacks on the edge of the capital continue. We talked to ABC's Forrest Sawyer in the field a little while ago, and perhaps we can get up some of the video he had of the prisoners of war that had been taken by the Egyptians and the Saudis while we listened to ABC's John McQuethy, John, on the subject of what do you do with prisoners of war?
Well, as Barry Serafin indicated, Peter, this is becoming a major problem. Not only do you have to bring them all underneath U.S. or Saudi control, actually, they're going to be passed to the Saudis, but you have to take care of them. You have to feed them. You have to provide them water. There's no transportation to get them from where they're being captured back into Saudi Arabia. It is becoming a real mess in the rear echelons of the coalition forces.
And by the way, those that you're looking at now, we're about 10 or 12 miles inside Kuwait, which Forrest Sawyer came upon, and they had to then send off to Saudi Arabia for a lot of Saudi school buses in order to come to the front and take them to rear areas. John, none of them look, I shouldn't say none of them, but a lot of them do not look desperately unhappy about being out of the war. I think it's the experience that prisoners of war often have. How long can they expect to be in Saudi or American hands before they might go home?
Well, that depends on when the war ends. Certainly the United States and the coalition is not going to be releasing Iraqi prisoners of war until coalition pilots in particular have been released, and until there is some sort of agreement with the Iraqis. And that, of course, is one of the major sticking points. How do you end the war?
Okay, thanks very much, John. We'll come back to you a little later on. As you will recall, the International Committee of the Red Cross has access to all of the Iraqi prisoners being held by the Americans and then ultimately by the Saudis. But from the beginning of the campaign, the Iraqi government did not allow the ICRC, the International Committee, to come and see Allied pilots currently being held in, we believe, Baghdad. The British are going to come along and brief not too long from now. We will monitor that, but ABC's Pierre Salinger is standing by in London. And Pierre, I know we asked you to get the newspapers up this morning to give us some sense of how the British are greeting this first day of war.
Yeah, Peter, but just before that, let me just give you a bulletin that we've just gotten from a French general, Michel Roquejeoff, who has just announced that the French have completed their ground attempt. They have neutralized an entire division of Iraqis, taken 3,000 prisoners. Now, this is a group of 10,000 Frenchmen led by the French Foreign Legion, and he is saying that as far as what their objective was, they have already achieved that objective in 36 hours, and that they are 100 miles inside of Iraq in the direction of the Euphrates River. Now let me turn to the British press. The British press is very optimistic about this war. Here's Today. They're talking about surrender. Here is the Daily Star talking about the rat's bite. Now the rats are known in the British forces are known as the Daily Rats. Here's the Daily Express. The Desert Rats. Here we are storming on to victory in the Daily Express. and this one, the Daily Mail, our troops are doing a great job. So you can see, and of course that's the tabloid press, but the serious press is not much different. Resistance crumbles as coalition forces push into Iraq and Kuwait.
Okay, Pierre.
So there's a great deal of optimism here, Peter.
Okay, Pierre, thanks very much. You're glad you make the point that the British press, particularly the tabloid press, is astonishingly more patriotic, directly, obviously patriotic, than the American press. And a lot of those front pages this morning printed in red, white, and blue. Can we go to Tel Aviv now? Good. ABC's Dean Reynolds is standing by in Tel Aviv. Dean, as the battle was going on in the south, the Israelis got hit by a couple of Scuds overnight.
That's true, Peter, and they have been concerned that the ground war might distract the Americans from the campaign against those H-2 and H-3 Scud missile sites. Secretary of State Baker assured Foreign Minister David Levy of Israel a few hours after the ground war began that the campaign against the Scuds would continue, but as you say, we had 2 more Scuds last night, and people here, of course, are continuing to monitor the situation as tensions continue to rise.
Okay, thanks very much, Dean Reynolds in Tel Aviv. And back to the White House now, because before the briefing began, we asked Britt Hume to describe, or to remind us at least, what those drums are. They've been going constantly, Britt.
They have indeed, Peter, and they've died down for a moment. There's a group of protesters, quite small, that has taken up permanent residence across the street from the White House. I'm sort of pointing over in that direction.
Can we turn the camera around and have a look at them?
Bill, if it's possible, can you spin around? He's not really in a position to do that.
Okay.
He's blocked. But most of there it comes again. That very loud sound you hear, Peter, is coming from a bass drum. It looks very much like the kind of bass drum you'd associate with a high school or college band. And that is a recent addition to the firepower there across the street, and it has made what you hear there very much more evident than it had been before. All the sound you hear coming over there, from over there now this morning, Peter, is coming from 3 people. They're surrounded by many more police officers, and in terms of making noise, they're doing a great job.
Okay, thanks very much. I, in one respect, pointed out so that people understand what's going on. That demonstration's been going on since the beginning of the campaign. But it also reminds me that the president was up very early this morning. He was up at 5:30, didn't need a wake-up call. Our White House people told us a little earlier that he got up 5:30, called the briefing room in the war room himself, and asked to be briefed on the war. And the news you have had and he has had is that only light to moderate resistance from the Iraqis. Tremendous success, General Neal calls it. The Saudis say that 20,000 prisoners of war have been taken. The ground war has been going on for 1 day and 14 hours. This is the 40th day of the war, almost 40 days and 40 nights. The president is going to make a public appearance this morning at about 11 o'clock, and when he does, we shall be here. I'm Peter Jennings in New York. We'll be here every hour on the hour throughout the day. As General Neal said, remember, the battlefield is a dynamic but changing place.
This has been an ABC News special report.
Going much better than expected. They were ahead of schedule. General Neal, the U.S. briefer, said they were only meeting light to moderate resistance from the Iraqis. And both men agree that more than 20,000 Iraqis have now surrendered to the Allied forces, putting something of a logistics burden on the Allied forces, as they've had in some cases to send Saudi school buses to the front to bring them back to the cantonments where they will be held. American casualties are extremely light. Though, as General Neal said, even 1 is too many. American deaths in the field of battle in the last 36 hours have been 4 U.S. killed, perhaps 5. There was a little bit of confusion there, and 21 wounded. The war in the air continues. Almost 3,000 missions flown in the last 24 hours, most of them over the Kuwait theater of operation, in close support of the Allied ground forces, which continue to move ahead on an extremely broad. Somewhere just inside Kuwait at the moment, ABC's Forrest Sawyer has joined us live briefly. Forrest, it's night there now, but if you'll tell us what's going on.
Peter, what's going on now with the Saudi forces with which I am based is essentially that they have set down for the night. They have made it just past the first Iraqi minefield and gone to some of the bunkers there, and they have set up their forward camp at that position. We are at an oil trench, which is maybe about 1.5 kilometers behind that. You can see a little better than I can with this night scope that we have set up, Peter. But if you look behind me, we are looking south. Those lights are back in Saudi Arabia, and they are the lights of the rear positions there. What you may see as smoke rising up is the smoke from the oil trenches that were set on fire by the Iraqis.
We're lucky just to see you for us, but are the Egyptian and Saudi forces advancing at about the same pace across the desert now?
You and I spoke earlier today, and I told you that if they moved at the same rate they were going, they would not reach their day's objective. They, in fact, slowed down. They haven't moved much beyond where they were at that point. Let me give you a difference in the approach of the Americans and the approach of the Saudis. One American source told me that it would take about 2 days for U.S. forces to move through these fortifications and on to Kuwait City, some 70 or 80 kilometers away as they would go. It's going to take much longer. The first day we've only gone about 12 kilometers. Two reasons for that, Peter. One, tremendous inexperience in the Saudi forces. They have never really done battle, and combined live fire operations like this are terribly, terribly difficult. Also, they are far more cautious than United States forces would be, and so here we sit back behind the fortifications.
Okay, we'll talk to you tomorrow morning. Thanks very much, Forrest Sawyer, who's inside Kuwait 1 day and 15 hours into the battle. You heard the president say, guard against euphoria. He said there are battles to come and casualties to be borne. And of course, in marking Black History Month, he also makes the point that racism and bigotry, literacy and poverty still exist. Talking about General Benjamin Davis Jr. there this morning, the first black ever to graduate from West Point, who published his autobiography this week. He spent those 4 years at West Point and no other white soldier would talk to him. Some things have changed. I'm Peter Jennings in New York.
This has been an ABC.
From ABC, this is a special edition of World News Tonight with Peter Jennings.
Good evening. We begin tonight with what we believe is the latest news. Late this evening, Baghdad Radio carried an announcement, allegedly from Saddam Hussein himself, ordering his troops to withdraw from Kuwait. He said they should do so in accordance with the Soviet Union's plan for a political settlement of the war, which the president turned down 3 days ago. At the time, the Iraqis had said they would begin to pull out after a ceasefire, which the president rejected. Now, we're not quite sure exactly what all this means, but standing by at the White House is ABC's Britt Hume. How's the White House reacting, Britt?
Well, the White House isn't quite sure what all this means either, Peter. The president was up on Capitol Hill playing paddleball this afternoon when the wire service reports, which is all that the White House says it's seen of these, hit. He was contacted about it, and his press spokesman, Marlon Fitzwater, said after a conversation with him, and I quote, "We have no contact about this with our government, no authoritative contact with the UN. We don't think there is anything to respond to. The war goes on."
Any inclination to a political settlement, as best you can tell?
Well, Peter, as it happens, I discussed this very kind of a scenario with a senior administration official a little earlier this afternoon. And he told me that if the Iraqis were suddenly to announce that they would withdraw from Kuwait without condition, that the United States would not agree to a ceasefire, but instead would either agree to talk about it, but without stopping the fighting, or it would set up some test that the Iraqis would immediately have to meet to prove that this was legitimate. Failing that, however, there's not going to be any change here.
Okay, Britt, thanks very much. One of the first things, of course, to look forward to are Iraqi tanks turning and going north instead of south. The Iraqi ambassador to the United Nations here in New York said he didn't believe what he was hearing or what he said people were hearing on Baghdad radio. And the Kuwaiti ambassador to the United States said as far as he was concerned, the Iraqis in Kuwait would have to surrender. There isn't much doubt that they are feeling the pressure. This morning, however, President Bush said there are battles yet to come and casualties to be borne, and how right he was. The air raid sirens wailed in Saudi Arabia after dark, and this time an Iraqi Scud missile did serious damage when it plunged into a U.S. barracks. 12 Americans were killed, 40 are missing, 25 injured. More confirmed dead in Saudi Arabia than in the entire Kuwait theater of operations. In that fighting, only 4 Americans are known to have died. The Marine Commander, General Walter Boomer, says the massive assault should be over in a matter of days, not in weeks. So in very broad terms, here, given what is on the record, is what the military map appears to look like tonight. U.S. Marines are driving towards Kuwait City. On their right, other Marine units, along with troops from Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar. Syrian and Egyptian forces to their left, An enormous contingent of American troops called the 7th Corps, with infantry and tanks and helicopters, along with British troops, are sweeping into Iraq itself, trying to get behind Iraq's Republican Guard, which is fanned out all along the Kuwaiti border. And still farther inland, more U.S. and French troops also trying to cut off Iraqi troop concentrations. A huge airborne force, more than 2,000 troops, have dropped inside Iraq by helicopter, and smaller units, maybe special forces and commandos, are said to be operating around and maybe even in Kuwait City itself. The military briefer in Saudi Arabia said this morning that terrorism has been Iraq's only success. We begin with that Scud missile attack on Riyadh tonight. Here's ABC's Sam Donaldson.
It was a tragic chance hit. A portion of a Scud missile, most probably the warhead, crashed directly into a two-story building housing American service personnel. The building instantly was turned into a flaming wreck, and a serviceman who was standing a few yards away at the time describes the horror of it.
And I took off the roof. I had my mask on. They called all clear. It wasn't a chemical. It was just high explosive. As you can see, it's total. The whole thing's gone.
Ambulances immediately converged on the scene, followed closely by medical evacuation helicopters. Wounded were treated on the spot by medical personnel. The injured taken to nearby hospitals quickly, some even transported by a civilian bus. Outsiders were kept from the compound, but picked up information along the way.
I saw a guy covered in blood up there who had pulled 4 people out. What was the condition of the people he pulled out? He said they were dead.
And how did it happen that the Scud hit at all? Shortly after 8:30 in the evening, air raid sirens sounded over the Dhahran-Khobar area. An amateur photographer and his wife rushed outside. Watch what he caught on his videotape.
Here we go, Linda. It's coming down.
The U.S. command here in Saudi Arabia says the Scud missile was breaking up in the air by itself, a common occurrence for Scuds these days. Therefore, no Patriot missiles were fired to intercept it. The command says it was scattered debris that fell over the area. Tragically, it appears the debris that fell in the service personnel's compound contained the warhead, and the Scud warhead can contain up to 2,000 pounds of high explosive. Sam Donaldson, ABC News in eastern Saudi Arabia.
And the Iraqis fired 2 more Scud missiles at Israel today. The Iraqis said they were aimed at the Israeli nuclear reactor at Dimona in the Negev desert. Israel says both missiles fell harmlessly in the desert. This very concrete example today of how successful the Allied invasion has been. More than 25,000 Iraqis have now been taken prisoner of war in 2 days. ABC's Bill Redeker follows the war for us.
As they pushed deeper into Iraqi territory today, the troops reported meeting increased opposition. To the east, along the Persian Gulf coast, the Marines, along with Saudis and Kuwaitis, came under artillery fire and withdrew before maneuvering around the attack. To the west, American airborne troops were flown into Iraq in what the Army called the biggest helicopter assault in military history. 4,000 troops reportedly set up a huge base from which attacks will be launched against the Republican Guard. Major Marie Rossi became one of the first 20 women to fly troops and equipment into a combat zone.
We're well deep within the enemy sector, but we're prepared to go further north if need be.
Still farther west, British, American, and French armored units, the heavy tank divisions, moved quickly through southern Iraq. A French official said they had advanced more than 100 miles and captured more than 3,000 prisoners. Field commanders said the destruction of Iraqi armor was significant. 270 tanks destroyed in 2 days. In Riyadh, General Richard Neal abandoned much of the usual military caution in describing the progress of the land war.
And initial reports indicate again tremendous success. The fight goes on. To date, we have employed only a small portion of our total combat power. There is much more to come.
American ships in the northern Gulf continued preparations for an amphibious assault. Officers said the threat of mines in the area had delayed a marine attack on the beaches of Kuwait City.
It's still possible. In fact, we were doing some work last night along the coast in preparation for that kind of thing if we're called to do it. And so it's very much a viable option.
Throughout today, Iraqi prisoners of war surrendered, sometimes in units as large as battalions, to American and Arab forces, testing the military's logistical support. Saudis had to send school buses for some. There is no information on how many Iraqis have died. In some cases, U.S. soldiers perform quick burials for those they've just killed.
The military says the land war is ahead of schedule, but it is cautioning against premature optimism. The battle that will test the Allied forces, the major battle with Iraq's Republican Guards, apparently has yet to be fought. Bill Redeker, ABC News, Saudi Arabia.
In a moment, on the ground inside Kuwait with the Saudis. We'll be right back.
This is World News Tonight with Peter Jennings, brought to you by Ford Motor Company.
I've been working for Calumet Farm, soon to be 49 years. I've worked for some famous horses.
What gives a certain group of people the ability to consistently do the impossible? Take Calumet Farm. No other farm has ever dominated horse racing like Calumet. Whirlaway, Citation, Halidar. It would take a winner's circle as big as Kentucky to do justice to this amazing stable. When excellence becomes a tradition, there's no end to the greatness. And it doesn't happen only in horse racing. In the auto industry, Ford Motor Company has continually been a leader in innovation, and there's much more to come. Our new modular V8 represents a dramatic improvement in both efficiency and performance. And our new Crown Victoria and Grand Marquis are redefining the concept of luxury ride and handling. America fell in love with Ford in the 80s. And smart money will tell you, we're going to be even tougher to beat in the 90s. Ford Motor Company.
Since the ground war began, given the way the information has been coming out, the Saudis and the Egyptian forces have had a very high profile. With most pictures of U.S. forces blacked out for the first day and a half, much of what action the U.S. has been able to see here at home has been with the Arab forces. ABC's Forrest Sawyer has been traveling with them.
For hundreds of Iraqi soldiers, the war ended this way, a 10-kilometer walk across the desert and surrender. U.S. sources say 500 Iraqis surrendered to Saudi troops just this afternoon. And when the prisoners were offered food, they offered proof that Saddam's frontline troops have been broken by U.S. air assault. But it is not the shortage of food and water that drove this lieutenant colonel to join his men in giving up.
I tell you that the moral is not good. And this is the important thing on any army.
The Iraqi troops have been holed up in these shallow sand bunkers for months. A calendar in this commander's bunker tells how long he has been enduring the crisis. At other positions, weapons were abandoned. One U.S. source says much larger caches were found in other locations. Enough, he says, to stop the attack if there had been a will to fight. Egyptian troops were up before dawn, preparing for today's assault, praying, and securing their armored vehicles before heading north to begin the attack. Saudi forces joined the push north, watched over by U.S. liaison officers who have been giving a crash course in how to overcome the Iraqi defenses. 10:40 in the morning, only some artillery is being received. The Saudis have moved past this oil trench erected by the Iraqis and set up a position about a kilometer further. Still some kilometers away, the Iraqi troops themselves. But past the first Iraqi minefield, the Saudi attack stalled, far short of their day's objective. A result, says one U.S. source, of inexperience and too much caution. The Saudi troops have set down for the evening. They're expected to move against the Iraqis at first light. Peter?
Forrest, a couple of questions about the Iraqi prisoners of war. Did you get any sense that they were committed to Kuwait as part of Iraq?
Well, you must remember, of course, Peter, that prisoners tell their captors what they want to hear, but these prisoners said absolutely not. They simply wanted to have peace, and they didn't want to fight their Arab brothers.
Did you see any evidence in their positions of chemical or bacteriological warfare or preparations to defend themselves against it?
There were certainly preparations to defend themselves. All of them were carrying chem suits and gas masks. But I asked several prisoners if there were chemicals on the other side. A couple of them said no, absolutely not. One other said it's up to the division commander, though he did not know if there were actually chemical weapons there.
Forrest Sawyer, thanks very much. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Other Saudi forces have managed to penetrate more deeply into occupied Kuwait. ABC's Jim Hickey is with another group of Saudis, and his report was cleared by the Saudi military.
There is no question that this, the southern part of Kuwait, has been liberated. Saudi Arabian tanks are spread all across the desert, claiming miles of territory won in easy battles in the early hours of the war. Are they beginning to fight back?
I think not, because they don't have, morale. If they don't have a morale, even they have, a modern weapon, they do not do anything.
In the distance, Allied artillery pounded away at Iraqi positions near Kuwait City, while overhead jet fighters dropped more bombs on enemy fortifications. Forward air controllers on the ground said the Iraqis were fighting back. What are they doing?
Well, primarily it's artillery fire.
The Iraqi artillery is not very effective, nor very accurate, even though the front is not far from here. Neither is Kuwait City. These Saudi Arabian tanks and armored personnel carriers, having driven deep inside Kuwait, are now repositioning, getting ready for the final assault on Kuwait City itself. Along the coastal road to Kuwait City, there is plenty of testimony to the fighting and bombardment of Iraqi positions that used to be here. Evidence, too, of the haste in which Iraqi soldiers fled, leaving behind a deadly but not very well hidden minefield. Also moving along the coastal road today, new convoys of Kuwaiti armor returning home. Jim Hickey, ABC News, in Kuwait.
There were reports again today, unconfirmed and even conflicting, about atrocities against civilians in Kuwait. The U.S. military briefer in Saudi Arabia today called it terrorism at its finest hour. But refugees from Kuwait who reached Jordan today said they saw no sign of Iraqi troops actually executing civilians. We'll have more news in a moment. Other set of overall statistics which may indicate just how badly overall the Iraqis are hurting. The Pentagon believes now that 30% of the Iraqi Air Force has either been destroyed or is out of commission in Iran. 45% of the tanks Iraq had deployed in Kuwait and in southern Iraq have been destroyed. 48% of the artillery and 42% of its armored vehicles. What does this mean in terms of the overall war? Joining us this evening are our two military analysts. In Washington, Tony Cordesman, and in Boston, the retired Marine General Bernard Traynor. Tony Cordesman, let me ask you first, we appear to be seeing today that the Iraqis are hurting on a very wide front. As you listen to all the briefings, what and where do they seem particularly vulnerable?
Well, I think, Peter, at this point, again, we have to look at where they started. It would seem that their forward infantry echelon has virtually been shattered, can't fight, much of it is surrendered. Their second echelon of infantry and mechanized divisions have probably also been defeated. Many of those have been surrendered. We look in here and we look at the regular armored, mechanized, and reserve divisions. There's no sign that these have fought steady actions yet, at least in the coast and the center. And we already know that for some time we've been pounding away at the Republican Guards units. If they have a reserve left, and it's not quite clear that they do, it probably consists of a narrow group of screening divisions up there. Everyone else, every other unit, is in very serious trouble, and probably about half of those divisions can no longer fight.
Well, Tony, what happened to these fearsome fortifications everybody talked about before the war? The U.S. has gone through them and will have to go back and deal with the people on them?
I don't think it's going to have to go back at all. It's quite clear that most of those people have surrendered or they've been abandoned. No fortification works if people aren't willing to fight to defend it. And in this case, there has been remarkably little resistance as yet.
Sorry.
We can't really even say, although we're not sure, that the divisions we expected to fight hardest, the stiffening divisions behind those forward units, have done any serious fighting.
I was going to ask Bernard Traynor up in Boston whether you, General Traynor, are not surprised by the level of surrenders?
Oh, I am surprised. I really thought there'd be a tough fight going through those defenses, which are quite formidable. But quite obviously, the morale of the Iraqis is very low. And I would suspect, Peter, at this point, given the normal rate of advance of an armored unit, that 7th Corps over on the Western Desert is probably engaged at this point with the Republican Guard units that Tony pointed out that are up in the northwestern part of Kuwait on the Iraqi border.
What can that Republican Guard hope to accomplish now?
Surrender, that's about it. They've got a tremendous force against them. They have been bombarded so heavily in the past. They were particularly singled out by the Air Forces. They can put up limited resistance, but for all practical purposes, the Iraqi Field Army in Kuwait and southern Iraq has been defeated. They can fight piecemeal, and undoubtedly some of the units will, both Republican Guards and some of the regular army, but the cohesion of their defense has been shattered, and they are a defeated army now.
General Trainer, thank you very much. Tony Cordesman, we'll be back in just a moment.
I was an IRS agent for 24 years. You can imagine, people weren't very happy to see me coming. I stopped working for them about 5 years ago. Now I'm a member of AARP, and I volunteer to help people do their taxes through the AARP Tax Aid Program. And you know, I hear something I thought I never would.
Boy, am I glad to see you.
AARP, making a difference.
Ziploc presents Fingerman.
Hi, I'm here to demonstrate a brand new invention. Introducing the new Gripper Zipper from Ziploc. Now the easiest closing bag there is. In fact, you can close it even if you're all thumbs.
How you doing?
Yes, the zipper is grabbing hold. It's locking. Feel it close the first time, every time.
Yeah.
Ziploc bags with the new Gripper Zipper. The easiest closing bag there is.
Now that was a snap.
To get rid of her gray, my wife can spend 40 minutes. But I discovered this 5-minute hair coloring.
The revolutionary discovery called Just for Men from the leader in men's hair coloring. Simply apply Just for Men and in 5 minutes shampoo out.
Gray is blended away. The look of my natural color is back in 5 minutes. That was me, and it won't fade or wash out.
My hair takes forever, but you look great in just 5 minutes.
The look of your natural color in just 5 minutes with Just for Men.
Polyshades by Minwax. It's a stroke of genius. Polyshades is rich stain and polyurethane protection in one. Polyshades gives wood a beautiful protective finish in half the time. Polyshades by Minwax.
What would it take to get you to change from Advil or Tylenol? How about New Bear Plus? Bear Plus has Bear Aspirin for powerful pain relief and Stomach Guard to help prevent stomach upset. So bang pain back with New Bear Plus. Tough on pain, gentle on your stomach.
As we have come to expect, the Iraqi version of what is happening on the battlefield is considerably different than that of the U.S. or the other Allied forces. But in Baghdad today, no matter what you heard on the radio or read in the newspapers, there was one message about the war you couldn't miss. All you had to do was look up. ABC's Bill Blakemore is there.
After a night of fierce bombing on their city, the people of Baghdad woke to find the wind had picked up, changed direction, and was bringing in from the southwest a thick, moist fog mixed with black oil smoke. Wherever you looked, there was dark, dirty gray. We've never seen anything like this before, Iraqis told us, as they also tried to figure out what was happening to their forces down in Kuwait. Iraqi newspapers had headlines like, "They've advanced and we're mowing them down." Baghdad radio today said all new Allied advances had been driven back, inflicting heavy casualties. At Good News, the Ministry of Information translators had this reaction. Descriptive Iraqi communiques were translated for journalists.
The enemy forces fled, leaving tanks and machinery burning.
Iraqis can also pick up Voice of America and British Broadcasting on their radios, which give a very different account.
The news are very, very conflicting. But I think the Western media are not giving the correct news. They are meeting very stiff resistance in Kuwait, and things are not going as steady as they think.
Who do they think will win?
Win? Iraq. I am sure.
Well, nobody knows. That's only God knows. This is a war.
By midday, most people had run their wartime errands and made their quick visits. But they were still trying to figure out what to make of this new kind of bad air. All afternoon here, it's been like twilight, as if the sun had already set. There's an oily smell in the air. We've had no way here in Baghdad to tell exactly where this pollution is coming from. People here just believe that it's coming somehow from the war. Dark skies for dark days, some Iraqis told us. And tonight, when the Allied bombing started again, we could hear it, but we could barely see it. Bill Blakemore, ABC News in Baghdad.
We'll have more news in a moment.
When I say home by 11, I don't mean an hour later.
But, Daddy...
Another Maalox moment. It's a medical fact. There's no faster therapy known for your stomach acid than Maalox. It's so strong, if you take it now, it starts working now.
Honey, I just can't help worrying about my little girl.
Daddy, I am 16.
Yeah.
Extra strength Maalox Plus. It's a medical fact. There's no faster therapy known. Look for the coupon in Sunday's paper.
On the road, the Infiniti Q45 becomes a living, breathing thing. You feel it work the wind and seize the road. Feel the embrace of leather and luxury. The rarity of a 278 horsepower V8 engine that was born to run. And begin to understand why Road and Track has named it one of the 10 best cars in the world.
Glade plug-ins keeps on freshening with 30-day refills. Plug it in, plug it in. Gently warms to freshen for 30 days. After 30 days, pop in a refill. Plug into freshness with Glade plug-ins. Plug it in.
I get this awful sinus pain.
These sinus pain formulas all made news in the 80s. They all have the same medicine. Today's news is Dristan Sinus, the only sinus medicine with ibuprofen.
It relieves my sinus pain wherever it strikes.
New Dristan Sinus.
Our next report tonight comes from Fort Bragg in North Carolina, which has sent a great many men and women to war. It is hard enough for adults with relatives on the front line to deal with the anxieties of the ground war. It is tougher for children. Here's ABC's Al Dale.
This was the first day of school since the ground war began, and students at Westover High in Fayetteville, home of the 82nd Airborne Division, knew their fathers and brothers were in the thick of the action. The flag-raising ceremony suddenly became more important.
Forward, march!
The ROTC drill became sharper as their thoughts turned to what was happening to their parents in the desert.
When you hear about paratroopers jumping into Kuwait, you wonder whether it's your dad or not, or who it is. And when you hear that there's a certain amount of people dead, you wonder, things just go through your mind.
The war is always on their minds. They study it in class, too.
The Charlotte Observer. Allies invade. Time runs out.
Over the past 6 months, grades have sometimes suffered as worries have deepened.
And I've been kind of messing around trying to get it off my mind, and then my grades dropped, so I've basically had some problems.
Some of my grades have dropped, but I'm trying to keep them up because my mom keeps telling me, don't worry about me, just keep doing good in school.
It is tough being a teenager anytime, but especially when your father is in a war.
He left in January, so I'm not used to the veteran being gone.
It's hard to be used to it. The war is hard on younger children, too.
I want my daddy to come home.
Daycare teachers say children are getting more restless as war and uncertainty drag on.
Maybe a little bit moody, a lot of crying. Some of them tend to maybe fight a little bit more.
So they try to give them special attention, extra hugs and hand-holding, all of which will become more important in the days ahead. Al Dale, ABC News, Fayetteville, North Carolina.
When we continue with our special edition of ABC World News Tonight, on most of these stations we'll have a report on the battle to destroy Iraq's most effective tanks and troops.
Tonight on Nightline, another day of major battlefield losses for Iraq and a report that Saddam orders a retreat. We'll have the latest from the Gulf tonight.
Don't miss the Royal Hannaford Circus, presented by the Damascus Temple Shriners, March 13 through 17 at the War Memorial. Tickets available at all Ticketron outlets and the War Memorial.
You're pure, you're natural, you're one of a kind. You're my ivory, baby. You're pure, you're soft, you're just the right touch. You're my ivory, baby.
Baby your skin with Ivory. Ivory's mild, gentle, 99.44% pure.
You make me feel so good. You're my ivory, baby.
All right, how many this time? 8 cavities. 14 cavities? I didn't think I had that many teeth. You're gonna have to drill? My parents will be very upset.
Parents today hope their kids won't have to go through what they went through. Luckily, today's kids use the toothpaste more dentists recommend, Crest. The first toothpaste clinically shown to give you protection down to the root of the tooth.
Another great checkup. Yes! Later, dude.
Crest, the dentist's choice, is the easy choice.
It's been fun.
Jeopardy! Tonight at 7:30, only on WOKR 13.
From ABC, this special edition of World News Tonight with Peter Jennings continues.
From Baghdad Radio tonight, a report that Saddam Hussein has ordered his troops to withdraw from Kuwait in accordance with the Soviet peace plan, it was said. An Iraqi diplomat at the United Nations denies the report. In Washington, the White House says they've heard the story, but that there has been no official notification from Iraq, and so, as of now, the war continues. The most lethal attack so far came from Iraq today when a Scud missile hit a building housing U.S. military personnel in Dhahran. In eastern Saudi Arabia, at least 12 people were killed, 25 injured, and another 40 are missing. On the ground, many more Iraqis surrendered today. The total number of Iraqi prisoners in Allied hands is now up to 25,000, even more. The U.S. High Command says on this second day of the ground war, Allied forces are having tremendous success. The senior U.S. Marine Commander, General Walter Boomer, says the fighting should be over in a matter of days, not weeks. It is in these next days, though, that some of the toughest battles are expected. Here's ABC's Bob Zelnick at the Pentagon.
Pentagon sources say in the next 24 hours, the heavily armored Allied 7th Corps is expected to move against Iraq's Republican Guard divisions to prevent them from reinforcing units inside Kuwait. U.S. officials say when elements of the 7th Corps made contact with forward units of the Republican Guard today, they destroyed 35 of the Guard's top-of-the-line T-72 tanks as they tried to probe Allied positions. 270 Iraqi tanks have been destroyed in the ground war, bringing to almost 2,000 the number the Allies claim to have destroyed since the war began. Pentagon sources say a second major battle is likely on the outskirts of Kuwait City. Military sources say Iraq's heavily armored 3rd Corps has formed a formidable defensive line south of the city and poses an especially strong threat to the left flank of 2 Marine divisions advancing from the south. Saudi, Egyptian, and other Arab coalition forces are supposed to spearhead the attack on Kuwait City itself. Privately, officials here expressed disappointment that the slow advance of Egyptian and Syrian forces prevented the battle for Kuwait City from beginning today, Kuwait's Independence Day. Military strategists say a massive amphibious assault by more than 20,000 Marines now positioned off the coast of Kuwait could relieve pressure on the advancing Allied forces. Peter?
Bob, all of these Iraqi surrenders raise the question of the Iraqi commanders' ability to command and control their troops. What do they think of the Pentagon?
The Pentagon suggests that that may be one of the principal reasons why there have been so many surrenders and why the advance to date has been so easy. It's not only a question of morale, but if the commanders in the field can't mobilize their forces, they cannot challenge the Allies with units bigger than, let's say, a battalion, and that's been the case so far, Peter.
Are they now expecting the same kind of surrenders as they get deeper in? Any hints about it?
No real hints to this point, except for that one conflict with the Republican Guard forces where 35 tanks were destroyed. That's a good omen, but until we see how those elite units communicate with each other, it's still an open question.
Okay, Bob Zelnick of the Pentagon, thanks very much. We already know there's a large force of Marines standing off the coast for a possible amphibious assault on the Kuwaiti eastern border, or the eastern southern border. Other Marines are already extensively involved in action on the ground. ABC's Linda Patillo was with the 2nd Marine Division inside Kuwait.
The 2nd Division Marines evacuate their wounded after the first day of the ground assault. Nearby, a brigade of M1A1 tanks moves north, positioned to protect the Marines during the night and lead the next day's assault. In the first hours of the ground attack, this Marine frontline regiment met less resistance than they expected. Iraqi and Marine artillery batteries exchanged fire into the night, but all along the road north, the Marines pass abandoned Iraqi bunkers. 2nd Division commanders are warning their Marines that the worst fighting may be yet to come. They believe Iraq's best troops are dug in between here and Kuwait City. More than 10 miles into Kuwait, the Marines rest for the night, but are soon on full stage alert after an Iraqi mortar attack. Marines hastily pull on their gas masks. There are no chemical weapons used, but the desert night is filled with the explosions of outgoing and incoming artillery, a sign Iraqi forces are not yet ready to stop fighting. Linda Patillo, ABC News, with the 2nd Marine Division in Kuwait.
In a moment, we'll have a closer look at that flood of Iraqi prisoners of war. On the American agenda tonight, black Americans debating their role in the military. And when the war is over, what happens then?
Runs on the Ridge and Runs Periwinkle Pub invite you to experience our Hearthside dinner specials. Prime rib and lobster tail for just $9.95. That's right, $9.95. Served with garden salad bar and baked potato. And by popular demand, treat yourself to our $4.95 early dinner specials featuring roast prime rib, baked stuffed whitefish, or chicken parmesan. Served with salad bar and baked potato for only $4.95. So come join us at Runs Periwinkle Pub in Parrington or Runs on the Ridge in Greece.
Pontiac Grand Am, your hottest new car value. No down payment, just $199 a month with GMAC's 48-month smart lease. No down payment, just $199 a month for a new 91 Grand Am LE Coupe. Equipped with air, automatic, stereo cassette, cruise control, power locks, tilt wheel, and more. Get the year's hottest new car value now. See your Pontiac performers today.
As you've heard, the ground forces advancing into Kuwait have reporting surprisingly little resistance from Iraqi forces. In many cases, you get a hint of it, no resistance at all, but outright capitulation. Iraqi troops, more than 25,000 now, in many cases eager to give up. Here's ABC's Barry Serafin.
Iraqi soldiers were surrendering to Allied forces even before the ground war. But what was a trickle has now become a flood of tired, hungry, and dispirited men. In a radio conversation monitored in the Middle East, an Iraqi soldier in Kuwait tells his headquarters, "I'm dying, I'm dying." A plane, he says, is coming in at high altitude. Headquarters sends its regards and asks if the troops are taking shelter. There is no answer.
An integral part of the air campaign and the bombardments from the ground, which took place prior to the ground assault, was to attack the enemy's morale. Now, the early indications are that that has been very successful indeed.
So successful that it is presenting problems. Iraqi prisoners have to be sent south on the same pathways through minefields that Allied troops are using to travel north. They are to be turned over to Saudi forces and housed in tent compounds surrounded by barbed wire. The Saudis say they can accommodate 100,000. U.S. officials acknowledge that Iraqis captured so far are mostly frontline conscripts, not more disciplined troops like the Republican Guard. But these Iraqi soldiers are clearly glad that their war is over. Barry Serafin, ABC News, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
You've heard us refer often to the fog of or confusion of war. Right at the beginning of the land war, there were reports that Allied forces had recaptured the island of Failaka, which commands the entrance to Kuwait Bay. The reports appear to have been at least premature. Today we're told that the island continues to be occupied by Iraqi defense forces, but is being shelled by Allied ships and also offshore. As we've seen in recent days, there are many different attitudes about the war in the Soviet Union. The newspaper Pravda, which is supposed to speak for the Communist Party, had angry words for the U.S. today, criticizing the decision to begin a ground war when, in Pravda's words, peaceful means have clearly not been exhausted. The paper said that the Allies preferred amputation to therapy. On the other hand, the UN Secretary General Javier Pérez de Cuellar said today that the Allied incursions into Iraq were necessary in order to free Kuwait. he said they were justified under the Security Council resolutions. And although Egyptian troops are fighting as part of the coalition, the war is by no means universally popular at home. In Cairo today, police used tear gas and clubs to break up a protest by about 3,000 university students who chanted, "Iraq will not die, and we have sold Egypt for dollars." When we come back, the American agenda. The war, as seen by many black Americans.
At Vanderstein Ford, this is your lucky number. Act now and get a hot little Ranger S or a jazzy Escort pony for only $76.05. Now's the time to buy. Get a fun, tough Ranger S with all these super options, or a popular Escort pony with 1.9-liter engine and 5-speed transmission. Your choice, $76.05. Don't make a $500 to $800 mistake buying somewhere else. Come see why at Vanderstein Ford. We are service.
Introducing the Phase Coupon Book. It's like getting over a $250 payoff through the mail. With Phase Coupon, these Aquafresh toothpastes are only 88 cents each after rebate. Delicious Toffee Fay or Bun Peanut Cluster candies are only 99 cents with Phase Coupon. And Haviland Motor Oil is just 71 cents a quart after rebate on 12. Enter now to win a Florida vacation for 2 in St. Petersburg, Clearwater, to be given away free by Phase Drugs.
The American Express card invites you to Vail and Beaver Creek Resort for the winter vacation of a lifetime. The specially priced Vail Valley Ski Package, offered exclusively to American Express card members, includes 5 nights lodging, lift tickets, American Airlines airfare, and a free day of skiing at Beaver Creek Resort when you pay for your holiday with the American Express card. Welcome throughout Vail and Beaver Creek Resort. For reservations and dates available, call 1-800-525-2257.
All of black Americans in this war on the American agenda tonight. This is Black History Month, which President Bush took note of today when he talked about the black contribution to American military history, and to answer those who say it is not fair to have blacks serving in such disproportionate numbers.
To those who question the proportion of blacks in the armed services today, my answer is simple. The military of the United States is the greatest equal opportunity employer around. Every soldier, sailor, airman, Coast Guardsman, and Marine have enlisted because they want to be a part of the American Armed Services.
As for their attitudes about the war, only about half the black Americans in a recent ABC News Washington Post poll said they support the war, compared to 84% of whites. Their opposition has a lot to do with their feeling that the real war the U.S. should be fighting is on the home front. Our agenda reporter tonight is Carol Simpson.
In the desolation of the Saudi desert, a young black soldier raps about his military prowess.
Packing the M16 magazines locked and loaded. I crouch low as the enemies pass me. Per rounds in that ass, I crawl through the grass, see? I'm in hell.
I can't hear you! Stop the war now!
Back home, young black men rap to a similar beat, but with a strikingly different message. While more black Americans than ever are protesting U.S. involvement in war, more black Americans than ever are waging that war. Blacks represent only 12% of the U.S. population. But according to Pentagon figures on Operation Desert Storm, blacks represent 13% of the Air Force, 17% of the Marines, 21% of the Navy, and 30% of the Army, which is expected to suffer the highest casualties in a ground war. Of the 28,000 women serving in the Persian Gulf, almost half are black.
The reason we are so disproportionately represented in the military is because of the racist poverty draft, which compels young African-American men and women to often choose military service over civilian life because of the lack of equal opportunities in the civilian world.
Anti-war feelings among black Americans are growing. Increasing numbers are questioning not only the war itself, but their own government's commitment to racial equality. They cite President Bush's veto of the Civil Rights Bill, the Education Department's questioning of minority scholarships, and cuts in social welfare programs. The poverty-stricken Watts area of Los Angeles is represented by Congresswoman Maxine Waters. She was among members of the Congressional Black Caucus, who, with one exception, voted against escalation of the Persian Gulf conflict.
We're worried about them. Worried about whether or not they're going to make it back, and if they do, having fought to liberate Kuwait and place the emir back on the throne, what's waiting for them on these streets in South Central? Will they be able to get a job? Will they be able to get scholarships? Will they have decent housing?
Fears of killing and dying abroad and concerns about the racial situation at home have led to resistance. Of the estimated 2,000 military personnel who have refused to go to war, the War Resisters League says half are black.
You may have to go to jail.
21-year-old Corporal Tahan Jones refused to ship out to the Persian Gulf with his Marine Reserves unit.
This war, as I see, from my perspective as an African-American male, is nothing more than white government ordering people of color to fight for corporate interests. And that's wrong.
Recently, a coalition of religious, civil rights, and community organizers from all over the country met in New York to develop a national black strategy to help end the war. It includes support for war resisters. But there is another side. Those who won't fight get little sympathy from supporters of Operation Desert Storm, roughly half the black population.
These guys volunteered for the Army. Nobody came around and captured them. When you volunteer for the Army, you raise your hand up and take an oath to defend the United States against its enemies, domestic and abroad.
Even in a poor city like East St. Louis, Illinois, expressions of support.
I feel that it's a job that the United States has to do, and they should do it and carry it out well.
My country has done a lot for me, and although I don't believe in war, I would like to do something for my country.
Thousands of black Americans have put their lives on the line in the Gulf. The question is how to reconcile their patriotism with promises still unfulfilled at home. Carol Simpson, ABC News.
American military personnel are on duty and at risk in many places outside the Gulf. In El Salvador today, 5 U.S. military advisors were killed when their helicopter crashed. U.S. officials say it was apparently a mechanical failure. We'll have more news in a moment.
Lauer's Half the Store at Half Price sale is on now. Drexel, Henderson, Century, and other selected manufacturers at half price. Buy now with no payment or interest for 90 days. Lauer's.
It's time again for WOKR 13 and Rochester Telephone Informer Clue Finders Watch and Win. Grab your Rochester Tel Yellow Pages now, because the 13th caller to 222-1313 with the correct answer to tonight's question wins a designer phone from Rochester Tel Product Center, as well as free Prodigy software. Plus, a chance to win the grand prize trip for 4 to see a taping of America's Funniest Home Videos. So here's clue number 16. Traffic Source 13's Tom George gets everyone to work quicker. But why drive? Ride a bus. What number would you call to get Rochester Transit Service updates, timetables, and fares? Call 222-1313 right now with the correct answer. 13th caller wins. This week's nightly winners will be announced next Monday night in First at 5. The grand prize winner will be announced later that night in Wheel of Fortune.
Now, a taste as fresh and light as morning itself. New Farm Rich Light, with 40% less fat and calories, and no cholesterol. Farm Rich Light Non-Dairy Breakfast Creamer, a cool, delicious taste of early morning freshness. It's just right, just light on cereal and fruit. New Farm Rich Light, less fat and calories, and no cholesterol.
News Source 13 is dedicated to bringing you the very latest information available, especially now with the war in the Gulf. News is changing constantly. Rochester turns to ABC and Peter Jennings for updates from the Gulf, and to News Source 13 at 6 and 11 for news from the home front. If you're working or been busy throughout the day, First at 5 is your first opportunity to catch up on what's been happening.
First at 5 with Doug Embledge and Jenny Ryan. Weekdays only on News Source 13.
It has always been easier to start a war than to stop one. And now that a full-scale ground offensive is underway in the Gulf, how will this war end? And what will happen afterwards? Here's our national security correspondent, John McCarthy.
Even if Iraqi troops are driven out of Kuwait, officials admit there is a good possibility the war will not be over, especially if Saddam Hussein is still in charge.
We do not have a crisp, concise, definitive answer for you. No one in the coalition does on how the war ends.
Once expelled from Kuwait, Iraq may choose to keep fighting along the border or to continue firing Scud missiles at Israel and Saudi Arabia. Officials say that would mean, at a minimum, continued coalition airstrikes. Another factor in all this is that the coalition forces are now driving deep into Iraqi territory. In effect, the coalition is carving off and occupying the southern tip of Iraq. Officials say the U.S. and its coalition partners have not yet decided what to do with this newly occupied territory. Some suggest it might be used as a bargaining chip.
The leverage of the presence of American coalition forces in southern Iraq could be helpful as a way of achieving a negotiated solution to the war.
But it is the continued presence of Saddam Hussein and what to do about it that is stirring up the most heated debate.
He has to go. He cannot survive as head of state with any authority at all.
I think it would be ill-advised at this point to make it a definite war aim to topple him.
So even if Iraqi troops are pushed out of Kuwait, the coalition may find it still has an explosive situation on its hands, a war that is not over, even though the conditions for ending the war set by the United Nations have been achieved. John McWethy, ABC News, the State Department.
On the subject of Saddam Hussein, and sometimes there doesn't seem to be any other subject, not since the Ayatollah Khomeini was holding Americans hostage in Iran has a foreign leader been so firmly established at the top of so many people's hate list. ABC's Tom Foreman has been mentioning his name in Kansas.
At a truck stop in Kansas, you can hear voices from all over America talking about Saddam Hussein.
Oh, I think he's a lunatic.
An ABC News poll shows most Americans believe this war should end only when the Iraqi leader is removed from power. Why do people feel that way?
Because, to me, what he's doing is criminal.
He's been burning oil wells. He's even killed his own men.
He's not fit to live in society. He's certainly not fit to live as a ruler, I don't think.
In this small town, people feel that Saddam Hussein stands against everything they stand for: freedom, decency, law and order.
He has no feeling for his own people, his own soldiers, or anything else. He just stays right there when he knows he's beat.
The president has said all along this is a war to push the Iraqis out of Kuwait, not a personal battle to overthrow Saddam Hussein. But President Bush has compared Hussein to Hitler and blamed him for the trouble. So for many here, the war has become very personal.
If I had a gun, I'd shoot him. Coincided with the start of the assault or by...
Here, people say Saddam Hussein has brought anger and fear to their lives, and that will not be forgotten or forgiven. Tom Foreman, ABC News, Oakley, Kansas.
On Wall Street today, the Dow Jones Industrials lost 1.5 points to close at 2887. The trading was heavy. In the other news, it seems an awful long time ago, given what is going on now, but the Cold War is over, and today the Warsaw Pact was officially dismantled. There wasn't much left to dismantle. In Hungary today, defense and foreign ministers from the Warsaw Pact countries signed an agreement ending the military alliance's military functions. The Warsaw Pact was first and foremost a military alliance, and it is out of business. For the first time, the former communist boss of an Eastern Bloc country has been put on trial. Todor Zhivkov, who ruled Bulgaria for 35 years until he was forced out of power in 1989, is charged with misappropriating millions of dollars. We'll have more news in a moment.
What's that cool going down? What's that chill rushing through you? What's that that takes your breath away? That's the taste of real refreshment. That's the real love, Diet Coke. Just for the taste of it, Diet Coke.
You know, Grandpa, for a single gram of fat, you could have 3 whole cups of our light popcorn.
Or peanuts.
Yeah?
Yeah, 3 of them. Orville Redenbacher's light microwave popcorn. You can eat a ton of it. You know, Grandpa, there are as many calories in this little chocolate chip cookie as in 3 whole cups of our light popcorn.
A cookie that small? You hardly know you ate it.
Orville Redenbacher's light microwave popcorn. You can eat a ton of it.
Share a little warmth by giving to the Community Heating Fund, or put a friend in need in touch with the fund. You'll feel warmer this winter, inside and out.
You got the right one, baby.
You got Porterville. President Bush said again today that the country must guard against euphoria. In the central California farming community of Porterville, there isn't much euphoria. Almost everyone in Porterville has a personal stake in the outcome of the fighting. ABC's Judy Muller is there.
Since the ground war began on Saturday, the thoughts and prayers of this California community of 29,000 have been as one. Keep them safe. With some 150 Porterville men and women stationed in the Gulf, almost everyone knows someone there.
I have an Uncle Jim. He's in the war.
You have an Uncle Jim in the war? Do you think about him in the war? Do you worry about him?
On the streets of Porterville, news of early Allied victories brought some relief.
I wish they'd all come home soon and get the war over with, because it's nerve-wracking, you know, on everybody.
These are especially anxious times for the Crowder family. They have twin sons and a son-in-law on the front lines.
I'm scared to death because I think about all the things that they could be going through right now, you know, and there's nothing I can do. I feel helpless, you know. If there was some, you know, if I could go there and whoop that guy's butt, I'd do it.
The Crowder's daughter, Angela, last heard from her Marine husband in an emotional video letter. Angela is pregnant with their first child.
He told me, now you have proof that I'm going to come back because, you know, I have a family to come home to.
The military's education benefits have always had an appeal for the town's young people.
Because they don't want to work on a farm. They want to be teachers or accountant or something like that. But I'd rather have them here right now than be over there in this war.
The last war, Vietnam, claimed the lives of 28 young men from Porterville, more fatalities per capita than any other American community. At a local monument honoring those Vietnam dead, they all came to show their support for a new generation of soldiers, the veterans, the children, and the young wives.
As we started talking, we realized that we all had the same fears. At first, we all had the same nightmares.
The same fears, the same nightmares of those who went before them. Judy Muller, ABC News, Porterville, California.
Just before we leave, something of a review. 2 days after the U.S. and its allies invaded Iraq and Kuwait, Iraq Radio tonight says that Saddam Hussein has ordered all his troops to withdraw from Kuwait. The White House says it has not heard any such thing through official channels, but the Pentagon is reporting this tonight. Isolated examples, only isolated examples, of some Iraqi soldiers putting down their weapons and going north back towards Kuwait and Iraq. In the meantime, the war continues. The senior U.S. Marine officer, General Boomer, says the fighting is going so well it should be over in a few days. The most damaging Iraqi attack reported today, a Scud missile hit a building housing U.S. military personnel in Dhahran in Saudi Arabia, killing at least 12 people. 40 are missing, 25 injured. That's our report on World News Tonight, the latest every hour on the hour. More on Nightline. I'm Peter Jennings. Good night.
This has been a presentation of ABC News. More Americans get their news from ABC News than from any other source.
Al Michaels exposes secrets never made public, but too juicy not to share. James Dean's curse, a UFO hideout, an airline for cons, a spitball clinic, the key to video secrets, America's best kept secrets, tonight.
Share a little warmth by giving to the Community Heating Fund, or put a friend in need in touch with the fund. You'll feel warmer this winter, inside and out.
You got the right one, baby.
You got the right one, baby. You got the right one, baby. You got the right thing.
right one.
There's only one right one, baby.
You got the right one, baby.
With 100% NutraSweet.
On the Gulf War. Reporting from New York, Peter Jennings.
A brief interruption because for the millions of us who are following the war so closely, there may have been some significant developments. Take you back a couple of hours. There was an announcement on Baghdad radio earlier this evening in the name of Saddam Hussein ordering his troops to withdraw from Kuwait under a Soviet plan, which the president had rejected some days ago, which said there must first be a ceasefire. Whatever is going on, it has attracted the president's top security staff to the White House tonight. Here's ABC's Britt Hume. Britt?
Peter, that's correct. The Bush High Command is meeting in the West Wing of the White House as we speak. However, spokesman Fitzwater insists that we do not, he said, have any direct information from Saddam Hussein or Baghdad, and the UN has had none. Nonetheless, he issued a short prepared statement in which he said that despite all that, there's a war on, and because there's a war on, the safety and security of U.S. coalition troops must be the first priority. That suggests an awareness of some kind of some major movement of Iraqi troops, perhaps in retreat.
Who's at the meeting?
General Colin Powell, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Secretary of Defense Cheney, Vice President Quayle, National Security Advisor Scowcroft, and others as well.
But I wouldn't want to presume, but they wouldn't all show up if it were just an ordinary evening, would they?
I would think not, Peter, although there is some real sense here that what we may be looking at, as much as the situation with the radio broadcast from Baghdad, is also the situation on the ground militarily.
Okay, Britt, thanks very much. Let's go over to the Pentagon, because if anybody was looking for reasons, there is now evidence that the Iraqis and the United States have had a major battle on the ground in which, Bob Zelnick over at the Pentagon, the Iraqis have apparently fared appallingly.
Yes, Peter. Last night, as elements of 2 Marine divisions and the 2nd Armored Divisions advanced toward Kuwait City, they were counterattacked fiercely by at least 3 Iraqi divisions. I'm told that the Iraqis positioned themselves very, very well. They were in position to launch very substantial damage-causing attacks against the U.S. forces, but they were outgunned. The U.S. forces had M1A1 tanks, the Iraqis had T-55s, and at the end of the battle, nearly 100 Iraqi tanks were destroyed, while the U.S. forces lost not a single armored vehicle.
And the Pentagon, Bob, is also seeing some scattered evidence of Iraqis trying to get out of the country?
Yes, Peter. The evidence throughout the day has been that there were some scattered units moving north, and intelligence didn't know quite what to make of it until the Baghdad radio broadcast. And for the moment, at least, until contrary orders are received, the word is to U.S. commanders in the field, accept nothing but surrender.
Okay, Bob Zelnick at the Pentagon, Britt Hume of the White House, thank you. As I said, we interrupt only because it may well be a significant development. ABC's David Ensor, who is over at the United Nations, reports rather circuitous, complicated way that the Yemeni ambassador to the United Nations tells him that he's been talking to the Soviet ambassador, and the Soviets have heard at their embassy in Baghdad that this radio broadcast is serious. Saddam Hussein has now made it clear that he wants the war to come to an end and his troops to withdraw. And let me just quote a little bit here in terms of Baghdad radio before we leave you. Orders have been issued to the armed forces to withdraw in an organized manner to the positions they held prior to August the 1st. This is regarded as a practical compliance with UN Resolution 660. You will recall that the president rejected the Iraqi-Soviet deal as it was presented to him because it did not meet with all of the UN resolutions which the president insisted on. But that's the situation as of now. We'll keep you up to date every hour on the hour or sooner. I'm Peter Jennings at ABC News headquarters in New York.
This has been an ABC News special report on the Gulf War.
Good evening. If you've been watching the news carefully this evening, you'll know that the President and his senior advisors on the war have been meeting at the White House. This began a little earlier when Baghdad radio announced in the name of Saddam Hussein that the Iraqi troops in Kuwait were ordered to withdraw in compliance with UN Resolution 660, the first of the 12 after the Iraqis invaded Kuwait. Then there was some movement again by the Soviets, which has been going on all day, to try to get a UN Security Council meeting going to talk about some new proposal to end the war politically. And in the wake of that, but particularly the Baghdad radio announcement, the President called in his senior advisors. They met for a little more than an hour at the White House this evening. They have now gone home, or at least back to their offices. The President has retired to his private quarters, and the President's press secretary, Marlon Fitzwater, is on his way down to the White House briefing room to make some kind of an announcement. It may be a response to the Baghdad radio announcement. It may be simply that they've been studying it. We do not know. But just to point out that this is where the evening began, with this announcement on Baghdad radio saying that Iraqi forces were expected to withdraw in compliance with UN Resolution 660. There's also been some sightings on the field of battle of Iraqi troops, some with or without their equipment, we're not sure, actually heading north. The Pentagon says these are sporadic incidents. Nobody knows quite what everything means. Here's Mr. Fitzwater.
We continue to prosecute the war. We have heard no reason to change that. And because there is a war on, our first concern must be the safety and security of the United States and coalition forces. We don't know whether this most recent claim about Iraqi withdrawal is genuine. We have no evidence to suggest the Iraqi army is withdrawing. In fact, Iraqi units are continuing to fight. Moreover, we remember when Saddam Hussein's tanks pretended to surrender at Kafshi, only to turn and fire. We remember the Scud attacks today and Saddam's many broken promises of the past. There are at least an additional 22 dead Americans tonight who offer silent testimony to the intentions of Saddam Hussein. The statement out of Baghdad today says that Saddam Hussein's forces will fight their way out while retreating. We will not attack unarmed soldiers in retreat, but we will consider retreating combat units as a movement of war. The only way Saddam Hussein can persuade the coalition of the seriousness of his intentions would be for him personally and publicly to agree to the terms of the proposal we issued on February 22. And because the announcement from Baghdad referred to the Soviet initiative, he must personally and publicly accept explicitly all relevant UN Security Council resolutions, including especially UN Security Council Resolution 662, which calls for Iraqi rescission of its purported annexation of Kuwait, and UN Security Council Resolution 674, which calls for Iraqi compensation to Kuwait and others. That's the end of the statement. I might just add that the President met with his national security advisors for approximately an hour and 15 minutes this evening to consider this matter, and the President has returned to his residence. Wyatt?
Marlon, any word from Mikhail Gorbachev? Has he called the President and personally asked for a ceasefire?
We've not had any contact with President Gorbachev, although we have had contact with Soviet officials here in their embassy.
The nature of which
Helen?
is what, please? Marlon, the nature of which is what?
To simply inform them of our statement and to discuss the situation as it exists. Helen?
Do you consider the 12 UN resolutions and your February 22 plan as two separate entities that both have to be accepted?
As we explained on Friday, the terms of the February 22 plan, that's the one we disclosed on Friday, was a way of setting criteria for judging the 12 UN resolutions. So it is our judgment that he must still comply with the 12 UN resolutions, and the terms that set forth Friday simply give those detail.
Were those approved by the UN, the criteria, the terms of this whole?
They are the coalition's terms for describing and explaining the UN Security Council resolutions. Brett?
And you have now added the condition that Saddam must do this personally. Why have you added that?
We have added this because of the nature of the Baghdad radio statement today, because of the many broken promises of Saddam Hussein, because he has not responded today concerning this withdrawal, either directly to us or to the United Nations, and yet he tries or he purports to be interested in a withdrawal. And our attitude is, if that is the case, we ask him to be upfront publicly and let the whole world know exactly what his intentions are. Pascal?
What do you think Saddam Hussein is trying to do by announcing such a withdrawal?
We have no way of judging his motives. Michael?
As we understand it, the UN Security Council is meeting now or will be meeting shortly, and you're out here rejecting this Baghdad radio offer. What do you know about what they're going to be doing in that meeting that leads you to believe you can come out now and reject it?
We aren't rejecting anything. We don't know that there is a genuine offer. We see no evidence of it on the ground. We have no reason to believe the radio report. What we are saying is we hope it's true. We want him to get out, and this is a way to do it. John?
Marlon, if the Iraq's UN ambassador accepts the resolution calling for withdrawal from Kuwait and announces an Iraqi withdrawal from Kuwait, will the U.S. continue to attack?
The ground rules are very clear here. We are not going to attack retreating forces. They should lay down their arms and leave, and they wouldn't have to worry about that. But if they're moving as a combat units, they are still subject to the rules of war. Karen?
Yes. Can you tell us whether there's been any sign of Iraqi troops withdrawing, either with their weapons or without them?
We have no indication that there's any withdrawal taking place. John?
Two things about this withdrawal. It sounds like, one, what you're concerned about is these people possibly taking their weapons back into Iraq and being a threat from Iraq. And two, how will these people retreat without their weapons? Some of these people would be in tanks. That's how they travel, right?
Laying down their arms is simply, they simply walk out. The fact is the United States has enormous numbers of troops in that area. The coalition forces are spread throughout the country and throughout Kuwait, and we cannot sacrifice the safety of coalition forces by allowing them to have their weapons and, in effect, fight their way out, whatever that means.
You literally mean walk, or are you talking about armored personnel carriers?
Well, I don't think it needs that definition. I think lay down your arms is pretty clear. Patrick?
How close are we to winning this war so that any UN action might be considered futile?
Well, we are making good progress, but we certainly could not predict an end of the war at this time. Final question, Tom.
In any fashion stalling the UN action, no, Marlon, trying to see if we can win a decisive victory?
No, the UN, as I understand it, has scheduled an informal meeting for later tonight. We simply want them to know our feelings and a position on this matter as they deliberate this evening.
Well,
Tom?
What do you make of this new Soviet proposal? Did you know it was coming? And is it helpful to the coalition's aims for this to come up at this time?
I'm not aware of a new Soviet proposal.
Well, the Soviets asked the Security Council tonight to look at the proposal.
Well, you mean they proposed a meeting? That's fine, sure.
Do you feel it's helpful at this point for the Soviet Union to continue to press this proposal of theirs?
We think the Soviet Union has been helpful in this process. They have been trying to get a withdrawal. They've been trying to get Saddam Hussein to get out of Kuwait according to the UN resolutions. And in every discussion that President Gorbachev has had with us, he has reasserted his commitment to the UN resolutions. And certainly having the UN review this in any fashion is acceptable with us. That, after all, we are responding to UN resolutions. And tonight's statement would be our position going into those discussions. And this way everyone would know exactly how we feel. Dan, final question.
Marlon, is it now the position of the Allies that you all will settle for nothing less than the total humiliation of Saddam Hussein?
No, we'll settle for nothing less than full compliance with the UN resolutions. Thank you very much.
President's Press Secretary Marlon Fitzwater at the White House briefing room. You've heard it as well as we have. The last question may be a crucial one, whether or not President Bush, the Bush administration, wants the personal and public humiliation of Saddam Hussein. The bottom line here, after all that talk about UN resolutions and proposals today and not, is that they're not going to let Saddam Hussein off the hook at the moment. They're not going to facilitate the Soviets trying to bring forward another peace proposal if the Iraqi forces in Kuwait want to leave. In Mr. Fitzwater's words, they can lay down their arms and walkout. That's a key point, of course, because there's been enormous concern in the Bush administration, not to mention among many members of the public who've watched the war so closely, that Saddam Hussein, if he is able to retreat, not be able to retreat with a lot of his expensive equipment. A couple of things here to try to clarify as we go along. First, to the Pentagon, to ABC's Bob Zelnick. Bob, Mr. Fitzwater says they see no evidence today to suggest an Iraqi withdrawal, and yet there are pretty good sources out of the Pentagon today to say that some Iraqis have been going north towards home.
That's correct. There was sporadic movement throughout the day of isolated Iraqi units. As intelligence watched it, they couldn't decide what they were up to. It wasn't until the Baghdad radio broadcast that it appeared that some of the units may have been responding to instructions from Baghdad, but that was certainly nothing that was proved by any coherent movement of Iraqi forces.
Okay, Bob, thanks very much. Now to the White House, where Britt Hume, our White House correspondent, is available. Britt, they say they don't want to humiliate Saddam Hussein, but Mr. Fitzwater says he must announce personally that he intends to get out of Kuwait. What do you think of that?
Well, they can say they don't want to humiliate him, Peter, but they do want to humiliate him. I don't think there's much question about that. They also say here that they appreciate the efforts of the Soviets. I know for a fact, Peter, that very senior officials here at the White House do not appreciate the Soviet efforts, but there is such concern that the Soviets are a vital part of any diplomatic activity after this war that they need to slide by this episode without alienating the Soviets. So at times, they've been pretty straightforward with us throughout this. The president has basically said what he meant and done what he said he would do, but in those two instances, they're not exactly telling us exactly what they feel. Okay, there's a little bad blood, as we know, between the Soviets and the U.S. Pravda, the Communist Party newspaper, said only today that the U.S. Preferred amputation to therapy in terms of bringing the war to an end. Some of the language going back and forth, at least coming, has been fairly crude. Finally, I want to go to Saudi Arabia. You heard Mr. Fitzwater say the war is going to continue to be prosecuted. The most deadly Iraqi Scud attack was today on Tehran in eastern Saudi Arabia. With the details again, Sam Donaldson. Sam.
Well, that's right, Peter. About 8:30, a little after 8:30 this evening in Saudi Arabia, it's now morning as you can see, a Scud came in and began to break up in the air. A main piece of the Scud fell to earth and contained the warhead, and just by one of those tragic chances of war, hit a barracks in which U.S. service personnel were housed. It flies through the sky, it comes down, it crashes, and it immediately sets this barracks into flame. Instant inferno. At least 12 American service personnel are dead, perhaps 40 missing, many, many wounded, 50 taken by buses, by ambulances, by medevac helicopters to nearby hospitals. It's a real scene of chaos and tragedy there. And you know, these Scuds are not specific weapons. They can't reach a target that they're aimed at. They just fly along, and this particular one apparently began to break up. That is why it is said by the command, the Patriot missiles, which have been so successful in knocking Scuds out of the sky, were not fired because it was breaking up by itself, and the warhead happened to hit the service personnel.
Okay, Sam, just one other thing about that attack. We're told tonight from Saudi Arabia in a dispatch from Pennsylvania newspaper that the barracks were where the Army Reserve 475th Quartermaster Group, based in Farrell, Pennsylvania, was actually there. They were men who were in a water supply unit. And as Sam says, it is the worst attack so far. More Americans killed in that one attack than have been killed in the 2 days and several hours of the ground war. Just before we leave, Sam, your thoughts about what Mr. Fitzwater had to say.
Well, as far as the Fitzwater statement is perfectly clear, they do in fact want to humiliate Saddam Hussein, but more important than that, the military command here doesn't want to stop. They don't want to take casualties. They're perfectly delighted to have the Iraqis surrender, but they don't want those Iraqis to get out with their equipment. They want them to leave every tank, every artillery piece, every piece of equipment behind in Kuwait. And as far as the Republican Guards that are concerned, sitting there still, some of them on the border, they want to smash them too. So the command doesn't want to cease fire right now.
Okay, Sam, thanks very much. And also to Britt Hume as well. David Ensor, who's over at the United Nations, tells us that at UN Security Council meeting, which is presumably going to go ahead this evening, that the Iraqi ambassador to the UN, who went off to Moscow several days ago, is going to be in attendance. So there is always the chance that the political situation will change again tomorrow morning. But as of now, the Bush administration says they are not happy with what they have heard on Baghdad radio this evening. As Mr. Fitzwater says, we, the Bush administration, the U.S. military, continue to prosecute the war. There'll be a chance for Ted Koppel and his guests to take this apart even further on Nightline. Hope you'll join them then. I'm Peter Jennings in New York. Good night.
This
Hour 30 of the ground war, American soldiers are killed when a Scud missile destroys a barracks in eastern Saudi Arabia. On the ground, the advance is fast. Prisoners are in the thousands. And the White House responds to a radio report that Saddam has ordered a retreat. We'll have the latest from the Gulf tonight.
Our first
This is ABC News Nightline. Reporting from Washington with the latest on the Gulf War, Ted Koppel.
To bring you up to date, first of all, on the latest developments, there is a UN Security Council meeting that began late this evening. And just a few moments ago, the Iraqi ambassador to the United States arrived at the United Nations, and Ambassador Alan Barry had a brief statement to make.
Well, I am going to reaffirm Iraq's commitment to withdrawal from the Kuwaiti territories. We have said that several times, but we are also aware that some members of the coalition, particularly the United States and Israel, have a hidden agenda against Iraq. They would not be happy to see a ceasefire or total withdrawal, a peaceful withdrawal from Kuwait.
It has been an eventful evening. There was an announcement, as you probably know by now, earlier today from Radio Baghdad. It was at best ambiguous to begin with. Saddam Hussein, according to that announcement, had ordered his forces to withdraw from Kuwait, but if need be, to fight their way through coalition forces on the way back home. This evening, President Bush met with his senior military and defense advisors at the White House, and as that meeting ended, the president's spokesman, Marlin Fitzwater, made it clear that U.S. conditions for an end to the fighting have tightened up a little. Saddam himself will have to make the announcement.
The only way Saddam Hussein can persuade the coalition of the seriousness of his intentions would be for him personally and publicly to agree to the terms of the proposal we issued on February 22.
Furthermore, said Fitzwater, if Iraqi soldiers want to retreat, they're going to have to leave their weapons behind.
The ground rules are very clear here. We are not going to attack retreating forces. They should lay down their arms and leave.
We may, in other words, only be a weekend away from last Friday when the United States was prepared to give Iraqi forces 7 days to withdraw with whatever weapons they could take with them in that time. But since Friday, the ground war has begun. And to put it bluntly, the coalition forces are winning and winning big. Friday's offer is obviously no longer good on Monday. Joining us now live from the White House is Britt Hume. And from the United Nations, where the Security Council is now in session, our UN correspondent, David Ensor, and the Yemeni ambassador to the UN, Abdallah Al-Ashtar. Let me begin at the White House, however, with Britt Hume. Britt, give us your analysis of why it is that Marlin Fitzwater came out as quickly as he did this evening.
Well, the United States does not want to appear to be refusing to take yes for an answer. However, as you suggest, Ted, what was yes on Saturday is not good enough today. The ground war having begun, hundreds of thousands of American soldiers having been exposed to ground combat, now has changed the situation. Moreover, there is, I think, a real sense of distrust of this announcement from Baghdad, a rather peculiar way to begin a retreat, and little evidence of any serious retreating going on the ground. So the combination of skepticism and the desire to make sure that Saddam Hussein does not somehow skate away from all this with a mighty military machine intact have combined to give us the announcement you heard tonight.
Let me just ask you, if you would, Britt, to analyze a couple of those points that I just made in passing at the beginning. Two things. Number one, last Friday, when the final U.S. and coalition demand was made, just before the ground war began, it would have been enough for a senior Iraqi official to make the statement that they were ready to comply. Now it's Saddam Hussein himself. Why?
Well, Ted, I can't tell you this with the authority of anyone having told me, but there is a sense here of wondering where Saddam Hussein is and what he is doing. Moreover, there is a question that in the disarray that exists in Baghdad, there's a question about who is giving the orders, who is putting announcements on Radio Baghdad, and so on. So there is an issue of authority. And moreover, and finally, Ted, and this is important, there is a desire to make sure that however this ends, that this man is not able to walk away from this proclaiming any kind of a triumph whatsoever. He must be, in the eyes of the administration, publicly humiliated in such a way that he cannot be somehow some political colossus of the Arab world when it's all over.
One more point, Britt. Again, quickly, the United States was, as of late last week, still prepared to give 7 days to Saddam Hussein to let his forces get out of there with whatever they could take in 7 days, which obviously wasn't going to be everything. Now they appear to have toughened the conditions. You want to talk about that just for a second?
Well, I'm not sure that the aim has changed there. 7 days, I think, was believed to make it impossible for them to do anything but pick up and hurry out of there, and that it was felt, in fact, the United States wanted to make it 96 hours and had said so in a communique to the Soviet Union earlier last week when they were trying to respond to Mikhail Gorbachev's maneuvers. And after some consultation with the coalition forces, the president decided to adjust that, and it was agreed that they would make it 7 days, which has a kind of a reasonable ring to it. But even then, Ted, the sense was that in 7 days they were not going to be able to get very much of that hardware out of there.
All right, Britt, thanks very much. I know it's raining, it's late, it's been a long day. Thanks for staying with us. Let's go now to the UN and David Ensor. Give us a quick briefing, David, on what it is. And you were there with Ambassador Abdallah Al-Ashtal of Yemen. But first of all, to you, just give us a quick briefing on what it is that's happening at the UN right now.
There's a closed, formal session of the United Nations Security Council going on right now, Ted. And in it, the Soviet ambassador who called for the meeting is telling the others that President Gorbachev has received a message straight from President Saddam Hussein saying that he plans to withdraw his troops, intends to withdraw his troops immediately and completely from Kuwait. And the Soviet, I gather, is arguing that should be satisfactory, and what can we do from here to end the killing, to end the shooting immediately?
Now, Ambassador Al-Ashtal, I gather you have come out of that meeting, for which I'm very grateful.
Right.
Can you tell us what you think the U.S. reaction, has there already been a U.S. reaction, or what do you think the U.S. tactics are at the moment?
Well, there was a U.S. reaction. The ambassador of the United States asked for a more authoritative reply directly from Iraq. It's in the same vein of the White House statement. It looks like once there is that kind of statement from Iraq, it would be very difficult for the Security Council not to take action. The ambassador of the Soviet Union at the end of his statement said that the Security Council can now take action. Of course, the kind of action anticipated is a short resolution which would call for a ceasefire, a withdrawal within a short span of time, and UN monitoring of this withdrawal.
Is the Soviet proposal now more or less synonymous with what the U.S. proposal of Friday was, or the U.S. demand of Friday, or are there still some differences?
It's a very simple proposal of 1 point, withdrawal within a short time. And the ceasefire is just to make that withdrawal possible. Actually, what is lacking here is conditions. There are no conditions at all. And this makes it very much in line with Resolution 660, which calls for unconditional and total withdrawal from Kuwait.
But as you well know, there were a number of other Security Council resolutions, some of which now have been bypassed by time, but others of which are very relevant. And indeed, let me point to two of them, because Marlin Fitzwater at the White House today specifically mentioned these two resolutions. One, 674, that is Resolution 674, calls for reparations by Iraq to Kuwait, and the other resolution calls for the recognition by Iraq that Kuwait is a sovereign state and that Iraq renounces all its claims. What does the Soviet proposal have to say on those 2 points?
There's no mention of those resolutions, but let me say, Ted, that Resolution 674 establishes that Iraq is liable to any losses. Therefore, it will have to pay reparations. But this will have to be dealt through the courts. There is nothing in the resolution that says that it should be settled right now. The other resolution, 662, considers that the annexation of Kuwait by Iraq is null and void. That is a very authoritative determination by the Security Council. Of course, at a later stage, Iraq will have to say something similar to that.
Why at a later stage?
Well, because the most important thing at this point is to start with the withdrawal. There has not been any case in the past where you bring all the resolutions or conditions of a problem and try to solve them all at once. There is one major aspect of this whole crisis, which is the occupation. The occupation has to be finished. Withdrawal has to start. Kuwait has to regain its sovereignty, its territorial integrity, restore its government. And then Resolution 660 postulates that Iraq and Kuwait will have to negotiate their territorial disputes and other differences. In other words, one should not stop the action of withdrawal in order to resolve all other issues, which are at the same time accepted by resolutions by Iraq through its declarations.
One more quick question, Ambassador Al-Ashtal. Is it your impression, for all the kind statements that have been issued back and forth between Moscow and Washington, that there now appears to be a widening rift between the two positions?
I don't think so. Actually, I sense that both the United States and the Soviet Union want to synchronize as much as possible in the final evolution of the solution of this problem. And we didn't see any split. We didn't see, the Soviet Union did not come with a resolution on its own. And there is a lot of consultation that's going on. But by the end of the day, or let's say by tomorrow, the Security Council has to adopt a resolution which will conclude this crisis diplomatically and peacefully.
Mr. Ambassador, thank you very much. David Ensor, thank you for joining us. When we come back, we will have an update on today's war news from Saudi Arabia, and we will be joined live by Forrest Sawyer. We'll also be joined a little later in this program by ABC's national security analyst, Tony Cordesman, and by Pentagon correspondent Bob Zelnick to help us sort through the flurry of war news that's been reported during the past few hours.
This is ABC News Nightline, brought to you by Isuzu.
Okay, you're trying to decide between the Jeep Cherokee and the Isuzu Trooper. Let's weigh the facts, shall we? The Isuzu Trooper comes standard with four-wheel disc brakes and triple skid plates, more cargo space, a larger fuel tank, and more headroom. Oh, and one more. The Isuzu Trooper costs about $1,000 less.
The Isuzu Trooper, at just $13,699. There's no comparison. Women should always act like ladies.
You talking to me?
Honesty is the best policy.
Never would we shoot down civilian airliner.
Never get caught with your pants down. At HBO, we make movies that break all the rules. Movies that take risks, that meet life head-on. Movies that deserve to be made the way HBO makes them. HBO, simply the best.
I write a lot of checks each month. But since we opened our Super Now account at First National Bank, paying our monthly bills is a lot easier. Because First National pays us 6% interest on our balance. 6%. No other bank comes close to that. And with my Super Now account, I get free checks, a Visa card with no service fee for 1 full year. All that and 6% interest. Sounds super, doesn't it? It's just the best deal in town, and it's only at First National.
This American Legacy is brought to you by Rochester Telephone.
A compelling force in the civil rights movement, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s philosophy of nonviolence affected historical social change and remains an indelible American legacy. We salute Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
Rochester Telephone is proud to sponsor This American Legacy and proud to serve the communication needs of the Rochester community for more than a century.
Prime time, behind the scenes in the Gulf War, when news really matters. Diane Sawyer, Sam Donaldson. Prime time, Thursday.
In spite of all the diplomatic maneuvering at the United Nations and in various capitals, the ground war has now entered its third day with some significant developments. Here's ABC's Sam Donaldson reporting from Saudi Arabia.
Here we go, Scud missile.
There may be talk of peace and Iraqi withdrawal from Kuwait, but you couldn't prove it in the night sky over Tehran. The Scud warhead hit by tragic chance a building housing U.S. military personnel. In the instant inferno, more than a dozen Americans were known to have died. Scores more were missing. More than 50 were injured. ABC's Ron Claiborne went to the scene.
From a distance, the building looked like all that was keeping it up were the bare remnants of the frame. All sides had been blown out. It was still standing, technically, but there were no walls, and there was masses of debris, of wreckage, just piled up on the bottom floor. There were vehicles of all kinds going in there. There were buses, ambulances, dozens. Later on, there were bulldozers going in there, police cars. The military officials were keeping people a very far distance away from that building, and there was a lot of hot heads. People were on edge. The soldiers were very understandably nervous. They were very uptight.
The U.S. command says the Scud was already breaking up of its own accord in the air. For that reason, no Patriot missiles were fired in an attempt to intercept it. On the battlefield itself, the news was far better. It was one of almost undreamed of successes for coalition forces, which encountered only light Iraqi resistance. And when resistance was encountered, it was literally blown away. The U.S. military command spokesman put it this way.
We are continuing to attack and continue to achieve tremendous success against the Iraqi forces in the KTO.
Barry Serafin has been monitoring the situation at command headquarters in Riyadh.
For U.S. military officials, the first 2 days of the ground offensive could not have gone better if they had been scripted. Light resistance, very light casualties, thousands of Iraqi soldiers surrendering, sometimes entire battalions at a time. So far, it has all seemed to bear out Commanding General Norman Schwarzkopf's almost scornful statements a few days before the offensive. The Iraqi army, he said, was overrated and on the verge of collapse. But professional prudence still tempers the optimism of military planners here. It's early, they say, and there may be tougher engagements ahead.
Inside Kuwait, ABC's Jim Hickey linked with the Saudi Arabian unit, moving steadily forward.
The area that we visited is inside, deep inside Kuwait, and it is clear that this part of Kuwait is fully liberated. There were tanks, Saudi Arabian tanks, spread all across the desert as far as the eye can see. They're deployed, and they were taking up positions, getting ready, quite obviously, for the final push or the final assault on Kuwait City itself. At one point, we saw 3 or 4 trucks, deuce and a halves, pull up, fully loaded with Iraqi prisoners of war, or enemy prisoners of war, as the Pentagon puts it, EPWs. There were probably 110 to 120 of them in that one batch alone.
The Iraqis are giving up in massive numbers. At last official count, some 25,000 enemy prisoners of war were in hand. But that number is probably already out of date. Just before the land campaign began, some U.S. commanders were saying privately it could be over in a matter of days. Now, with talk of Iraqi withdrawal, they are saying privately it could be over in a matter of hours. But as tonight's Iraqi Scud attack on Dhahran proves, there is still death in the air. Sam Donaldson, ABC News in eastern Saudi Arabia.
Joining us now live is ABC's Forrest Sawyer, who is with the Allied troops in Kuwait. Forrest, why don't you first of all bring us up to date? That convoy behind you, which was moving fairly rapidly a few moments ago, now seems to have stopped. Who are those folks?
These are Saudi forces, the 20th Mechanized Brigade, Ted. This is the logistical tail. Why don't we take a look at them a little closer? This tail runs a long, long way. We're about 12 kilometers, what's that, about 8 miles or so from the Saudi border inside Kuwait. This is the force that will move along and take care of the troops that are up ahead. I've just seen some artillery pieces, 135 millimeter Soviet-made artillery, moving on up. Essentially what the Saudis are going to be doing here, Ted, is moving past a minefield, which is why there's a traffic jam here, and into that second tier of Iraqi forces, the ones they're really concerned about. Yesterday, they met some conscripts who simply put their hands up and said, we surrender and we'd like something to eat. Today, there is armor and artillery that they're going to have to face, and they will find out just how willing this army is actually to fight.
Now, how far up ahead of you, Forrest, do they estimate that that second tier, as you put it, is located?
I suppose another 12 kilometers or so. We've got to get past some fortifications, some minefields, some bunkers. We've heard a lot about those bunkers. I know they're really just holes in the sand. We had a look at them yesterday. They dig them in, put something over the top, and try to wait out the bombing raids that they've been having to endure. And then 10 miles of empty desert, another minefield, and then we hit them.
Give us a bit of a word picture, if you would, Forrest. For so many weeks now, we have been conjuring up images, and Tony Kordersman, in fact, has given us schematics of what the Iraqi defenses would look like. You have actually been moving through those Iraqi defenses now. They seem a lot less impressive, I guess, now than they did before you moved through that first sand berm.
Well, they're a lot less impressive than my mind's eye was conjuring, Ted. Just behind me, we'll pull back again, Kurt, and let's show them. You see where that pile of sand is right there, that they've laid a trench over, over a trench, basically. That's the oil trench we heard about yesterday that the Iraqis set fire to. They had to put that out. It's just a hole dug in the sand and some oil's pumped in there, and they lighted a fire. On ahead, some razor wire, rolls and rolls of it, and then I guess about 20 yards or so of mines, then again razor wire, then again 20 yards of mines, and then the bunkers that we heard about, holes dug in the sand where they were just hunkering down while they were getting pounded by U.S. air assault.
And what about the road that convoy is moving on right now? Was that road mined, or is that a road that they've actually flattened out over the past couple of days?
Well, to our knowledge, there are no mines in this location. I can tell you that in my vehicle, I stay well within tracks that are already laid down. They can throw out cluster mines with artillery, and you might run across something that looks like a tuna can, and you'd have a lot of trouble. But this road was built by combat engineers, as all of the roads are here. This was basically just flat, empty desert.
Forrest, I don't know if you've been able to hear what we've been talking about at the top of this broadcast, but, you know, there's activity on the diplomatic front. The UN is in Special Security Council session right now. The White House came out with a statement in the person of Marlin Fitzwater earlier this evening, at which he said, look, if anyone's going to announce a withdrawal, it's going to have to be Saddam Hussein himself. And furthermore, if they want to withdraw, they're just going to have to lay down their arms and leave. So if anything, the U.S. is tightening things up a little bit. What is the sense of morale among the Saudi troops with whom you've been traveling? And if they hear that, do you think they'd like it just to be over with, or do they sense that complete victory is in sight?
Oh, I don't think that anyone here wants to accept anything partial at this point, Ted. They feel that the Iraqis have more or less quit already. There was no fighting yesterday when they moved into that first wave. There were simply Iraqis who came walking in a surreal scene out of the mist, put their hands up, dropped their gas masks and their chemical suits, and began asking for food, almost begging for food. They believe that the Iraqis do not support what Saddam Hussein wants in the first place, and therefore they want a very clear statement that Saddam Hussein does not represent the Arab world, that Saddam Hussein has unfortunately pushed Muslim brother against Muslim brother, and they want that to stop. As for the Americans, they're feeling pretty confident at this point. There are some American liaison officers here. They would like all of this to move a little faster, but they feel fairly sure that it is moving in exactly the way they would like to see.
The liaison officers doing what? They're sort of command and control between the Saudis and the U.S. forces?
Well, they've done a number of things. They have tried very quickly to instruct the Saudi forces, which have not been in battle before, in how to conduct combined live fire missions. They haven't done it ever, and it's very, very complicated, so they're sort of learning on the job. And they have combat engineers and special forces teams here who act as a liaison between the United States forces and the Saudi forces and the other Arab forces that are here. They're basically trying to give them guidance as they move along and keep that communication line open as well.
Forrest, just give us, before we let you go, two things. One, a sense of where you're going to be going next. I mean, what happens? You hop in a Jeep, a Humvee, and you move on as quickly as that convoy moves?
We got our own little convoy here, Ted. It's very complicated, as you know, to put this satellite broadcast up. We've got 3 trucks, You want to take a picture of it? We'll show you what we've got. It's a mess here. We've got 3 trucks that will be moving the satellite dish along behind me. I and my crew, and as soon as we're through here, are going to jump in another vehicle. We're going to try to swing around this convoy of trucks and artillery and head north into the mist there. We'll go past a minefield and join up with the front lines as they move into the armor and artillery. So we have to keep our own convoy together, at least in communication, and at the same time we're going to try to cover the story at the front line. So that's what we're up to today.
It's a good thing folks like you and me don't have to work that.
You're right.
All right. Forrest, thank you very much. Forrest Sawyer reporting live from inside Kuwait. When we come back, the latest military developments along with an examination of the ground war when we're joined by ABC's national security analyst Tony Kortesman and Pentagon correspondent Bob Zelnick. I'd like first of all to ask our affiliates down the line to bear with us. We're going to be running a few minutes over on our program tonight. Secondly, we have some late figures now from the Pentagon. The Defense Department now says that there were at least 27 Americans killed in that Scud attack in Dahran earlier this evening. There are still several people missing, and there are at the moment 98 Americans who have been wounded in that attack. Furthermore, the Pentagon now says that there are more than 22,000 EPWs, that is, enemy prisoners of war, who have surrendered to coalition forces. Joining us now here in our Washington bureau is Tony Kortesman, who has served as ABC's national security analyst since the beginning of the war on January 15th. And also joining us here in our bureau, ABC's Pentagon correspondent Bob Zelnick. Tony, let me ask you first of all, and it may be more of a political than a military judgment, what you make of Marlin Fitzwater's announcement at the White House today, particularly the timing of it as it relates to what's going on at the UN this evening.
I think when you're involved in a deep military operation, when you're almost at the conclusion, the critical moment of success, and you're trying to envelop the enemy and defeat him, to be trapped into a situation where you have no real rules, an undefined withdrawal, where some of the forces may be withdrawing, but you have no idea where they're going, effectively is to suddenly snatch victory away from you in a military sense and make a political result almost completely unpredictable.
What about, Bob, the way the war is going? One gets the sense that the Pentagon is so, I want to be careful about the word that I use, but so satisfied, I guess, is the safest word to use, with the progress that coalition forces have been making both in occupied Kuwait and in Iraq itself, that they really see no point to ending the operation until they're finished. Again, as President Bush has said many times over the last few weeks, we're operating, or at least the United States is operating on its schedule, not Saddam Hussein's.
Of course, that's true, Ted. The Pentagon is, of course, a creature of the administration and recognizes the chain of command and would follow orders in any event. But they are extremely satisfied at the way things are going. And it's an old, tried and true principle that the situation at the negotiating table reflects the situation on the ground. And the Iraqis were in worse shape than they were 2 weeks ago. They're in worse shape than they were 2 days ago. And they're going to be in worse shape 2 days from now than they are today.
When you hear the Yemeni ambassador, as we did earlier on this program, say, well, those other Security Council resolutions can be taken care of later on, what do you think the administration's response to that is?
No. The administration's response is going to be that if the Iraqis have distinguished themselves in any one aspect of warfare, it's surrender. And that's been going on for the past 2 days of ground war, and with the U.S. forces and other allied forces positioning themselves near the Euphrates River to defeat the Republican Guards and prevent their escape, and situating themselves for a final assault on Kuwait City. There's no reason to accept anything but complete victory on the battlefield.
All right, Tony Kortesman, you're operating at a distinct disadvantage this evening, but you have no telestrator, no map, so sketch it out for us in words. What will constitute a successful conclusion to this operation?
Well, I think the first step is that we have to ensure that we have the surrender or defeat of the Republican Guards, the surrender or defeat of his remaining armored and mechanized units, that he cannot withdraw intact any kind of capability to sustain combat around Basra, or moving up the Euphrates, that he is faced with a situation where he must accept the political conditions of all the UN resolutions because he is left without any significant military option. And Ted, I would have to say that in December 1944, if Adolf Hitler had offered to suddenly withdraw rather than launch the Battle of the Bulge and discuss terms later, it would be very similar to what we have just heard offered from Iraq.
Well, I mean, basically you're saying he's in no position to do anything but say, yes, I accept an unconditional surrender.
Well, he's not being asked to surrender. Again, the historical precedents are that he would be. He's being asked to comply with the UN, not to capitulate and not to surrender.
Well, let me now raise one last question with both of you, and that is you, Tony, have just put your finger on something that may prove to get a little bit sticky over the course of the next 24 or 48 hours. Is what the United States wants going to be the same thing that is necessarily reflected in the UN Security Council? Tony, you go first, if you would.
I think that if the UN Security Council adopts resolutions to fight aggression and then tries to change them as if this was some kind of game without regard to those who pay the cost of enforcing them, there will be no serious UN peacekeeping efforts if this happens again.
Bob, I should point out to our viewers that you come to us tonight in a dual capacity. You were for a couple of years ABC's Moscow bureau chief. So give us your analysis of what the Soviets are up to right now, and also what you think the U.S. reaction will be to what seems to be their latest move at the UN.
I think what the Soviets are up to is a combination of, number one, trying to be helpful, and number two, serving their own interests in maintaining some favorable face toward the Arab world and image within the Arab world that was largely supportive of Saddam Hussein. But I think the overriding Soviet interest at this point is good relations with the United States, and that was very evident in their mild reaction to the U.S. rebuke of their position last weekend. So I don't think the Soviets are going to cause any particular trouble. I think the United States is going to say no to any conditions other than those enunciated by Marlin Fitzwater on behalf of the President tonight. And it's worth noting and recalling that any resolution of this matter that changes existing Security Council resolutions would itself require the unanimous consent of the 5 permanent members. So I don't think there's any possible way that the Security Council is going to do anything that the United States opposes.
All right, Bob Zelnick, Tony Quartersman, thank you both very much. Over the past couple of minutes, we've just established satellite contact with Baghdad. When we come back, I'll be joined by ABC's correspondent in the Iraqi capital, Bill Blakemore. Joining us now live from what must be one of the better-known hotels in the world, the Al Rashid in Baghdad, is ABC's Bill Blakemore. Bill, first of all, bring us up to date on what kind of a night it's been. It is now, what, 8:30 in the morning there?
That's right, just about 8:30. There were more air raids last night. We could hear some bombs, and in fact, it's just after dawn here, and we've had some air raid sirens already this morning. So nobody in this capital, I would guess, thinks this war is over yet.
Would it be safe to assume, Bill, that there was a great deal of discussion yesterday about the announcement over Radio Baghdad that there was to be a withdrawal from Kuwait?
Well, it was very strange, actually. It came just before 2 a.m. in the morning here. Most of the journalists had gone to bed, and then we were all awakened by other journalists who had been awakened by other journalists because somebody had heard about it. After making phone calls to our home offices telling them that we didn't know anything new, most went back to bed. This morning we've been listening to Radio Baghdad since dawn, and surprisingly, I think, there's been no mention of this withdrawal yet. We've been hearing the typical wartime exhortings of the troops with music in between. But the 8 o'clock a.m. news here didn't have any mention of it as far as our translators have been able to pick up here. So perhaps people are trying to figure out exactly what to say. We don't know yet.
I know that we didn't have contact at the beginning of the program, and so you were unable to hear some of what Marlin Fitzwater had to say. But as I mentioned to you during the break, he's calling now for Saddam Hussein to personally and publicly state his willingness to withdraw all forces from Kuwait. Only then, according to Marlin Fitzwater, speaking in the president's behalf, would such a withdrawal be possible, and even then only if they put down all their arms. In other words, things seem to have toughened up, Bill, from where the conditions were late last week, before the ground war began. What do you think the reaction is going to be?
That's hard to say, because from what we understand of the statement last night, it was a statement that was once again on Iraqis' terms. Certainly there's been a feeling that when the president made his ultimatum a few days ago, that made it much more difficult, if not impossible, for Saddam Hussein to pull out, because as the Iraqis themselves say, their own dignity is very important to them, and they want to be seen as doing it because they're defending their cause here as they see it. So I would guess that once again that might make it more complicated, and I'm hazarding a guess here when I say that we're thinking maybe the reason we're not hearing anything yet this morning on Baghdad radio is that they're trying to figure out a response. But again, that's just speculation.
We know, Bill, and this will be the last question, that you're living in a very insulated world there right now. Certainly the impression here in the United States is that the war has been almost totally one-sided. And I'm wondering to what degree there is any growing sense in Baghdad that this war is going badly, let alone may almost be over.
Well, I think there must be a sense of that, because we do know that Iraqis hear not only Baghdad radio, but they pick up VOA and British broadcasting as well. We talked to people throughout the day who indicated, well, there's conflicting reports, and they would indicate to us at least that, that they tended to believe the Iraqi communiques. We can't know exactly what they think, but I think there's a general sense in this capital with the folks here that that there are conflicting reports, and that they have to make up their own minds about what they're going to believe.
All right, Bill, I think you've got a busy day ahead of you there as they begin to digest what came out of Washington and we begin to digest what comes back out of Baghdad. Thanks very much for joining us. Events surrounding the war have been unfolding today at a furious pace. ABC News will, of course, continue to keep you up to date, beginning with reports tomorrow on Good Morning America and updates every hour throughout the day. Then, for a complete wrap-up of tomorrow's events, watch World News Tonight with Peter Jennings. That's our report for tonight. I'm Ted Koppel in Washington. For all of us here at ABC News, good night.
This has been Nightline.
Nightline is a presentation of ABC News. More Americans get their news from ABC News than from any other source.
Dan. Actually, we faced today, we took 400 Iraqi person in the prison. I put them. I mean, with my friends. 400.
Where did you find them?
In the road.
Were they heading out of town? Were they leaving Kuwait?
They are leaving Kuwait, walking.
What will you do with them?
Nothing. We took them. We put them in the basement. We have in our supermarket. We have a big basement. We put them. And we give them water and food. And we face 3 people. They are injured. And we have one American doctor. He was with us, and he.
Now, there is no government in Kuwait as we stand here, certainly not in Kuwait City. There is no legal system officially. What will you do with the Iraqi soldiers?
As we told you, we took the Iraqi soldiers and we put them in the basement of the supermarket. Yeah. And we put some guards.
That's what you have done with them for the time being, but beyond that,
that's our job.
Will they be tried? Will they be sent home? Will they be considered prisoners of war? What is their status?
When our government coming to Kuwait, they will take care about them. Our job to take the Iraqis and put them safe, and we would like to show them that we are better than them. To when we face the people, to respect them, and we did what we can do for them.
So you are saying that after the 7 months of the chaos
Actually,
by the Iraqis here in Kuwait, you will protect them to make sure the same thing does not happen to them?
Yes, and I am military, and I was hiding myself 8 months. If they are face me during this month, they will, they will kill me. But alhamdulillah, I was hiding myself from them, and if there is no government now in Kuwait, our government in our hearts. See, the Emir and the Prime Minister, he's always in our hearts, in our eyes. So we never forget them.
We just heard...
Even if they are here in Kuwait or outside Kuwait.
We just heard artillery rumble in the distance. Do you have any sense of how far out that is and whose it is?
No, I don't know.
When was the last time you had shelling here in Kuwait City?
10:30.
10:30 last night?
Yes, p.m.
Thank you for coming. Congratulations.
I forgot to tell you that we took also two American tanks also. 2 American tanks.
2 American tanks?
Tanks, yes. And they are here, there in Sabahiyya supermarket.
So they're waiting to come down to liberate?
Yes. No, they are already there.
But they're waiting to come down to liberate the American embassy, as you put it, to reclaim the American embassy.
What's that? The tanks? No. The Iraqi tanks, we took them.
Oh, you said American
Iraqi tanks. Iraqi tanks. Iraqi tanks, we took 2 Iraqi tanks and we put them
If
there.
you can bring the Marine to us, we'd like very much to talk to him.
I sent one of my friends to bring them.
Great.
They are coming here now?
Yes, sir.
Very good.
Bob or Dan, I'm not quite sure which is there at the moment. As you can see, things are in an excited state, a chaotic state in Kuwait City, and we'll try to sort them out a little bit more when we get back to you.
All right, Bob McEwen, and far be it from us to take it from Bob McEwen during an extraordinary broadcast like this, but we have just been told that Betsy Aaron in Baghdad has come up on the line. Betsy cannot hear us, I believe, but we're going to hear from her. Betsy, if you can hear us, go.
Hello, Bob. I think there's a miracle because I can hear you slightly. I want to tell you what's been happening in Baghdad today. Ever since Saddam Hussein made his speech to the nation a little before noon, it was a 20-minute speech, making official and stating publicly that the Iraqis were going to withdraw from Kuwait. The average Iraqi on the street, in the hotel, has been waiting for the answer from Washington. Will the Allies accept Saddam Hussein's statement of withdrawal? Accept the Iraqi statement saying that they will pull out of Kuwait immediately? When the statement finally came through from George Bush that this was not enough, there was a little bit of incredulity here. A woman who works in the hotel says, obviously, it's become very, very clear from his speech, that's George Bush's speech, that he wants to destroy all of the military facilities. He wants to destroy Iraq. She ends by saying, enough blood, enough. There is a real resignation here among people who say this is what the Allies and especially the United States wanted all along. No matter what Saddam Hussein does, no matter how publicly he says he is going to withdraw from Kuwait, that is not going to be enough. A lot of resignation here today, Bob.
Betsy, are you being allowed to move about at all? I'm sorry, but the very first part of your transmission was a little low coming in, and perhaps you said that at the beginning. Give us a little more of a sense, if you can, of just what's happening there right now. And I know the restraints that you're operating under.
I'm sorry, Bob. I can't hear you. The weather is very, very bad here. We're in the middle of a rainstorm, and I just can't hear you. It's starting to pour. And we're going to have to cut the line. But it's been great talking to you.
Thank you very much, Betty. And take care, Betsy, and take care of yourself. I'm told that we now have communication again with Dan Rather in Dhahran. Dan, what's going on down there?
Bob, we're still under a Scud alert inside Saudi Arabia. A reminder that Saddam Hussein is estimated to have perhaps as many as 300 Scud missiles still left somewhere. And less than 24 hours ago, one of those Scuds hit a U.S. Army installation with Army reservists in it, killed 28. Injured more than 100. Some of the casualties were women. CBS News correspondent and CBS This Morning anchor Harry Smith was the first reporter on the scene.
We want to take a look at some pictures that we took today, Dan, of that facility that was hit by that Scud last night. You can see in the daylight the incredible devastation in this once upon a time warehouse that was turned into an army barracks. They believe there was at least 100 people inside when the Scud hit. Now, the U.S. military initially reported that the Scud was breaking up in the air as it hit. But we've talked to people who were inside that building today, Dan, and they said the better part of that warhead went right through, literally tore a hole in the concrete, created an 8-foot wide crater in the concrete in the center of that building. One of the things that we know about the way Saddam Hussein operates is when it's cloudy, that's the most likely time for Scuds. As those F-15s are up there flying cap, looking for any kind of Scud activity, makes them a lot harder to see if it's cloudy. It's a cloudy night again tonight. I don't think anyone was surprised when we just heard the Scud alert a minute ago.
And this is a reminder, Harry, that the Scud is basically a terror weapon. It is thrown up there. It doesn't strike with precision. Yesterday, from his standpoint, Saddam Hussein got lucky. Tragically, unlucky, to say the least, for those who happen to be under it. He's thrown a lot of Scuds up. Most of them have been knocked down by the Patriots. Some of them have been exploded in midair, but the debris comes down. And as you say, it's unclear whether this was a whole missile that hit in there yesterday or just part of a missile. But what we know is, what we believe we know, is that the Patriot didn't get to this missile.
There are a lot of unanswered questions about this story, Dan. We have not heard definitive information from the military about Patriots used against this missile thus far. There's an incredible degree of complacency around this part of the world with regard to Scouts because the Patriots have been so successful. Usual military procedures are there are virtually impact-proof bunkers around any kind of military facility. So many people seemed to be inside this building, whether they didn't have time because the warning was so short, or whether they were just completely disregarding the warning altogether and not going into their bunkers, which is the procedure under any form of alarm. We don't know the answer to that. We also have that unanswered question about the Patriot, whether they failed to fire, whether they did fire and were unsuccessful, but a lot of questions remain, and as we say, some of the F-15 pilots that have been communicated with have said cloudy weather, that's the time they're going to come up because they're a lot harder to detect, and just because he's moving out of Kuwait, that doesn't mean the Scuds are going to stop.
It also doesn't mean that U.S. forces in the field are not in danger of Scud attacks themselves. Let's go to Jim Stewart at the Pentagon. Jim?
Dan, all up and down the hallways here of the Pentagon on what is known as the E-ring, where the secretaries and the chiefs are, you can hear, as we have been listening to, these incredible reports by Bob McEwen on the liberation of Kuwait City. And they think that's very important and know that it's of strategic value and certainly of great political importance. But down at one end of the hallway where the National Command Center is, where they're in constant touch with the commanders in the field there, in Saudi Arabia, and where General Colin Powell gets his information, their attention is still riveted on about an area about 150 miles northwest of where Bob McEwen is, and where the Republican Guard continues to sit in their fortifications. That is the real end game here, and the one that they are most concerned about, because it offers the possibility of still providing significant U.S. casualties, something which continues to stun everyone in this building because they have been so low. If the Republican Guard chooses to fight rather than quit, then conceivably U.S. casualties could take a sharp upward climb. And they say that we would know the answer to that, they believe, within 24 to 48 hours, because the encirclement, as you have been reporting now, is complete, and that the noose has been tightened, and the Republican Guard will have the only option left of fighting or quitting in very short order. Dan?
Thanks. We're going to go quickly to Riyadh. CBS News correspondent Martha Teichner was at the briefing this morning by General Neal. Martha, good morning.
Dan, the 24 to 48 hours time that was just mentioned by Jim Stewart is very interesting, because at the briefing, General Neal discussed how within the next 24 to 48 hours, he hoped to reveal all the operational details to us of the ground war, which would indicate that perhaps, he wouldn't confirm that things could be pretty well over by then. About the Republican Guard, he said that there were signs of movement, but the Republican Guard were not retreating like the other troops that he said were not just retreating from Kuwait City, but across the board. The Republican Guard are fighting, but they have done some movement, but not in retreat. There have been no prisoners of war noted from the Republican Guard, which indicates to the briefers that they are fighting. The other major action is with the Marines at the international airport in Kuwait City at this time, where apparently there is a fairly stiff battle that the briefers say is being successfully waged by the Marines, but is still going on. The retreating troops appear to be leaving with their weapons. Perhaps this has been mentioned before, but in the briefing it was very carefully laid out that they are not withdrawing, which is Saddam Hussein's descriptive term. They are in full retreat, and they are engaging in fighting as they leave, and will be fired upon and attacked as long as they do that. They're being encouraged to put down their weapons and give up as the only way that they will be allowed to go back to Iraq without being fired upon.
Thank you. Martha Teichner in Riyadh with a summary of the first official military briefing of the day. We have some new pictures in of Iraqis surrendering as on the battlefield, some Iraqis are fighting, thousands are giving up. Eric Ingberg.
Dan, we're told that these pictures were taken by the U.S. military, obviously from helicopters, somewhere in Kuwait. These are Marines taking Iraqis prisoner by the thousands. You can just see them being held in the desert. At one time, the Marines said that they were getting prisoners so fast they didn't even have any way to accommodate them all, so they're just sitting them down in the desert and stringing barbed wire around them.
Eric, we're going to pick up with these photographs and more CBS News coverage in just a moment. But right now, we're going to pause as Saudi Arabia is under a Scud alert. We'll be right back. We're going to pause for these messages. Here in Saudi Arabia, a Scud alert is still underway. People have gone to the shelters, particularly after yesterday's Scud hit in which 28 American service people were killed, 98 to 100 injured. We have on our flak jackets, we have a helmet, gas mask down in here. Eric Ingberg and I continue broadcasting. This is what's recommended and what we're doing. We say that only so for those of you saying, what about that strange dress and why are they broadcasting during the Scud alert? It's not a case of being blasé. It's not a case of giving the enemy any information. It's doing what we think is prudent, what we've been advised to do, and emphasizing that this Scud alert is over a wide area of Saudi Arabia as a precaution. Eric Ingberg, you were showing those really remarkable pictures taken of Iraqis giving up, and while some Iraqi forces are fighting fiercely, the Republican Guard dug in some areas and fighting back. They are giving up by the thousands.
Well, we're told by the White House, we have a very good source for this. The president said this morning there were 30,000 Iraqi prisoners of war that have been taken already. I would assume there are more than that by now. And the military has just been rounding them up in pens that it's creating on the desert. And here you see some pictures that were taken by the military this morning somewhere in Kuwait. It looks like it's well outside of any part of Kuwait City. But these are Iraqi troops who have just surrendered to American Marines, and they just laid them out in the desert so that they could search them, question them, find out who they were, determine whether they were carrying any weapons. And in keeping with the American military policies, of course, the first thing they'll do is offer them a meal. And Dan, some of these Iraqis, we've been told, are very hungry, very thirsty. They've been living in the desert, badly supplied. There's a report just in off of the carrier Ranger, Dan, that the A6 pilots who fly strike missions in support of the Marines say that the roads to Basra, which would be the principal escape route for that Iraqi army in Kuwait, are now clogged with Iraqi vehicles bumper to bumper. One of the A6 pilots said it was like spring break at Daytona Beach. And in keeping with the American military policy, the A6s did not let them make that retreat to Basra. They went in and attacked them and said that they struck them very hard and with great success. So the Iraqis are clearly in full retreat. This is a rout of historic proportions that we see underway in Kuwait, Dan.
And someone may be saying, well, why wouldn't they let them get out? Here's the reason. The goal is to end the war as quickly as possible, consistent with the goals set by President Bush, the United States, and its allies. Pressure, pressure, unrelenting pressure. This is what General Norman the Bear Schwarzkopf said from the get-go, under the instructions of General Colin Powell. The President and General Schwarzkopf's plan from the start was to defeat the Iraqi army and liberate Kuwait. It's working better than expected, faster than expected, and all indications are that it will continue unabated until victory is complete. I think, Eric, we want to note that people such as General Schwarzkopf, General Powell, their defining experience was in Vietnam, and they felt that they had a lot of political interference with the military goals, and that there never was a clear vision, a clear picture of what victory was. This time it is liberate Kuwait and at least leave Saddam Hussein in a position where he can never come back militarily.
And I think there is this tactical military question that any prudent commander has to keep in mind, and that is that the Iraqis have pulled numerous dirty tricks in the early phases of this war. They've shot up
Saudi troops who thought they were going to surrender in the Battle of Khafji 4 weeks ago. So when you have an army that's retreating with all of its weapons, how do you know that they're in fact withdrawing? It's not some kind of a trick that you can walk your men into. So the American commanders are going to be very prudent about even accepting surrenders. And whether one agrees with the policy or not, it is President Bush's policy, and he's made it clear. It's to have the U.S. and allied military keep the pressure on until Saddam Hussein either sues for peace or requests publicly a ceasefire and lays down his arms. We're going to go back to Bob McEwen live in a liberated Kuwait City. Bob?
Dan, we seem to have lost most of our company. It's a very dark city in addition to being a liberated city. There's no electricity here. We understand very little water, if any, at most times. And the city is quite dislocated in almost every way you can imagine. Streets deserted, hulks of automobiles strewn about, and very, very few people on the street. Driving in tonight, we didn't know what we'd find. In fact, we had no idea whether we'd get here or not. David Green, the leader of this expedition, thought we could make it, and his judgment's been 100% so far, so we went for it. The closer we got to Kuwait City, the more clogged the highway in was. It was a military traffic jam about 30 kilometers out. All kinds of support vehicles, tanks, artillery pieces on their way into Kuwait. They were all stopped at a crossroads, Cloverleaf on the freeway, which is back about 20 kilometers as far as I can estimate. Beyond that, there was virtually nothing. It looked deserted. We went in about 10 kilometers and there was a car or two. We came to a roadblock where some young men with Iraqi weapons were waving them around and shooting them in the air, celebrating the liberation of their country. They told us that they were the law, at least for the time being, here in Kuwait City. And as we drove into the city itself looking for a place to set up this facility so we could talk to you, we saw very few people. The group that originally was around us sort of gathered by the lights and the activity, and I've been kissed by more Kuwaiti men tonight than I can count. But now the dark set in. One gets the feeling that this still may be a dangerous place. We don't really know what's out there, and we're not quite sure where we're going to stay tonight. And I think we'll leave it at that.
Bob McEwen, live and direct from Kuwait City. It's a death grip for Saddam Hussein and his Republican Guard, the death grip in the hands of U.S. and allied forces. Somebody, it was General Neal earlier who quoted Yogi Berra saying, "It ain't over till it's over." But the kind of rough corollary to that is, that's true, but when it's over, it's over. And for Saddam Hussein and his forces, it's over. The issue was never really in doubt from the beginning. Once General Schwarzkopf and his forces established the air supremacy and then got their ground offense rolling. The end is now clearly in sight, but the end is not completely here. We can expect some tough fighting to continue until the Republican Guard is chopped to pieces. They're in the process of now being sliced up, or they surrender. Saddam Hussein had a deal earlier. He could have gotten a deal, but in effect he held his cards too long. That cost him at least 500,000 soldiers and their equipment, and it could cost Saddam Hussein his job. To talk about that, we want to call in our CBS News Middle Eastern consultant, one of the world's ranking scholars on the area, and our friend from Johns Hopkins University, Fuad Ajami. Fuad, what's ahead for Saddam Hussein? Can he remain in power? Any chance?
Well, I think this is it, Dan. I think this is the end game for him. And you've been talking about this all day. In fact, there have been really two campaigns. One campaign for the liberation of Kuwait itself, and one campaign for the nature of the regime and the future of the regime of Saddam Hussein in Baghdad. Because I think it's been clear for quite some time, and I think now the Iraqis are beginning to get it, and they're beginning to complain about it. They complain, now they weep and say, but the coalition has other goals. It has goals not only in Kuwait, but it has goals as well in Baghdad. Because let's face it, if Saddam were to retreat, if he were to take all his toys, if he were to take all his weapons of mass destruction, and he were to go home with all of them, and if he were not to renounce, and this is fundamental, if he were not to renounce his claim to Kuwait and Iraq's claim to Kuwait, not only he, but his country must accept that the annexation of Kuwait is null and void, and that there are no claims to Kuwait. Because if we were to do all this, and at the end of the day, just simply walk out and give Saddam a way out, he still has this outstanding claim on Kuwait. Remember one thing, The Iraqis and the Kuwaitis had 3 decades together of diplomatic exchange. They recognized the government of Kuwait for 3 decades, and then they walked away from it. So we want an acceptance, not only from Saddam, but I think an indication from the Iraqi population itself that it understands that this journey southward, the journey southward to Kuwait, this easy heist of Kuwait, the looting and the invasion of Kuwait and all the treasure that was gotten out of Kuwait, and the sense that you could solve all of Iraq's problem by going to Kuwait, we want a break with this. And this really is what this new phase of the campaign is all about.
Looking ahead, Fuad Ajami, the powers in the Middle East, the Arab powers in the Middle East, in the post-Persian Gulf War era will be Egypt, Syria, Iran.
Right.
Along, of course, with the Israelis.
Right. Well, I think if we look ahead, I mean, there are 2 kinds of worries about Iraq, and it's interesting to reflect on this. Right as we demolish Iraq, right as we thwart Iraq's bid for primacy, then people begin to say, well, what about the future of this region? Well, we know the future of this region will be a messy one. We know that all kinds of claims in this region are unfinished. We would like, in the scheme of things, we would like a balance between the Iranian state and the Iraqi state in the Persian Gulf. We would like to make sure that the Saudis, who are shy about asserting power, become more assertive in their exercise of power. We will look at the Saudis and we say, well, look, now what can they do? What they can do is they can rely in part on the Egyptians, who seem to be a peaceful power, a status quo power, and they can also bring in the Syrians as well to do the gendarme work. They can be these two other powers. The Egyptians and the Syrians will be there to shore up the Saudi state in the Gulf. And in the end, let's face it, there is... Sure.
Go ahead.
And in the end, I think...
Sorry to interrupt, but I'm very sorry to interrupt. It's awkward this way, but Betsy Aaron is on the telephone from Baghdad. Stick with us, Fuad. Let's go to Betsy Aaron in the Iraqi capital. Betsy? Betsy Aaron. Come in, Betsy Aaron in Baghdad. We heard Betsy for just a moment there. Well, as sometimes happens in Baghdad, and particularly under these circumstances, audio. Betsy Aaron was up.
No audio.
Now we have the audio again. Betsy Aaron, it's Dan Rather in Saudi Arabia. Calling Betsy Aaron in Baghdad. Dan. Come in, Baghdad. Betsy, glad to have your audio back up. What is the situation in Baghdad at the moment? Have we heard anything from Saddam Hussein? What's the mood? What's the situation there?
Okay, there is no official government reaction. There has been nothing from Saddam Hussein since he made his radio broadcast just before noon this morning. What we do have right now as we speak is an air raid. We're hearing some bombing outside, so obviously the Allies are sending a message, even though we're not hearing from Saddam Hussein. Ever since the president made his speech, when you talk to the man on the street, they said, what is Washington going to do? What is George Bush going to do? Is there any hope that this will end the war? Please, we hope this ends the war. When the message came from George Bush that Saddam Hussein had not given enough, this determination turned to a controlled anger from the man on the street. The reaction was, see, we knew it all along. The United States really wants to destroy Iraq. First destroy its military machine, and then just plow into this country. We told you this would happen, and now it is happening. The other interesting thing about the Saddam statement is that he has said that the situation with Kuwait is not over, that the Iraqis feel very warmly and very strongly towards Kuwait, that before Iraq moved into Kuwait, they were very unhappy about the situation. Now that they have left Kuwait, they continue to remain unhappy and discomforted. So this is not the end of a chapter, but the Iraqis here are still waiting to find out whether the Allies are going to accept an end to this war that the Iraqi man on the street very much wants to end now. Dan?
Betsy, you've talked about their anger and frustration at the United States, but with what you describe as the men and women on the street, do they talk about the reality of the Iraqis invading, conquering, then savaging and raping Kuwait?
That is not discussed here at all, Dan. What's discussed is that was then, this is now. We have said that we will get out of Kuwait. That's what UN Resolution 660 calls for. There is no other discussion. No matter how much the West might want it, no matter how much the Allies might want it, there is no public discussion here of that.
Betsy Aaron, if you'll stay up live from Baghdad, we want to try to bring in and make this a three-way conversation with Bob McEwen, whom, as you may or may not know, Bob McEwen is inside Kuwait City, a being liberated Kuwait City. Bob McEwen, are you there?
I am, Dan, and actually I have a question for Betsy. Betsy, one of the things that the people we encountered since we arrived this afternoon have said to us, and a number of them have said it, is that they feel Saddam Hussein took advantage of them because they had befriended Iraq, and they feel doubly betrayed, not only for all the terrible things that have happened to them, but that it came from somebody they considered to be a friend. Do you have any sense in Iraq how the Iraqi point of view handles that?
I wish I could answer that, but this is really the wrong time and the wrong place to answer that. Publicly, what the government is saying is we are friends with Iraq. We are friends with Kuwait. Obviously, Kuwait is part of Iraq. Saddam Hussein is not giving up on the dream that led to the situation that we're in right now.
Betsy, speaking of that, when is the last time Saddam Hussein had what we know to have been a live radio or television broadcast?
Well, the last time he spoke to the nation was just a little before noon today, and that was the last time we heard from him.
Was that a live broadcast or on tape, or was it announced?
It was announced that the president would speak. I have no way of knowing whether it was live or whether it was on tape. From those who were around me who listened to the broadcast, he was very controlled, very calm, and from those who listened to him quite often, subdued, couldn't read anything into his manner of speech or the way he was speaking.
Betsy, is the air raid still underway? Is it still bombs away over Baghdad as you take part in this broadcast?
The air raid is still underway. A strange thing is happening here. The weather has come in with a vengeance, and it's hard to tell whether we're hearing bombs or whether we're hearing thunder. I think it's a little of both. But the air raid is still underway. We haven't heard the all clear yet.
And Bob McEwen, do you still hear the rumble of distant thunder? Do you hear the artillery there in Kuwait City, or any firing at all?
Yeah, just as Betsy was mentioning thunder, a piece of artillery went off in the distance. Again, I don't have a sense of how far away it was, but it was louder than it has been over the past hour that we've been standing here. So there is obviously still a war going on here. We're on a war footing in Kuwait City. There's a great deal of jubilation. I think we've got some friends here tonight, but we'll see what tomorrow brings when the sun comes up.
Well, Bob McEwen, Betsy Aaron is gone now. The line comes and goes to Baghdad. We want to take time to note that Betsy Aaron had a censor standing right there beside her. There is censorship in just about all sections of this part of the world with this war underway. Now we hear Betsy Aaron up again, so perhaps we have her back up. But it's worth noting, we say this from time to time, we want to underscore it again now, that the censorship in Iraq is the tightest censorship in the area. The U.S. military and the Allies have on censorship, the Israelis have on censorship, but there are degrees, and the tightest censorship is there in Baghdad, where Betsy Aaron was speaking with us. Bob McEwen, if you're still up on this line, we want to try to bring in Fuad Ajami into this conversation. Fuad, if you're still up with us there in New York.
I am, Dan.
Do you have any questions for Bob McEwen about the situation in Kuwait City, while we remind ourselves that there's fighting still going on in Kuwait while Kuwait City is being liberated? A lot of fighting in the northwestern section of Kuwait, where the Republican Guard is dug in, and a lot of fighting still going on in southern Iraq with U.S. and other allied forces.
Well, I have a question for Bob. I know, Bob, you haven't been there for very many hours, but is there talk in Kuwait of any revenge or retribution against the Palestinians? There is a vast Palestinian population in Kuwait. They identified themselves with Saddam. Some of them collaborated openly with the Iraqis. Some of them had a feeling that they will inherit bits of Kuwait. Is there any feeling, or have you begun to hear anything among the Kuwaitis about the settlement of accounts in the period to come?
Fuad, unfortunately, we just haven't had the time to really get into that. We have had mentioned to us that there are dangers here, and that the Palestinian element is one of those dangers. I had a return question for you. Can you quantify that? What do you know to be the Palestinian presence here, and what do you presume to be their likely tactic at a time such as this, when essentially there's no government and no law?
Well, Bob, I think there must be about 200,000 Palestinians still left in Kuwait today. And they really are, you're right. I mean, now it's this complete anarchy. It's the no man's land. You know, an occupation regime which lasted 7 months has been routed. The Palestinians made their call. Many of them made their call, though in all fairness to them, some of them were distanced themselves from the Iraqis. But nevertheless, there is a vast Palestinian population in Kuwait, and they did, to some extent, identify with the conqueror. And I think they will be. It is going to be a rough period for them in Kuwait in the aftermath of the liberation.
Thank you very much, Fuad Ajami and Bob McEwen. Thank you very much. The military situation continues to be fluid and very dangerous. Eliminating pockets of resistance can be extremely dangerous. If you think back to World War II, Korea, even for that matter, Vietnam, trying to eliminate any pocket of resistance in an area which you are beginning to control can be extremely dangerous. For one thing, a wounded, cornered military unit or soldier can decide to fight harder in desperation. The unit or the individual soldier may also submit without further battle. Allied forces are coming from different directions, land and air. They have to be concerned about, number one, shooting into each other. These Allied forces are on the move. The whole idea here was to fire in movement. They have to be concerned about hitting one another. We've already had some unfortunate fatalities with so-called friendly fire, the air power trying to strike on the ground and hitting some of our own forces on a few occasions. They also have to proceed very cautiously, but if they proceed too cautiously, they could lose their momentum in this, the absolute decisive hour of the war. It's one of the most difficult operations to conduct, the eliminating pockets of resistance. Let's go to Barry Peterson in London for the British reaction to Saddam and what's happening on the battlefield. Barry?
Well, Dan, through this day, the European alliance has been holding very firm behind that tough-talking President Bush. Leading the way, of course, the British. Prime Minister John Major speaking today at the British House of Commons.
That does mean we require all Iraqi forces in the theatre of operations, those occupying and those supporting the occupation of Kuwait, to abandon their weapons, their equipment, and withdraw. And until they do so, they will be treated as hostile. Saddam Hussein started this war on his terms. He must end it on the terms set out by the United Nations.
Now, some ominous signs from the Soviet Union. President Mikhail Gorbachev saying the superpower relationship is what he called fragile. And he called for responsible behavior so that what has been achieved is not destroyed. Earlier in the day, a Soviet spokesman said to the world that the Allies really should accept Iraq's offer of a ceasefire. He said it satisfies everything that all interested parties want. I think what we're seeing here, Dan, is a bit of political posturing. I think what Mikhail Gorbachev is doing is letting the Allies win the war on the ground, but addressing himself not so much to the White House as to the Iraqis, showing himself to be a friend at this particular time. So while the Allies win the war, Mikhail Gorbachev and the Soviet Union will be well positioned to win the peace. Dan?
Thanks, Barry Peterson in London. Let's go now to Bob Schieffer with our military consultants in New York. Bob?
Well, Dan, Bob McEwen was saying a while ago that he didn't know what the liberation of Paris was like, but I must say, seeing Bob with those Kuwaitis in Kuwait City this morning was one of the most thrilling moments that I have ever experienced, and I think our retired Air Force Chief of Staff, Mike Dugan, feels about the same way. Just an astonishing morning. But General Neal in the military briefing pointed out very wisely that there is still a war going on. Why don't we go to the maps here and you tell us where the war is and what we might expect from here on in.
Bob, we heard from Bob McEwen in Kuwait City, on the outskirts of Kuwait City. I believe he said he was in the vicinity of the airport. There still is ground fire going around. He reported artillery fire, and so there are still pockets of isolated resistance. There, in fact, may be some units out there that haven't gotten the word, and this is one of the things that happens in a big military operation. Communications are one of the first things that you're